If you're not building AI-powered projects, trust me, your resume will be lost among thousands of others, like this full-stack AI car marketplace called Vehicle. With features like AI car search that lets you upload any car image to find similar vehicles in the marketplace or use advanced filtering by make, model, price range, and more. Detailed car pages with proper specifications, high quality image galleries, and an interactive EMI calculator to help buyers make financial decisions. We can book test drives with real-time availability slots of dealership and automated confirmations to get closer to our dream car. The admin dashboard includes powerful analytics, full car inventory management, and user test drive management, plus an AI-powered car detail extractor that automatically populates car details by analyzing uploaded image, saving us hours of manual data entry. Along with this fully responsive and beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. So right off the bat, we have this professional and modern looking landing page with the AI image search and also the ability to make the text search over here as well. Alright, so if you scroll down, you will see featured cars that admin can control from the admin panel, and I'll show you that very soon. If you further scroll down, we have some quick filters over here like browse by make or browse by body type so that we can easily find our dream cars. Like if we click on any of these filters, it will take us to the car listing page with this filter pre-applied. We have some why choose our platform over here along with the frequently asked questions about our platform and a call to action button at the bottom. And as always, a modern landing page like this can play a huge role on if you'll be getting a call back from that company or not. So let's go to the top and I'm going to choose the AI image search. Now let's click on it and choose our car that we want to find. So let's say this car, and I'm going to click on search with this image, and you can see the proper toasts and everything over here. And there we go. It has routed me to the car listing page. And awesome, it has found this car inside of our car inventory, and you can see we have some filters pre-applied over here. And if you see the URL here as well, we have applied these states inside of our URL. So you can instantly just copy this URL and share it with the world, right? If you want to share this state of our car listing page with someone else, you can just simply share this URL. And this is one of the modern practices that a lot of marketplace websites follow. All right, then let's just go on and clear all of our filters. So now we can see we have a bunch of different cars over here. We can filter these cars out using makes, body type, fuel type, transmission, price range, and also we can sort these cars with respect to their price. So we have implemented all of the standard features that most of the car marketplace apps have, along with the ability to save a car. So if I click on over here, you can see it's loading and it has showed us a pop-up that car added to the favorites, and you can go to this saved cars page to find all of your saved cars. And we have also implemented this pagination over here at the bottom. Alright, so let's say if I want to click on any of these cars, let's say Honda City. So we are on this car details page now. And we can see we have an image gallery over here, and we can see the different photos of that car. We have an EMI calculator over here so that if the buyer wants to finance this car from the dealership, they can easily calculate by setting their down payment, interest rates, how many years they want to finance this car for, and you can get the complete summary over here at the bottom. This is one of those features that a lot of tutorials fail to include. We can also click on the share button and it will give us with this share pop-up. Obviously, we can save our car from over here as well. If we further scroll down, we have more information like description, the features, the specifications, and also the dealership's location along with their working hours. Now let's go on to the top and click on book test drive button, and let's book our first test drive with our dealership. So there we go. We have a form over here. So we can select our date. Let's say 27 March. We can select a time slot over here with respect to the working hours of the dealership, and also admin can change all of these slots and working hours for the dealership from the admin panel. So I'll show you that as well. So let's select a time slot and we can add any additional notes. Let's say I like this color. And by the way, all of these forms in this app have been built using React hook form along with the Zod validation library. So we have used all of the best coding practices inside of this project to make you a better developer. Okay, let's click on book test drive and you can see it is booking it. And there we go, our test drive has been booked successfully. Awesome. Let's click on done. And we are now routed back to this car page, and we can see over here booked for Thursday, March 27, 2025. Now we can go to my reservations page over here. And we can see all of our reservations right here. If you want, we can cancel a reservation from over here, right? So, okay. Now, let's go on and log in as an admin and see how we can manage our whole application. Alright, there we go. We have successfully logged in as an admin, and there you can see we have this admin portal button at the top now. Let's click on this button and we are taken to the admin dashboard where we can see all of the summary related to the car sold, conversion rate, test drive books, total car inside of our inventory, etc. Right? If we click on test drive, we can see more summary over here. If we click on this test drive tab over here, we can manage all the test drive. Like you can see, this was a test drive that we just booked, right? If we click on confirmed, user can see in their My Reservations page that their test drive has been confirmed and they can visit our dealership, right? Okay. If you want, we can also cancel it from over here, right? Let's say if user has completed this test drive, we can click on completed over here and we can go to this cars page by clicking on this tab over here. And then we can mark this car as sold. There we go. It shows sold over here. And now if we go back to our dashboard, it will reflect this data in real time. Awesome. Now, for the best part, let's go to our cars tab over here. And you can see, as I showed you, we can manage all of our cars from over here, right? We can set a car to be featured by clicking on this button right here. And if you want to add a car, we can click on this button. Now we have two options over here. Either we can do AI image upload or we can manually enter the data, right? But a lot of us are lazy people, right? And that is why we have created this AI-powered car details extraction. So if I click on this over here, and let's say if I choose any car and click on extract details, you're going to notice this is processing. And there we go. We have all of the details related to our car right here pre-filled along with the description as well. We can also feature this car. If you want, we can add more images. So I don't have many more images of this car. So let me show you with some other car image. You can see it is uploading and there we go. It has been uploaded and you can click on this add car button and this will add this car inside of our inventory. Just like this. So imagine how much time it would have taken to, write every single detail about this car, and imagine uploading hundreds of such cars, right? It will be a nightmare. If you have an image, it is so easy to upload. And not just this, we can go to this settings tab over here. And as I told you, we can update the working hours for our dealership right here, right? If we want to, let's say, mark any day close, or let's say if we want to change the working hours, we can do that right here. And also we can go to this admin users tab and we can make an user admin or remove the admin access from a particular user, right? With respect to that, it will show that admin portal icon inside of their app. Awesome. And also, by the way, this is not a spoon feeding course. I will also give you assignments to do as well along with this course so that you don't get stuck in the tutorial hell and you actually become a better developer after this course. So awesome. Before getting started, don't forget to comment below where you're watching this video from. Alright, so open VS Code over here and let's go on and initialize a brand new Next.js app. So I'm going to open my terminal and I'm going to say npx create next app at latest. So what is your project name? I'm just going to press dot because I want to create my project in this vehicle folder and press enter. Would you like to use TypeScript? No. ESLint? Yes. Tailwind CSS? Yes. SRC directory? No. App router? Yes, because App Router and TurboPack are the brand new features of Next.js. Customize the import alias? No. And now it's going to initialize our Next.js app right here inside of this folder. So let's wait. There we go. Let's try to run this app. I'm going to say npm run dev. Let's click on this localhost right here. And there we go. Our Next.js app is running smoothly. So now, where is this UI located inside of our app? So if you go to this app folder over here, this is where the whole code of our app lies, right? So basically this page.js is what you are seeing right here. And you can see this is built in Tailwind CSS because that is what we selected earlier. So what I'll do, I'll just get rid of all of this thing inside of return. I'm going to simply say subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you have not done yet. So now you can see this is printed just like this. Awesome. So first thing first, what I want to do is I want to install Shadcn UI. Now, what is Shadcn UI? So Shadcn UI is not a component library, but instead it's actually pre-built components that we can use inside of our app effortlessly, right? So let me show you. So if you click on get started, let's install this first. So I'm going to choose Next.js and you just need to copy this line over here and this will set up Shadcn UI. So I'm going to open a new terminal and paste it over here. Proceed. Yes. It's going to ask us a few questions. What color? I'm just going to select neutral. all the default things. And also, since we are using React 19, it's going to ask us, do you want to use -- force or legacy peer depths? So for the most compatibility, I'm going to use legacy peer depths over here, because some of the Shadcn UI's components are dependent on some other dependencies as well, right? So everything works smoothly with each other. That's why we need this option. Shadcn UI has finished installing. What's the next step? Now we can start adding the components. So you can see it has given us this button example, but instead of over here, I'm gonna go right here. So you can see there are a bunch of different components that we will be using inside of our app, right? Like for example, this button, we will be using this calendar component for selecting the date, right? There's this card component. This is going to be used a lot inside of our app, right? So, okay, let me show you how you can install it. So I'm gonna copy this button and paste it right here. So npx shadcn at latest add button and press enter. And meanwhile, this is installing. Let me show you. So basically, these components have different variants as well. So this is a normal variant. This is a secondary variant, destructive variant, outline. We can also choose the size for these, right? So these are highly customizable. We can also add the icon. So if you just click on over here in the code, you can see this is how you can add the icon along with the button, right? So, okay, how would you like to proceed? I'm going to say legacy peer depths. So there we go. It is done. Now what I'll do, after this, let's just have a line break tag. And then I'm going to render a button from Shadcn UI. And notice one thing, this is imported from @/component/UI/button. So that means it has created this components folder. Inside this is this UI folder, which is reserved for Shadcn UI components in this project. And you can see the complete code. And we don't need to, worry about this code right here. We just need to import it and then use it over here. So let's just say subscribe. And now if I go back, there we go. We can see this component being rendered right here. And by the way, if you face any error over here, after installing Shadcn UI, you can just, simply restart your server and it should be gone. So let's try to customize this component. Right here, we have things like variant. So if I say destructive, let's see what happens. It becomes red, right? So you see, this is how easy it is to use Shadcn UI's components. And that is why I prefer this, in every single one of my projects. Okay, cool then. So what I'll do, since we will be using a bunch of these components inside of our app, like for example, this drawer, when we click on open drawer, it opens this drawer, or this dialog, when we click on over here, it opens this dialog box, right? So let's install all of these components, like all of the components that we will be needing inside of our app. So over here, I'm going to say npx shadcn at latest. We have already installed the button. So I'm going to first install the accordion. So this is going to be for our FAQs, alert, badge for, let's say rendering the filters inside of our app, calendar, card, as I showed you, check, box, dialog, drop down menu. Let me just confirm it's drop down or drop down menu. So it's drop down menu with the dash in between. So, okay, drop down dash menu, input, label, pagination. So pagination is going to be very helpful while implementing pagination on the cars listing page. Pop over, select, sheet. So sheet will be like the sidebar that will be displaying in the admin panel. Skeleton for displaying the skeleton loading. Slider, sonar will be for the toasts inside of our app. Table for rendering the data in the admin panel. Tabs, I think that's self-explanatory. And text area. Again, if you want, you can go on and check out each of these components separately inside of Shadcn UI's documentation. And now I'm going to press enter so that all of these are installed. Would you like to proceed? Use legacy peer depths. And there we go. You can see all of these components are over here inside this UI folder, and just close it. You don't need to worry about it right now. Okay, cool. So now in Next.js, as I showed you, we have this page.js file, right? Which is rendering everything. But for each component or each folder, I should say, we have a layout.js file as well. Now this is optional if you want to create or not for every single component. But over here, you need to create a layout.js, right? So layout.js basically, as the name suggests, define the layout of our app, right? So this children is where this page.js is being rendered. So if we were to, let's say, write any code over here, our whole app will have this code on the top, right? So this is how powerful the layouts are. Like for example, if I show you, if I just say, let's say main tag over here, right? I'm going to keep my children inside this main tag. And then below this, I want to have a footer tag. And then I'm going to have a div inside of it, and I'll have a p tag, which will say made with love by Roadside Coder. And now if I go back, you're going to see this footer is right here. Let's give this main tag some class name of, whole screen, like height of whole screen. So I'm going to say class name to be minimum height of screen. Now you'll see it will push our footer to the very bottom. Okay, let's just style our footer as well. So I'm going to say class name, background blue to 50 and padding vertical to 12. Now, if you don't have already installed this, Tailwind CSS extension, I would highly recommend you to go on and go to this extensions tab and just search Tailwind CSS and install Tailwind CSS in IntelliSense so that you can get these suggestions, right? So for this div, I'm going to give class name of container. So basically container provides some breakpoints to our app. So you can see when our screen size is 640, max width will be this. If it's 768, max width will be this, right? So that our app is compatible in different screen sizes. Then I'm going to say some horizontal margin to be auto, so it's in the very middle. Some padding horizontal to be 4. Text is going to be in the center and text gray to be 600. Now for each color, you can see we have different variants over here, right? So also you can see the color over there in the preview as well, right? So now if I go back and see, yep, this is looking much better now. Let me make the screen size 100% now. Now it's better. Awesome. All right, so we have some fonts over here which we don't want. So I'm going to get rid of these. Instead of this, I'm going to get the enter font. So enter equals enter. So this will be basically imported from this next/font Google, which comes inbuilt inside of Next.js. It's your choice. If you want to use this font, you can use this. I personally prefer this. So subsets, I'm going to say Latin. And this is a one-time thing, so you don't need to worry about it much. Let's add the title. I'm going to say vehicle. Description can be find your dream vehicle or vehicle. We can say whatever, right? Find your dream car. I think that's better. And now let's take this enter and let's get rid of all of this. And right here inside of it, I'm going to say enter dot class name. So this will basically apply this whole font to our whole of our app, right? So now if I go back and see, yep, it has been switched to enter font. And also, by the way, right here is where I'm going to be creating our header component, right? Or header component will be inside of the components folder over here, but this is where we'll be importing it. So if I just say new file, header.jsx. So I've created it outside of this UI folder. I'm going to say RAFCE header. And let's take this header and import it right here. So make sure to import it from this add component /header and not this Redux UI. So save it and let's go back and see. Yeah, we can see the header, we can see the footer and the content that we had already added in the middle. Awesome. So let's now first go on and set up our user authentication, our login and sign up for our app. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Clerk. And this is the most comprehensive user management platforms. You guys already know I absolutely love Clerk and I use it in every single one of my project tutorials because it is so easy to implement user authentication using Clerk and manage the user base along with other features like creating authentication UI. So let me show you. If I click on sign in and quickly sign in with Google, there we go. I am in. So I'm going to enter the name of my app. I'm going to say vehicle AI. And it's going to ask me, what are all the types of sign-in options that you want to add inside of your app? And this is how our sign-in UI will look like, right? So let's just say email and Google both. Let's click on create application. And now it's telling us how we can set up Clerk with Next.js. So first of all, obviously we need to install Clerk. So let's just copy this command and I'm going to go back to my terminal and paste it right here. Meanwhile, this is installing. Let's see. We need to set our API keys. Okay, so this is very important. This is how our Clerk will work. So copy it up and looks like it's giving us some error. You know what? Let's just use this legacy peer deps so that it's properly compatible. So I'm going to add this -- legacy peer deps and press enter. And now it shouldn't have any problem. Anyways, so over here in the root of our project, I'm going to create a new file called .env. And this is where we will keep those Clerk API keys, right? Now next, we are supposed to update our middleware.js file. So what is this middleware file? So this is the file that runs before our app runs, right? So we want to initialize the authentication and configure our authentication before our app is started, right? So basically, let's say if you want to protect any pages, protect any private pages from public access, right? So we can define them over here as well. So I'm just gonna copy it up, and here I'm gonna create a new file called middleware.js and paste this code right over here. We will come back to this. And then after this, it's saying us, let's add the clerk provider. So, okay, we need to wrap whole of our app in this clerk provider component, right? So that clerk has the access to our app. So go to this layout.js file, and below this return, I'm going to add this clerk provider. Make sure to import it from @clerk/nextjs. And I'm going to copy this end tag and paste it right after this. Right? This should be good enough. Now, after this, yeah, it says that now we're good to go. So now, let me show you how easy it is to, add the user authentication inside of our application. So what I'll do, I'll go to the header.jsx. And over here inside this div, what I'll do, I'll add this sign in button. And you know what, let's just copy this whole code. I'll show you what this is. And I'll paste it over here. Let's just import all of them one by one from @clerk/nextjs. Sign in button, sign up button, user button. Yeah, that should do it. Let's go to our app and see. And there we go. We can see sign in, sign up. Okay, so basically what this code is saying, when the user is signed out, we're supposed to show the sign in button and sign up button. If user is signed in, show this user button. So if I click on this sign in button over here, notice it's going to take us to the completely different page with the login UI already built. Right, so we can click on continue with Google, and I am logging in with Google right here. And there we go. It has redirected back to my app, and there we go. We have this user button with the drop down of manage our account, sign out from our account, everything pre-built coming out of Clerk, right? So this is absolutely amazing. So we will make this UI look a little bit better as well. But let me show you. We create this middleware.js file over here, right? So I told you that we will have some private pages inside of our app, some public pages, right? So what are all the private pages that we will be having? So let's protect them. So I'm going to say const is protected route equals create route matcher. So make sure to import it from @clerk/nextjs/server. Now inside of this, this will take an array, and here we can define our routes. Like for example, we will have the admin routes, right? So I'm going to say /admin and .*. This means that anything that comes after this /admin will be a private route. Similarly, apart from this, we will have saved cars, right? We will have /reservations. So I'm going to take this is protected route and go inside this clerk middleware. So over here, this takes a callback function, and this takes a auth and the request object. So basically over here, we need to check if user is logged in or not, right? So I'm going to say await auth, and this will give us const user ID, right? Now we can use this user ID, and this will be an asynchronous function since we are using await over here. And I'm going to say if the user ID is not present and user is on any of these pages, right? If user is not logged in and user is on any of these pages, so I'm going to take this, I'll paste this over here, is protected route, and I'm going to provide it with this request object. If both of these is true, I'm going to take out the redirect from sign in over here. So I'll say redirect to sign in, and I'm going to say return redirect to sign in. Awesome. And now this should redirect us to sign in if we try to access these pages, right? So obviously these pages does not exist, but let's just try to go over here. So I'm going to say admin and press enter. We are already logged in, right? So let me just sign it out. And now if I try to say /admin and press enter, and there we go. We are redirected to our sign-in page. And yeah, I know this will not be our sign-in page. Don't worry. We will create a custom page, not this weird URL over here, right? We will create our /sign-in page /sign-up page with our custom header as well, right? So don't worry about these things. We will do that next. So let's go back to our app. Now let's understand a little bit about routing in Next.js. So basically when you create a new folder over here inside this app, let's say sign-in. This becomes a whole new route inside of our app. And we need to create a page page.js file, or let's say page.jsx, and we can write the code inside of this for this route. So I'll say RAFCE sign in, and if I save this, now if I go back and I say /sign-in, you're gonna see we have sign in just like this. So by the way, this is our header content, right? So you know what, let's just remove it. I'm just gonna say header over here for now. So yeah, in this page, we can see this sign in over here. Awesome. So I'm gonna create another folder, sign-up. Let me just copy this page.jsx inside of over here, and instead of sign in, I'm gonna say sign up over here. You get the idea, right? So we have different pages over here, but if we have a lot of pages, imagine this will get so much messy, a lot of folders over here. So to organize them, we can create a new folder. Let's say if these are authentication routes, right? So I'm gonna say auth. But if we create this will create a new route, right? So auth/sign, we don't want that. So if we just wrap this with this parenthesis, now Next.js will completely ignore this route, right? It will go inside of it, but it will not pick this as a route, right? So if I put it inside of over here, move this and this. So both of these are inside of over here. Now you can see if I press enter again, this still works, right? There is no auth in between. So yeah, this is the way to organize routes in Next.js. And as we move forward, I will talk about more types of routes in Next.js. We have dynamic routes as well, and catch all route, etc. Right? So now let's talk about Clerk. If we want to set up a custom route for Clerk inside of our app, what do we need to do? We need to go inside of, first of all, inside of our .env, and over here we need to define two things. This next public Clerk sign-in URL, so write it exactly like this, equals /sign-in, and for sign-up URL equals /sign-up. So this will basically tell Clerk that these two pages are where we can find our sign-in and sign-up routes, right? We obviously need to add some code inside of sign-in and sign-up as well. So if I go on over here, inside this sign-in, we actually need to create a special folder called catch all route, optional catch all route. So I'll say .sign-in. So I'll show you actually in just a moment. So if I move this right over here, this will not pick this route up, right? Let me just open Next.js docs real quick. Go to the documentation, and over here in the project structure, you can see this is optional catch all route segment. So basically our route can look like this /shop. It can also look like /shop/a. We can add more routes after it, right? According to our need. So we will get all of these in the form of this slug inside of our route, right? So, and again, we don't need to worry about this because this will be handled by Clerk. And inside of our app, we won't be creating any such route, right? This is only being created because Clerk requires it to manage its sign-in and sign-up. So I'm going to create a new folder again over here, .sign-up. Let's move this page.jsx inside of it. And now for both of these, first of all, for sign in, instead of this over here, I'm gonna return sign in, and this will be imported from add_clerk/Next.js. Again, similarly, we will do this right over here. So instead of sign in, I'm gonna say sign up. Now these pages should work. So if I go back to my app, I think I've added the name as well, the same name, right? So let's just make this sign up page for this. I'm gonna say sign in page, so it doesn't interfere with this one. So let's see. Okay, awesome. So we can see this component being rendered right here. But let's move it to the middle. So to apply the same styles to both of these pages, as I told you, we have something called as layout, right? So we can give specific layout for just this folder. So I'm going to create a new file, layout.jsx, RAFCE, let's say auth layout. And now inside of it, first of all, we need to take the children over here. So children, and we need to render them right here. And simply, I'm going to give the class name of displayFlex, justify to center, and padding top to be 40. And now let's see. There we go. We can see it right here. So I've given 40 because we will have our header over here as well, right? It will take this much space. So this should be appropriate. Great. let's go on now and build our actual header of our app, right? Properly, let's build this header. So what I'll do, first of all, we would need the logo of our app, right? So just go to this AI car marketplace GitHub repository. I've given the link to this in the description down below. And just click on this public folder right here. So over here, I've added some dummy images. Like for example, for our logo, if you go to this logo.png, I have this logo. I have included a white logo. Different logos if you want to use it according to you, right? Whatever you feel is the best. If you want to use your own logo, again, you're welcome to, import your own file. And also, by the way, download these other images as well, these placeholder images. These will help us to, build our landing page, like first version of our landing page. Then later on, we will go on to make it dynamic. So yeah, I'll just quickly go on and download all of these images and put them inside of my public folder over here. All right, there we go. I have added all of these photos, logos and stuff right here, right? Cool. Let's go to our header.jsx and start building our header. So over here inside of this div, first of all, I'm going to have a header tag over here and a nav tag as well. Now inside this, I'm going to have a link tag. So basically link tag in Next.js is like a tag in HTML, right? It takes us to a separate page, but this link tag is customized with the, accordance to Next.js so that it does not refreshes our page and etc. So inside this link tag, I'm going to have a image tag, and image tag again is from Next.js so that it optimizes the images internally. So I'm going to import next/image, like image from next/image. And let's add our logo over here. So I'm going to say src/logo.png. And again, I have included different variants for you guys, whatever you want to use it. Let's add an alt tag, and then I'm going to add the width and height for it. Like, so this basically allows us to set the resolution for the image. So height, let's say 60. And then over here, we can add the Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to say height to be 12. Width is going to be auto. Object is going to be contained, so it does not, deforms itself. So let's check it out. Okay, so it says the link expects the href, obviously. So link expects the href just like the a tag, which tells it where it wants to go, right? Now, by the way, this header will be common inside of our app and our admin panel as well, right? So when we are rendering this header, first of all, this will be an asynchronous component, and we'll talk about what these asynchronous component or server components are very soon. So this will take something called as admin page. And by default, I'm going to keep it false. When we go on to build our admin page, then this will make more sense, right? So this is admin page basically tells us that if we are on admin page or not. And let's take another variable, const is admin. Again, these will be dynamic later on. And I'm going to say false if the admin is currently signed in or if it's just a normal user, right? So over here in the link, I'm going to say if is admin page. Oops, is admin page. If this is an admin page, then if I click on it, I'm going to go to /admin, else I'm going to go to just /, right? And right below this image, I'm going to say if this is an admin page, I'm going to show a span tag, which will just simply say admin, a small admin tag over here, right? So let's see. There we go. We can see this logo right here. And if I make this true, you're going to notice there will be a small admin tag over here, which we will realign to over here. Don't worry about it. Let's make it false for now. Now for this header, first of all, this will be a fixed header, right? So I'm going to add a position fixed. Top is going to be 0. Width is going to be full. Background is going to be white with 80% opacity. Backdrop blur, so that whatever comes behind it is in blurry format. Z index to be 50, and border, we're going to have some border bottom. Okay. For our nav, I'm going to have the class name of margin horizontal to be auto, padding horizontal to be 4, padding vertical to be 4. We're going to have a display flex so that we can align everything in one line. So I'm going to say items to be center and justify to be between, so that everything is on the far ends. So we will include actually more things over here apart from this link. So let's see how it looks now. Yep, it looks much better now. All right, so below this link over here, we will have some action buttons. So let's have a div. Inside this, I'm going to have a tag called signed in from @clerk/next.js. That is, if user is signed in, only then show whatever is inside of it. Right. So first of all, I'm going to have a link tag for my reservations, or we can have for saved cars as well. Like, let me show you. So if I say link over here, href, this will take us to /saved -cars. And inside of it, I'm going to have a button tag from Shadcn UI. So make sure to import it from ./UI/button. This will simply say saved cars. And I'm going to actually have an icon over here as well. So I'll have car front icon. And by the way, this will be imported from Lucid React. You don't need to install Lucid React because it comes out of the box from Shadcn UI. Let's give it the size of 18. And the saved cars, I'm going to put them inside of a span tag. So let's put them like this. And I'll actually say class name to be hidden in the smaller screens, and in the bigger screens, this will be visible. So let's check it out. Can we see anything right here? No, because we are not logged in. So if I click on continue with Google, and now we are logged in, and you can see the saved cars right over here. If I make the screen smaller, you can see the icon. So it's like this. Yep. This is the responsiveness that we have added, right? Cool. Similarly, I'm going to copy this link tag, and right above it, I'm going to paste it. And this will be for my reservations. And actually, this will be having this car front, and this saved cars will have the heart icon from Lucid React. And this will have the variant of outline. Let's move this below the saved cars. And now let's see. Yep, looks good. Let's have some spacing between them. So I'm going to give this div some class name of display flex items center and some space x to be 4 between them. So let's see. Yeah, horizontal spacing to be 4. Now, for the normal users, these two buttons will be visible. But if the admin is signed in, we don't want to do anything with this my reservation button, right? So what I'll do, instead of this, I'm going to render the admin panel button, right? That user can go to the admin portal. By the way, first of all, let me just change this to reservations. Oh, sorry, not this one. This one, I'm getting confused. Reservations. And now right below it, I'm going to render another link for the admin portal. Let's just have the icon of layout over here from Lucid React. And this will go to /admin when we click on it. So let's see. Yep, right there. And I'm gonna add a condition over here. So I'll say if is admin is there, sorry, if is admin is not there, that is the admin is not logged in, then we'll show this, else we will show this. So let's see. Yep, we can see my reservation. If I say admin is true, we can see the admin portal. Great. Let's revert it to false now. And also, if we are on the admin page, right, is admin page, we don't want to show any of these icons. We just want to go back to the app, right? Just the logo and the app. So what I'll do, instead of this whole sign in, I'm going to add a condition over here. I'll wrap this in curly braces. I'll say if this admin page is there, then we will show something else over here. Else we will show this sign, like this whole, these 3 buttons. So let me just copy this link again and paste it right here. This should be href / saved cars. I'm going to say back to app. Let's get rid of these class names, and I'll show a arrow button over here. So arrow left button will be of variant outline. Probably you can have destructive so that it is more visible. It's your choice. And the class name is going to be flex item center and gap to be 2. Let's see. So cool. Let's just make this true. And now we should see arrow left is not defined. Okay. We have not imported arrow left. So now it should be visible. Yep. You can see back to app. Awesome. By the way, this admin is appearing over here. I think over here in the link, we should give the class name of flex. So now it should appear right here. Yep. This is better. Okay, cool then. So I'll just revert it to false again. And now after this, all of these action buttons are done. After this, what I'll do, I'll just display the login button, right? Login button and also the user button. So I'll say if the user is signed out, imported from @clerk/next.js, then I'm going to show sign in button. Inside this, I'm gonna have a button tag from Shadcn UI, and I'll say login. And I'll keep the variant to be outline. And I'll say after the user is signed in, we will redirect them to /. Let's see how it looks. How do I log out? We don't have any user button anymore. So let me just add user button. So below this signed out, I'm gonna say if the user is signed in, signed in, then we will render the user button from @clerk/next.js. Let's see. Yep, we can click on it and click on sign out. And now we can see the login button. Okay, awesome. If I click on login, there we go. We are on the sign in page. Let's click on continue with Google. Great. Let me just make this user button a little bit bigger. So we have something called as appearance over here. Inside of this, we can add the elements and we can target this avatar box and change the width and height for it. So there we go. All right, now let's go on and set up our backend. And for our backend and our database, we are going to be using a Postgres database called Supabase. So a lot of you might have already heard about Supabase. It's super popular and it is free to use as well. So I'm going to click on start your project and let's log in with GitHub and you will land on this page. So let's click on new project and I'm going to name my project as vehicle. You can generate any random database password over here and you can copy it up for later on and click on create new project. There we go. It has set up a brand new Supabase project for us. Now, if you click on connect over here, it will show you the different ways that you can connect your app. So if I go to app frameworks, we have Next.js, right? So we can either use Supabase own opinionated way to connect, right? Or we can also use something more generic, right? Or by using something like an ORM, like Prisma, right? And you guys already know in all of my videos, I like to use Prisma with a PostgreSQL database because I don't want this to be opinionated with the way how Supabase works, right? Because if you know Prisma, then you will be able to work with any PostgreSQL database in the world, right? So cool then. I'm just gonna copy both of these connection strings from over here and I'll go back to my project in the .env file and put them right over here, just like this. Now over here, we need to add our password as well, right? So let's close this up. Let's go to a project setting. I actually forgot to, paste that password that I copied. So just go on over here. Database password. I'm just going to reset my database password. Let's generate a new password over here. I'm going to copy this first and then click on reset password. And what I'll do, I'll go back and right here in the your password section, I will replace both of them with my generated password. All right, that's cool. Now, one more thing, as you guys already know, we will have images inside of our app as well, right? For like the car images. So we will be using Supabase storage to store all of those images. So let's just create a new bucket for it. Let's just call it car-images and make sure that this is a public bucket and click on save over here. There we go. It has been created. Now we need to set up one more thing. Just click on connect over here. And obviously for, making the storage calls, we would need this. We would need the Supabase code right here. We would not be needing this for making the CRUD operations like with our database, but just for this storage, right? So what I'll do, I'll just copy this code up, this server.ts file, and I'll go back to my app. In the lib, I'm going to create a new file called supabase.js, and we'll paste this over here for now. You don't need to worry about it. And obviously, if you're using JS, then make sure to remove these exclamations from over here, right? And remove these types from over here as well, since we are not using TypeScript. This type from here and this cookies line from here as well, right? That is all. We will come back to this later on. And yeah, we also need to install this. So yeah, let's go and install this. So all we need to do is go to our terminal and run npm install @supabase/supabase-js and press enter. Looks like there's some issue over here as well. So let's just use legacy peer deps with this one as well. And you know what? We need to actually install one more. So @supabase/ssr for server-side rendering. So this is the library that I'm talking about. There we go. It is installed. Awesome. So now let's just close it. We don't need to worry about it right now. Now let's go on and set up the security for our application. I've already showed you that we will be having rate limiting and, prevent our websites from common attacks. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Arcjet. And as you can see, it provides us a lot of security features like bot detection, rate limiting, email validation, attack protection, data redaction, and much more, right? So just click on sign up for free. And you guys have already seen I've used Arcjet a couple of times in my previous projects as well, right? So let's log in with Google, and there we go, we are in. So let's go on and create a new site. Let's name our site vehicle as usual and click on create. Great. Now, as you can see, it tells us the instruction of how you can, install Arcjet inside of your app. But for now, what do we need to do? We need to get this API key. So let's just copy it up and paste it inside of our .env file. So I'm going to paste it right here. Awesome. Now we will come back to this and I'll show you how you can exactly, install this inside of our Next.js and also implement features like, rate limiting, bot protection, etc. Okay. So our database has been set up. Arcjet key has been added as well. Now I want to show you something which will help in your developer journey a lot, right? And also will help you build your projects faster. Now, let's suppose we are building this app, right? And let's say if it's a real product and if we want to tell our users that this app is coming soon and we want to start collecting the data basically of our users, of our email of our users, right? So that later on we can send the email when our app's development is complete, right? So a lot of us, we don't want to, spend a lot of time in creating a waitlist form or something like that, right? So features like this can easily be built using AI. So let me show you this awesome tool that I've been using recently called Create. So make sure to click the link in the description down below and you will land on this page right here. Let's say if we want to create a waitlist for our app right now, we can go on and start from scratch, obviously, but notice they have provided us a bunch of templates over here as well. So let's first of all go on and log in, and don't worry, it is free to get started. I'm gonna log in using my email, and there we go, we are in. Now you can click on over here and create a new project, or we can also choose from their wide list of AI templates. So if I click on over here on AI templates, let's see if we find something which is useful for us. Okay, waitlist. Yep, this can be useful for us, right? Let's click on customize this template. And again, you can obviously get started from absolute scratch as well, right? But why not? If they are providing us with something just like this, it's much more useful for us. So let's say I want to create a waitlist form for my car marketplace called vehicle, right? Let's just send it and see what happens. And by the way, if you press on / over here, you can add a ton of integrations over here. You can see you can add GPT-4, like validate emails, the ability to create the QR codes, right? At Gemini API, you can create manual components over here as well, like pages, functions. So this is not just for small applications. This is for full-fledged apps as well. So, okay, it's asking us a few questions. Let's focus on over here. Now, let's personalize the design for your page. Which design would you prefer? Let's see. They have given us a bunch of designs over here. Let's choose something minimal, right? You know what? I like this one. Let's go for this one. So it is processing it. And you can see it is customizing it as well. The future of car buying is here. And it is customizing the description and everything as well. Oh, wow. You can see with respect to the UI that I've selected, it has completely transformed the UI. And it has this enter your email address as well. Okay, let's wait. Obviously, you can provide it more information so that it customizes these, FAQs over here as well. All right, there we go. It has finished our landing page and it looks awesome. So now it is asking us, do you have a logo you would like to use for vehicle? You can paste an image directly onto our chat, or I can suggest some emojis. Okay, you can just add some image. Probably let's add this white image over here. Yep, this is the one. Let's click on send. There we go. It has added our logo as well. Awesome. Would you like to incorporate any additional visual background image? No, let's keep it minimal as it is. And by the way, you guys might be thinking, right? Where are these emails going to be stored? So I'll get to that. So it's asking us keep FAQs with generated questions, or you can also add your own FAQs, right? Just like we have added inside of our own application. So I'm gonna say keep FAQs with generated questions. Great. And then I've added that no additional sections needed, so that it does not ask us more questions, right? So okay. You know what? Let's try to add some email and see if it is working or not. So I'll just add my email and click on join waitlist. You're on the waitlist, but where are my emails going? So, let's go back and you can see we have this databases section over here. And there we go. It has created a new database entry, like waitlist entries database for us. And notice our entry has been stored right here. And by the way, this uses NeonDB behind the scenes, right? So it uses a PostgreSQL database. Awesome. So we didn't have to even, tell it to create this DB. It did everything behind the scenes. So let's click on ready to publish. Let's name our app something. Let's just say vehicle waitlist. Click on save. And there we go. It has created a shareable link for us, which we can share with the world now. Just like this. Awesome. But, I'm not satisfied with this. I want this to be integrated inside of my app, right? So notice how easy it makes it. And by the way, you can click on over here and you can edit this code and everything as well, right? So, okay, let's click on embed project over here and notice it gives you with this iframe, right? Now we can take this iframe and embed this application inside of our own vehicle app, right? Let me show you. So if I go back to my app, let's go to the app folder and you know what, let's just create a new folder for waitlist, right? I want to be I want this to be displayed over here in the waitlist page. So I'll create a new file, page.jsx, RAFCE, waitlist page. And over here, let's just have a div. And inside this div, I'm going to paste that code, paste that iframe. And it should work, but I think we need to add some configuration inside of Next.js config, right? So that this works properly. So over here in the Next.js config, I would need to say async headers. And inside of this function, I would just need to add some source, right? So I'll say return an array. And inside of this, I'm going to have to say source. Source will be embed. And I'll say headers. And inside of this, I'll say key is going to be content security policy. And the value is going to be a frame src. And actually, this is going to be inside of an object, just like this. And yeah, I think that should be good enough. Let's check it out. Let's go to the /waitlist page over here. So I'll say /waitlist, press enter. Okay, so it gives us there the style prop expects mapping. Okay, so it means that instead of this, we need to say wait to be 100%. Now it should work. Okay, there we go. I think we would need to just provide some margin top over here. So I'll say class name, margin top to be, 20. In fact, let me just say it's going to be fixed and width is going to be full. I'll give this class name to this div over here. And for the internal div, I'm going to say class name to be aspect video and width is going to be full. So now it should be properly displayed. Yep, something like this. If you scroll down, we can see this email, like ability to enter email address. And now, you can style this probably even more according to yourself, right? I'm just giving you an idea how you can quickly create a waitlist page or any type of feature or page, right? And embed it inside of your application, right? So this is super helpful. And again, this is completely independent on its own. If someone enters this email address, it will go directly to this database right here. And again, obviously, this is customizable as well. So, you can go to this code right here. If you want, you can just, download this code from over here as well and make it a part of your application. All right, now let's go to our page.js and start working on our landing page. So you guys have already seen our landing page will contain a bunch of different things like AI image search, featured cars, makes, body types, FAQs, etc. Right? So let's go on and build all of these. So let me just remove all of this from over here. And inside of this div, I'm just give the class name of padding top to be 20. First, it's going to be padding top. Display is going to be flex and flex is going to be column so that everything is from top to bottom. Now, first of all, let's build the hero section. So over here, let's just create a section tag. Let me just make this page.jsx. Okay, so this will be a section tag. Inside this, I'm going to have a div. We will have another div over here, which will contain a h1, which will say find your dream car with vehicle AI. And below this H1, I'm going to have a P tag, which will say advanced AI car search and test drive from thousands of vehicle. And below this div is where we will be having our search, right? So I'm just going to comment it out for now. Now, first of all, for this section right here, I want a dotted style background, right? Just like you have seen in the intro of this video. So what I'll do, I'm going to be creating a completely different, like complete separate class for this. So I'm going to say dotted dash background, and I'm going to bring this in real quick. I'm going to put a background color over here. And for the background image, I'm putting a radial gradient so that it looks like a dot with this color right here, and transparent, like opacity is going to be this much, and the size is going to be 1 pixel. And then I'm going to say background size of 30 pixels, right? So that there's some 30 pixel gap between these. So now for this section, I'm going to say class name of relative padding horizontal to be 16. In these screens, more than medium screens, I'm going to say padding vertical to be 28. And by the way, this is also padding vertical, not horizontal. And I'll put that dotted background class over here. Let's see how this looks. Yep, this is exactly what we wanted. And there's our title and subtitle, or you can say paragraph. So let's go on and style them as well. First of all, I want them in the very center, right? So I'm going to give this div class name of max width to be 4xl. That is around 896 pixel. And mx to be auto, so that it's in the very middle and text center, right? For this div, I'm going to say margin bottom to be 8, right? So there's some space between this and search. Let's see. Okay, yep, it is in the middle. Now for these titles as well, these are going to be like a modern SaaS gradient style title, right? So I'm going to be writing custom Tailwind classes for these. So I'll say at layer utilities. And inside this, you can write dot gradient, like whatever the name of your class, dot gradient. I'll say at apply, and I'll say background gradient to bottom right. That is, it will start from top right and go to bottom right. I mean top left to bottom right. So it will say from blue 500 to green 500, right? So this is just the gradient, and let's create the title. So I'll say dot gradient dash title, and I'm gonna say at apply. We will first use this gradient class over here, font extra bold, tracking tighter so that they are closer to each other, padding right to be 2, padding bottom to be 2, so that they have some space in right and bottom, so that the text doesn't get cut off, text transparent, and background clip text, so that this background color comes on to our text, right? So this gradient title is what we will be needing. So I'll go on over here, and for this H1, I'm going to say class name to be text 5xl. In the smaller screens, in the bigger screen, it's going to be 8xl, margin bottom to be 4, and gradient to be title. For this paragraph, I'm going to say text to be XL, text grade to be 500, margin bottom to be 8, max width to be 2xl, and MX to be auto, so that this is in the very center. And this will be a very subtle color, right? So if you see, so it gives us the error, cannot apply utility class gradient. You know what, let's just take all of this, and I'll just paste it over here. And let's just get rid of this. I think now it should work. Yep, now it's working. So you see how beautiful this is starting to look now, right? Find your dream car with vehicle AI. Awesome. Now below this, obviously, we will have a search component. So inside this components folder, I'm going to create a new file called home-search.jsx. RAFCE home search. Let's just take this and render this over here for now. We will come back to that component after we have built other parts of our homepage. So let's see. Yep, we can see it right here. Okay, let's ignore it for a second. And after this, let's render our featured images below it. See, this is the section that we'll be working in. And after that, browse by make, browse by body type, etc. Right? So for these cars right here, these are dynamic, right? But for now, since we are building it for the first time and we don't have any data in the backend, right? So I've given you these dummy images over here that we can use to render right here. And also, we will also need some dummy data as well, right? So if you go to my GitHub repository, inside of this lib, you will find this data.js file. So make sure that you copy it up. We will just need it initially for now. So inside lib, I'm going to create a new file, data.js, and I'll just paste this right here. So this is basically our FAQs, body type, car makes with respect to the image that I've added over there, right? And also these featured cars. So this will help us to build the first version of our landing page. So right below this section, I'm gonna have another section with class name of padding y of 12. Inside this, I'm gonna have a div, which will have another div, which will have a h2 called featured cars. And then we can also display a button alongside it, which will enable us to go to our car listing page. So I'm going to say view all. And let's just have a icon over here, which will point right. So chevron right. Let's just give this some class name of margin left of 1, height of 4, and width of 4. Let's see how this looks for now. So yep, something like this. And right below this div is where we will be rendering all of our featured cars. So I'm going to have a div right here, and we'll say featured cars, and make sure to import it from /lib/data.map. And over here, we will map through all of this data. So we will take each and every individual car. And here, actually, we will be rendering a car card. So that will be a common component that we will be using throughout our application. So I'll say car card, and this will get the key that will be car.id and also our actual car. Now obviously this car card does not exist, so inside of over here, inside of our component, I'm going to create a new file called car card.jsx, RAFCE car card. If I go back right now, okay, so we need to import car card right here. If I go back, you will see we are not returning anything over here, I guess. So yeah, we need to return. Now you'll see just 3 car card texts over here, but we need to create the actual UI over here, right? So over here, I'm gonna be taking the car object that we are providing from over there, and instead of this div, we will be using the card component from Shadcn UI. So make sure to import card from /UI/card. So if I show you inside of Shadcn UI, see, this is the card component, and to use it, you can simply import it like this. For now, we're just going to be needing this card component. So inside this, first of all, we would need to display the image, or if it has more images, right? So we will check. So if I just show you inside of our data first, see, we have this images, right? So it can be one or more than one image. So I'm going to check this in curly braces. If car.images and car.images.length is more than 0, then I'm going to render the image, else we would render some placeholder image right here, right? So over here, I'm going to have a div, which will say image. Let's import it from next/image. And the src will be car.images of 0th, like whatever the first image is, we will take that. Also, let me just keep our div over here for now so that it does not break. Yeah, so we'll provide the src, the alt tag will simply be car make and car model, and we will fill it. And also when we hover on this, we want a little bit zoom effect, right? So I'm going to say class name object cover, and when we hover on this, scale will become 105. We will add some transition and duration of 300 milliseconds. For the container div, I'm going to say class name relative width full and height full. So let's see. Okay, so for some reason it's not visible. Let me just provide this div some class name, position relative, and height to be 48. Yep, now we can see they are starting to show up, but they don't look good, right? So also, if there is no image, I'm just gonna show a placeholder car icon right here from Lucid React, right? You can show whatever image that you want over here. So let me show you. If I, let's just keep it as false, then you will see some image like this, right? Whatever, it's your choice. If you want to keep some other image, you can keep that. Now for this card, I'm gonna give the class name of overflow hidden, so that if the image is bigger, it should not go outside, right? When we hover on it, there should be a shadow, and obviously there should be a transition on this group, right? So that this is smooth. So yeah, you can see the hover is working absolutely fine. Great. And by the way, over here in the page.jsx, right here, we would need to provide some class name so that we can display it as a grid, right? So I'll say display grid column to be 1 in the smaller screens. In the medium screens, grid columns are going to be 2. And in the larger screens, grid columns are going to be 3. and gap of 6 between them. Now they should look good. Yep, something like this. You see, now it has starting to take shape. Let's display the make, model of the car and other details about it. So below this div, actually not below this div, above this div, I'm gonna show a button, and this button will actually be for our wishlist icon, right? So if you go to the deployed app, you will see this icon right here. Now, obviously, since we are not logged in, if you click on it, it will give us the error, please sign in to save car. So we need to take care of these things as well. So inside this button, I'm gonna simply say, it will be a heart icon from Lucid React. And notice inside of our data, we have this wish listed key as well, right? As an example, which later on, obviously this will be dynamic. So for now, I'm going to be creating a state over here, use state called saved. And by default, it will have value of car.wish listed. Now, with respect to this, we will display different things inside of it, like the different values inside of it. So inside this heart, I'm going to say class name, if is saved is true, then fill dash current, else it will be empty. And the size is going to be 20 for this icon. And what's wrong? Okay, so yeah, this, since we're using use state over here, this will become a client component, right? Until now, we were using server components which were rendered on server. So since we're using client component, we have to add use client directive on the top of this component. So now if I go back, okay, button is not defined. Let me import this button from /UI/button. Oh, sorry, I used is saved over here. Let's just rename our state to is saved. So set is saved. Yep, there we go. You can see this one had true value, so this is filled. Others are empty. Let's align it properly. First of all, this button will be variant ghost and size of icon. And I'm going to give this the class name of absolute top is going to be 2 and right is going to be 2 because we want to show it on the top right? So background is going to be white and 90% opacity. Rounded is going to be full. Padding is going to be 1.5. Let's see how this looks. Yep, much better. Now let's add a condition over here. So I'm going to say if is saved is true, then show red icon, else show gray icon. So now you'll see, yep, red icon and grayish icon. Now when we click on it, we want to trigger a function as well. So on click, let's just say handle toggle save. Now obviously this function does not exist. So for now, I'm just gonna create a empty function over here, handle toggle saved, just like this, which will be an asynchronous function and will take an event over here. Now we don't need to worry about it. We will come back to this later on. Below this div, we will render the card content. So if you see inside of Shadcn UI, we have this card content tag over here, right? So that is what we will be using. So make sure to import it from Shadcn UI and remove this. Let's give it the class name of padding of 4. Oops, padding 4. And simply, I'm gonna have a div. Inside this, I'll have a h3, which will showcase the car.make and car.model. Similarly, we will have a span tag over here as well, which will show the price of the car. So I'll say car.price to local string. So let's see. Yep, something like this. Let's give this a class name of display flex column, margin bottom to be 2. For this header, I'm gonna say text large, font bold, and line clamp to 1. So this is basically overflow hidden, right? If the text, like title text, goes beyond the certain limit, right? And the span obviously is going to have text XL and some text blue to 600 so that this price is highlighted. All right, now below this, I'm gonna be rendering few more details about our car. So if you just see inside of our data, we have things like transmission, year, fuel type, etc., right? So I'm gonna have a div which will say car.year, car.transmission, and car.fuel type with some dots between them, right? And this will be some subtle details. So I'll have text gray 600 and margin bottom to be 2 between them so that we can render some other details over here like car body type, mileage, etc. So let's see first of all these things. Yep, these look good. Now below this, let's render more details like car.body type, and we will be using this badge component from Shadcn UI. So make sure to import from .ui/badge. And again, this badge is also customizable. You can refer to Shadcn UI's official documentation. I'm gonna give these some background gray of 50, and we will render things like mileage, color, etc. Right? So let's see. Yep, something like that. See how professional this is starting to look. Now simply below this div, I'm gonna have another div which will render a button which will say view car so that we can go onto that car page, right? We can either render it inside of a link, or we can also use dynamic routing, right? Like we have a hook inside of Next.js called use router. So import it from next/navigation, and this returns us const router equals use router. Now we can take this router and go down over here. I'll say on click, and over here we will have a callback. I'll say router dot push, and I'll go to /cars / whatever the car ID is, right? Whenever we click on it. Let's just say class name of displayFlex and justify between. So let's see how this looks. Yes, this looks amazing. Why is there this extra spacing between them? Let's see. I think it's because of the default padding that the card has. So I'll say py to be 0. And yeah, now these are fine. Great. So we have successfully designed our car card. So let's go back to our page.jsx and continue building it. For this feature cars title, I'm going to say class name to be text 2XL, font to be bold. For this div right here, I'm going to say class name to be displayFlex, justify between, and items to be center. Margin bottom is going to be 8 between these. And obviously the whole div right here will contain class name to be container, margin X to be auto, so right there in the middle, and some padding horizontal as well. Cool. Let's see how this looks. So yep, this is what we wanted. When we click on this view all button, this should go to the /cars, right? So let's just add a link over here. So inside this button, I'm going to add a link tag, which will take to href cars. And this button will have variant ghost and class name to be flex, items to be center, right? So you'll see, okay, so link is not defined. Obviously we have not imported it from next/link. And also we will have as child class name over here so that this is properly aligned one after the other. So yeah, something like this. After this, let's build this browse by make section. So this also be very similar to this one, right? So I'm just gonna copy this up and paste it right after it. I'll simply say browse by make instead of that. We will also have some background gray of 50 so that we can, differentiate between both of these sections. For grid right here in the smaller screens, this will be 2. In the medium screens, this will be 4. And in the larger screens, we will display 6 makes. And let's say gap of 4. Now, obviously, we will remove this code right here. And here, I'm going to render a link tag with the key of make dot name. href is going to be for that particular model, right? /cars and make equals $sign make dot name. So this will basically apply the filter when we go to /cars page with this make. And we will add some class name over here of background white, rounded large, some shadow, padding to be 4, text to be center. When we hover on it, shadow is going to be medium, and some transition with cursor pointer. Right? Now we can simply render the image of that particular make over here, right? So inside this div, I'm going to have the image tag, import it from next/image. So let's see the data. In the data, we have image. So first of all, in the src, I'm going to say make.image. In the alt tag, I'm going to say make.name, and this will be fill layout. Style will be object fit contain. Let's see how this looks. Make is not defined. Yeah, obviously we need to, do the map, right? So car makes dot map. So let's take this callback right here, and I'll put this link inside of that callback. I'll say return, and I'll take each and every make from over here. Make sure to import it from our data file. And it looks weird right now. You can see all of these have been rendered right here. So we need to fix these. First of all, the div will have the class name of height to be 16. Width is going to be auto, mx auto, margin bottom to be 2, and it will be relative instead of absolute. So now, yep, we can see all of them have been rendered in their place. Let's add the text between them, like below them for each and every company. So below this div, I'm going to have a h3 with make.name and font medium. So yeah, something like this. Awesome. So if I click on, let's say Honda, you will see it will take us to /cars and make equals Honda. Right? When we build this functionality, this will apply the filter automatically over there. All right, now after this section, we're gonna have the section of why choose us, right? So if you go to the deployed website, why choose our platform, it will be again very similar to what we have already built, right? So let me just quickly go on and make this. So inside of this section, we will have our div. Inside that, we will have a h2 tag, which will say why choose our platform. Section will have the class name of padding y of 16, and the div will simply have the class name container and some horizontal margin with padding to be 4. Now below this h2, we will have a div, which will contain another div, which will contain a div and an h3 and a paragraph tag. Now in each of these, first of all, for this div, we will render the car icon for the first one, import it from Lucid React. H3 will say wide selection, and the paragraph will say thousands of verified vehicle from trusted dealership. Now again, this is fully customizable according to you, right? Whatever you want, you can keep the data over here. Right now, this div will contain all of these steps, right? Or why choose our platform. So I'm going to say class name to be grid. In the smaller screens, it will show 1. In the bigger screens, it will show all 3. This div will say text to be center, so that text is center for all of them. For this div right here for the icon, I'm going to say class name, background blue to be 100, text blue to be 700, so it's a little bit darker, rounded to be full, width to be 16, height to be 16, display flex, items to be center, justify to be in the very center, so that item center, justify center, so it shows in the center of that circle. Margin horizontal to be auto and margin bottom to be 4. So let's see inside of our website. Yep, something like this. Let's do the same for our h3 and paragraph as well. So text XL, font bold to be, and margin 2, right? For our paragraph, I'm going to say class name, text gray to be 600. So it's a little bit subtle, right? Something like this. Great. Same thing for our other 2 points as well. I'm not going to be writing them again and again, right? So I'll just copy and paste it right here. You can just take this content like easy test drive, book a test drive online in minutes, secure process, verified listing, secure booking process for the peace of mind, and make sure to import these calendar and shield. Again, the styles will not be changed. These are exactly the same as the first one. Okay, there we go. It looks good. Now after this, we need to render the body type. So let's just copy this browse by make, and it will be very similar to that. Right, so I'll just go on over here. I'll copy this section up of the make, and right below this, I'll paste it. And I'll simply say browse by body type. And over here, instead of car makes, I'm going to say body types and import it from the data file. Let's take the type over here. Instead of make, I'm going to say type. And instead of this href, I'm going to be saying, I'll be saying body type equals type dot name. Again, this will be one of the filters that we will be implementing inside of our car listing page. Class name will be very simple, position relative, and cursor pointer for the whole group. For this div, I'm going to say overflow to be hidden, rounded, large, flex, justify, end. So because if you notice inside of our deployed website, this is behind this gradient, right? So we want it to be displayed in the end. Height is going to be 28, margin bottom is going to be 4, and position relative. Now for these images, instead of make, I'm going to say type, and I'll add the class name of object cover. Group hover will increase the scale, transition, and some 300 milliseconds of duration. Instead of over here in make, I'll say type. And I'll actually wrap this inside of our div. So I'll just move it over here. I'll give this the class name of absolute because we want to overlap this thing with this title, right? I'll say inset to be 0, background gradient from bottom to top. So it will start from black 70% to transparent, right? So if you notice, from black 70% to transparent. Rounded, large from the sides, display flex, and items are going to be on the very end. And inside this, instead of this font medium, I'll say text to be white, text to be XL, font bold, bold, padding left is going to be 4, and padding bottom is going to be 2. So now if I go to our website, let's see how it looks. Yep, this is what we wanted. Let's fix some grid over here. So in the small screens, grid columns will be 2. In the medium screen, it will be 4. And let's just remove this larger screens. So now it should just, yes, spread out. Great. This looks awesome. And you can see in the bottom this link according to each and every car type. All right. Below this, we want to show our FAQs. And this will be done using the accordion component in Shadcn UI. So you can see we have this accordion component, right? So we'll use this. So let's go back and actually I'll just, yeah, this is the code that we'll be using. Let's just keep it open. So let's just copy this thing over here probably. Let's copy this H2 only. This is the only thing I guess that we will be needing. So below this section, I'm going to have another section with the div and I'll paste this H2 over here, which will say frequently asked questions. I'll add some additional styles over here, text center and margin bottom to be 8. So this div will have some class name of container as usual, margin horizontal to be auto and padding horizontal to 4. For our section, I'll give the class name like this similar class name, padding y12, background gray of 50. And now below this H2 is where we can render our accordion, right? So let's just take this code from over here and paste it right here. Let's import it from, make sure to import from /components and not from Radix UI. Let's give it some class name of width full. For each and every accordion item, we will render the FAQ items from our data file. So map, let's take this callback inside of it and I'll move this accordion item inside of right here and I'll return it as well. So I'll take each and every FAQ and the index so that I can render it right here. Key is going to be index, value is going to be item and the index. So it helps us to, open these properly. So, okay, for the title, I'll simply say FAQ.question and for the content, I'll say FAQ.answer. So let's see. Yep, this looks awesome. Now after this, simply we need to display this call to action button. So after this section, let me just, I don't think we need to copy it up. So I'm just going to say section right here. We will have a div and have an H2 inside of it, which will say ready to find your dream car. We will have a paragraph tag, which will say join thousands of satisfied customers who found their perfect vehicle through our platform. And then below this P tag, we will have a div, which will contain 2 buttons, view all cars and sign up now. So again, for this section, let's just give it that dotted background. So I'm going to say padding Y to 16, dotted background and text to be white. For this div, I'll say container, MX auto, padding horizontal to 4 and text to be center. For H2, let's make this text a little big. So I'll say text 3XL, font bold and margin bottom to be 4. And the paragraph will be a little bit subtle. So text XL, text blue to be 100, margin bottom to be 8 and max width is going to be 2XL with horizontal margin to be auto. So signed out is not defined. Yep. So signed, we need to only display this button right here when the user is signed out. So let's import this signed out from Clerk. So let's see. Yep. Awesome. This looks good. Since we are already signed in, we will not see that button right here. Great. So now what I want to do, I want to create this search UI right here, right? So let's go to this home-search.jsx. And by the way, we would need a library for dragging and dropping those images, right? So I'll say npm install react-drop zone. So I'll show you what this is and how this works very soon. So inside of this, again, this failed. So let's just use legacy peer deps, press enter. All right, so inside of this div, I'm gonna have a form. On submit, I'm gonna be calling a function. Let's just say handle text submit, right? Let's just create this function, like dummy function right here, const handle text submit, just like this. Inside this form, I'm gonna be having a div, which will have class name of relative, display flex and items to be center. So inside this div, I'm gonna have a input tag from Shadcn UI, which will simply say type text and placeholder, enter make model or use our AI image search. Right now for this handling this input right here, I'm gonna be needing a state. So let's just create a state right here called search term. And also since we're using hooks over here. So I'll say use client. This will be a client component. So for this input, I'm going to give the value of search term. On change, I'll say set search term to be e.target.value, and the class name will be padding left to be 10, padding right to be 12, padding vertical to be 6, and some width full, rounded full, some border of gray, and some background white with 95% opacity. Backdrop blur is going to be small. So let's see. useState is not defined. Okay, let's import useState. There we go, something like this. Now after this input, we will have a div which will have a camera icon from Lucid React, and this will simply activate the image search, right? So to activate image search, I'm gonna have another state over here called is image search active, right? Simple Boolean state. So for this, I'm gonna be saying size is going to be 35. On click, I'm gonna say set is image search active, and whatever the image is, whatever the value is, I'm gonna invert it. Class name is going to be cursor pointer, rounded to be XL, padding to be 1.5. And the style is going to be, if the image search is active, then we will show it black, and the text color white, else we will not show anything, right? Like we will keep it default. So yeah, you can see over here, something like this. So we need to put it inside of over here, right? So for this div, I'm going to say class name of absolute right is going to be 100 pixels. So now it's going to appear, inside of over here. Great. And then after this, let's just display a search button over here. So after this, I'm going to say button, type submit, class name to be position absolute, right to be 2, and rounded full. So now we will see, sorry, this button was not defined. So let's import it. And now let's see. Yep, this looks awesome. All right, now when this image search is active, we want to show the UI for React dropdown, right? So I'll just search React drop zone. So you'll land on this website, react-dropzone.js.org. So if you see, this is how we make a drop zone or something like this, right? So let me show you. Let's just go on and build this. Or if in our deployed website, you can see, we will show a UI like this. You can click on it over here, or you can drag and drop an image on this area to get it selected. So below this form, I'll say is image search active. Then we will display something right here, and we will display a div over here with the class name of margin top to be 4. Now inside this div, we will have a form, and I'll say on submit, we'll say handle image search, right? We will simply initiate the image search. So let me just duplicate this function over here and just name it handle image search for now. Now inside this form, we will have a div, right? And here we will say check, like if the image has been selected, we will show the image preview, else we will show that drop zone area. So we need to create a couple of states over here. First of all, the image preview, whatever the search image is, and if the image is currently uploading or not, right? So these will be useful along the way as we go forward. So first of all, if the image has been selected, so image will be stored in this image preview right here. Inside this div, I'm going to say if the image preview is true, then we will show some div over here with that image, right? Else, I'm going to show something else. So let's go back to the documentation of React drop zone, and let's see. So let's see something like this, right? So let me just copy it and paste it right here. So we'll need to get this get root props, get input props. So let me just copy it up, and I think we would need both of these. So let's just go on over here and I'll paste it. So let's import this use drop zone from React drop zone, and there's going to this on drop function that we'll be using. Let's remove this use callback over here. In React 19, we don't use it anymore. And let's just say apart from this, I'm going to say accept the images, JPEG, JPG, PNG, and max files are going to be 1. Yeah, I think apart from this, I think we'll be needing is drag reject as well to show the appropriate message. So let's go over here. Let me just close this. Let's go over here. So let me just change this condition a little bit. So I'm going to say if is drag active and is drag reject is not true, then I'm going to say leave the file here to upload. else I'll say drag and drop a car image or click to select, right? So this will be inside of a paragraph tag. Let me just wrap it inside of a paragraph tag. Great. But if the drag has been rejected, then I'm going to display the message invalid image type. And let's just below this, I'm going to render a p tag which says supports JPEG PNG max 5 MB. Okay, so above this p tag, let's just display a icon as well for the upload icon, which will look something like this, with height 12, width 12, text gray 400, and margin bottom to be 2. Let's see how this looks currently. Cannot resolve React drop zone. So I think it's not properly imported. Let's remove this. Yes, now I think it is. If I click on over here, if I click on this, okay, it is opening this. Great. Let's just work on it further. So over here, first of all, let me just wrap all of these things inside of a div. So all of these things inside of over here. Class name is going to be display flex, flex column, and items to be center. And for this parent div, I'm going to say class name to be cursor pointer. Now, when the image is dragged and dropped over here, it goes on to this on drop function, right? With this accepted files. Now, let's see how can we handle it. Do they have given anything inside their docs? Not very useful. So let's go back and try to implement something of our own. So first of all, we would need the first file, right? So I'm going to say const file equals accepted files. And let's first say if the file is there. Then inside of it, first of all, let's check if it's, image size is less than 5 MB. So I'm going to say if file size is more than 5 MB, then we will give this error. And by the way, we need to set up this toast. This will come from Sonar, right? And also we need to import this thing inside of our layout.js. So right below this main, I'm going to say toaster from Sonar. And over here, I need to give rich colors so that it shows different colors for different types of toast, right? So yeah, this will be toast dot error. Like we can show toast dot error, success, etc., right? Different types of toast. Now after this, I'm gonna say set uploading to true, and I'll say set this search image to this file right here, right? Now we're gonna be using something called as file reader, which is inbuilt inside of our apps, web apps, and this reader will help us to know if our image is loaded or not, right? So I'll say reader dot on load end. When the image is loaded, I'm gonna set the image preview to this render dot result, right? So we had this image preview, right? So that we can display it after this has been uploaded. And obviously we'll set is uploading to false and we'll show this success toast. But if there's any error right here, then I'm gonna set the uploading to false and show the error that failed to read the image. And then after that, I'm gonna simply say reader dot read as data URL, and I'll set the file to this. Okay, this should help us add the image to this image preview. And now we can use this image preview over here to render it. So inside this div, I'm gonna have a simple image tag with src image preview, alt to be car preview, and class name is gonna be height 40, object contain, and margin bottom to be 4. And we will have a button for removing the image as well, right? So I'm gonna have a simple button from Shadcn UI with variant outline. On click, it will say set search image to null, set image preview to empty, and toast will show the image that simply image has been removed, right? So let's just try it out. If I click on it and select anything, yes, we can see right here. If I click on remove image, yes, image remove. Let's fix this UI a little bit. It looks weird right now. So this div will have class name of display flex, flex column, and items to be center. And let's show the border around this whole thing. So for this div, I'm going to say class name border to be 2, border dashed, border gray 300, rounded 3XL, padding to be 6, and text to be center. So now we can see this is much better. Let's fix the text for this thing. So I'll go to this paragraph tag and I'll say text gray 500 and margin bottom to be 2. Yes, that's better. If I select it now, our image has been selected. And now if we click on search, it should initiate this search, right? For like that will be for the text, but for this one, I will have a separate button for the image search, right? So right below this div, I'll say if image preview, that is the image has been selected, then I'll show a button tag. Inside this, if the image is uploading, so I'll say is uploading, then I'll say uploading, else I'll say search with this image. And this will obviously be type submit, class width to be full, disabled when the is uploading or is processing. So we will have a is processing as well. So let me just remove it for now later on. And when we click on this button, it will trigger this function right here, handle image search. So for now, what I'll do, I'll take the event over here and I'll simply say event.prevent default. If there is no search image, then I'm gonna throw the toast error, and we can add the logic after it, add the AI logic after this, right? Similar for this handle text submit as well. I'll take the event over here. It will be an asynchronous function, or it can be synchronous function as well. We will prevent the default. We will check if there's any search term present, and we will give the error, please enter a search term. But this will be very straightforward, right? I'll first of all take the use router over here from next/navigation, cons router, and I'm going to simply say router dot push, and I'll push it to /cars page with the filter, right? Filter of search equals, and inside this, I'm going to say encode URI component and search, whatever the search term is, right? So it encodes a text string as a valid component of a uniform identifier, right? If that has spaces and anything between them, it manages them. Okay, I think this looks good. Let's try it out. So I'll go over here and let's say Honda City, click on search. It should take us to /cars, and yep, something like this. You can see it has managed it and added this plus between them. Let's try to select an image over here and click on, okay, I think I need some margin top over here. Let's have a class name of margin top to be 2. Sorry, it's already here. So let's just add it right here. Now let's see. Let's search with this image. This will not work, obviously, since we don't have any logic inside of over here. Okay, cool. And that completes our landing page. All right, now let's go on and finally design our database, design all of the tables inside of our database, that is the schema or the models, and understand how the data will be stored inside of it. So basically, to create the schemas for our database or the models for our database, we will be using Prisma. And Prisma, you can think of it as a mediator, which helps us to connect to our database. Right? In this case, it's a PostgreSQL database, right? So I'm going to say npm install -d Prisma, so that it's a dev dependency, and also add --legacy -peer -deps and press enter. There we go. Now let's initialize Prisma. So I'm going to say npx Prisma init. Now this will initialize our project with Prisma, right? So you can see it has created this Prisma folder right here with schema.prisma inside of it. And it has already picked up our database URL that we had added over here in the .env, just like this, right? But since it's Supabase, it will need the direct URL as well, right? So I'll go to the schema Prisma, and below this, I need to add this direct URL, which says env and picks up direct URL, right? Now, first of all, let's just go on and understand how our database is going to look like. So here it is. So obviously, first of all, we will be having our users table, right? Now we are storing the data of our users inside of Clerk, but for the faster access, I decided to store it inside of our database as well, right? So basically the crucial things like Clerk user ID, the email, name, image URL, phone number if user has added any phone number, right? This is optional. Created at, updated at, role, what is the user's role if they are admin or they are normal user, right? And obviously the randomly generated ID for that particular user table. Now let's see how it is connected for with the rest of our database. So obviously user has the ability to save a car, right, inside of our database. So for that we have this user saved cars table with the ID, which user ID it belongs to, which car ID it belongs to. So we will discuss this car table as well. And when was it saved, right? So let's see. See, you can notice these two over here, these are what we call as foreign keys, right? That means they are referring to some other table inside of our database. So user ID and car IDs over here are what we call as foreign keys. So let's see. we have this car table, and this is a huge table, right? We have a bunch of different things over here. Like a car can have make, model, the year of that car, price, mileage, color, fuel type, transmission, body type, how many seats are there, and I've kept this information optional. Description about that particular car, the status, that is, if the car has been sold or if it's available or if it's unavailable, right? Different things. If it's a featured car inside of our project, and the array of images as well, right? And apart from this, a user has the ability to book a test drive as well. So that this is the table where we will be storing all of our test drive bookings. So notice how it is connected to different tables. So this will have a car ID, right? A particular car will have a test drive. So we have a foreign key to the car table. It will belong to a particular user. So we have a user ID over here as well. What is the booking date? And what is the slot for that particular booking date, right? Start time and end time for the test drive. Status, that means if it's pending, if it's confirmed, if it's completed, cancelled, or if user has not shown up. Notes, if user wants to add any notes before the test drive, and obviously created at and updated at as well, right? So yeah, this is the basic structure. But when it comes to dealership, so in our case, there's just one dealership, right? This app belongs to one single dealer. So still, you could have hard coded this value, but I decided to create a completely separate table so that tomorrow if we want to expand our app to multiple dealership, we can do that as well, right? So over here in the dealership info, we will store the name, address, phone, email, created at and updated at. And the dynamic value that I've kept inside of our project is that we can update the working hour, right? Like for example, if it's our shop and there's some holiday coming up, we can update our working hours accordingly and make a particular day unavailable, right? Or particular day of the week unavailable. So it has like the dealership ID that this working hour table belongs to, day of the week, open time, close time is open, and obviously created at, updated at as well. Great then. So yeah, this is a very high level overview of how our database will look like. Let's see how we are going to go on and design the table for all of this. So I'm going to come back to my schema.prisma file right here. Okay, so now here we're going to be creating the model. So first model will be for the user, right? Now we've already seen how many things that this will contain. So it will obviously have the ID, which will be of type string. And over here, I'm going to say this is going to be an ID, so that this is randomly generated inside of our database. And by default, we will generate a UUID over here, right? It will contain a clerk user ID, which we will obviously be taking from the clerk. So this will be unique across our database. Email will also be unique, and it's going to be a string. Name can be optional, image can be optional, phone can be optional, right? These are the crucial things that we need for now. Created ad and updated ad, obviously. Now, this is going to be the role of the user, right? As I mentioned. So this is going to be an enum, as we say, right? Enum means that this can only have fixed values. So this is how you can create an enum. So for user role, it can have either user or admin, right? And by default, when the user is created, they have the user role. All right. Now, after this, you've already seen that user table is connected to this user saved cars table and test drive booking table. Now, obviously, we will be creating them next. But over here, we're going to be adding keys for both of these tables, right? For the saved cars, whatever the saved cars are for that user, we will show the array of that particular table, right? So let me just, create this just like this for now. And for the test drive booking as well. So model, test drive booking. Okay, right? Something like this. So actually, first of all, let's just go on and create the table for our car, because this is the most important table, I would say. Everything is connected to this. So let's see. For our car, we have a bunch of different things that looks like this, right? So let me just quickly import all of the attributes that our car table will contain, just like this. So obviously it will have the ID, which will be generated as a UUID, make, model, year is going to be an integer, price, I'm going to keep it as decimal. So this db.decimal 10, 2 basically means that on the left side of decimal, we can have 10 digits, and on the right side we can have 2 digits, right? Mileage of the car, color, fuel type, transmission, body type, right? The number of seats, description, obviously, the status of the car. So again, this is going to be an enum. So it can be of like either of three things. It can be available, unavailable, or sold, right? By default, every car is available. If it's featured or not, so it can be either true or false. By default, when we create a car, it's going to be false. Images, so array of images. So I've mentioned over here as well, array of Supabase storage URLs. We will store our image in Supabase storage and we will store the URL inside of this array right here. Saved by, so whoever user that saved this car, like as I already showed you, this car table has a foreign key inside of this table right here, right? So that's why we have to refer to this table over here. And obviously test drive bookings as well, right? For each car, there can be a test drive booking and created at and updated at. Now, there are certain things that we need to provide over here. That is certain indexes so that it is much easier to access this car. So basically, we need to index different properties of this table. So this will help us when we build the filters page, right? When we try to search for a car using make and model, it will be much faster when we have indexed this particular value, right? Same for body type, price, year, status, fuel type, featured, etc., right? So this is very important if we want faster access to our database values. All right, now after this, let's just create both of these. So dealership info and the working hour. And notice what I'll do over here. So I'll bring in this dealership info table. So again, as I mentioned, since there's going to be just one dealership, I'm just going to be giving it some default values over here. So the ID, that's fine. Name, I'm going to give it default value of vehicle motors. Some random address over here. Phone number, email. Now working hours, as I mentioned, this thing is going to be dynamic, right? So I'll just create a model for this and obviously created at and updated at as well. Right, if you want, you can choose to ignore it. I mean, you have to create it, but this is not really a crucial thing for our app since we just have one dealership. Now, over here, this is important, working hour. So let me bring in the code. So for working hour, it will obviously have an ID, the dealership ID that it belongs to, this dealership, right? So what I'm like, this is how you basically, assign a foreign key. So notice. So I'm providing the dealership ID over here, and then I'm telling it that inside of the dealership info table, we have a relation with this dealership ID field over here. And inside of that table, we will reference the ID, that is this thing right here, right? And on delete, cascade. This means if the dealership info is deleted, all of the working hours related to it will be deleted as well, right? Then there's day of the week. So working hour will be different for each day, right? Like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. So day of the week, I'll keep it as a enum, right? Since there can only be 7 days. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I've included all of the days over here. So it can be either of these values only. Open time and the close time. In this format right here, we will store it so that if user wants to book a slot, they can only book a slot between both of these times. Right? If it's open or not on that particular day of the week, created at and updated at as well. Right? Cool then. And again, for the faster access, I'm going to be indexing some of these values. And also, I have provided this unique flag over here. So notice, for a particular dealership ID, there can only be one day of the week, right? There cannot be 2 Mondays working hours for this particular dealership IDs, right? So this relationship will be unique. So this is very important. And then again, I'm indexing dealership ID, day of the week, and if it's open, so that we can access these faster, right? All right, let's see this user saved cars model. So over here, obviously, we're going to have the ID. Then we will have the user ID foreign key. And again, as I showed you right here, to assign it to that particular, to make this foreign key work, we have to say inside the user table, we have to create a relation of this particular user ID to the ID inside of the user table and on delete cascade. That is, if the user is deleted, all of the saved cars related to that particular user inside of this table will be deleted as well. Same for the car ID as well. The car ID key will belong to the ID inside of the database, the car table, and on delete cascade. Right, saved at, and I'm going to give this the date time format. And by default, it will be now whenever this will be created, right? Again, it will be unique for one single car. A car cannot have two saved entries inside of our database, and I'm indexing with respect to user ID and car ID. All right, now let's see the test drive booking table, right? This is also very important. So again, first DID for that particular table. This will have the foreign key relation to that car, so some particular car, right? So we have created a foreign key relation over here. Again, same for the user ID as well. Notice I have not included the cascade because we want these details for later on as well, right? Even if the user is deleted, we want these test drive booking because these are very crucial for a particular dealership. Booking date, whatever the booking date is for that particular test drive. The start time and time, I already explained this. Status. So status again is going to be an enum. So let me add this. It can be pending, confirmed, completed, cancelled, or no show, right? By default, it's going to be pending. Notes if a user wants to include it, created at and updated at. And again, we are indexing them for the faster access, the crucial things that we need over here. And yeah, I think this should be good enough. Also, one more thing, if you are not seeing your Prisma file in these colors, just like I have over here, there's this Prisma extension that I've installed right here, right? So make sure that you do as well. All right, cool. Now we need to do, what we need to do over here is we need to push it to our database. So you're going to say npx prisma migrate dev -- name and name this migration. So I'll say create -model. Press enter. Now I've seen few instances where sometimes this fails and shows that cannot connect to our database. So, I don't know, this is weird, but something like this. You can see cannot reach database, right? So either you can try again multiple times, or you can try switching the network to some faster internet, or probably some from your mobile data or something like that, right? And in that case, it works. I don't know, this is weird, but it works. All right, so there we go. It is done. But it gives this error that it needs to install Prisma client. Okay, so let's just do this. So npm install add Prisma /client, and also add -- legacy -peer -deps. Now, meanwhile, this is installing. Let's go back to our Supabase, and yeah, you can see, you can go to this table editor over here, and you will see all of your tables have been created right here. Awesome, and you can see all of the fields as well. Great then. So now what I'll do after this has been installed as well, right? So now I'll go on and set up my Prisma instance. So inside of this lib, I'm going to create a new file called prisma.js. So basically, if you want to, communicate with our database, we need to create a Prisma instance that will make basically the call to our database, right? So I'm going to say export const db equals new Prisma client, right? Just like this. And notice what I'm doing over here. So basically, Next.js contains hot reloading, right? And every time our app reloads, this will create a new instance of Prisma client. So this is not what I want. So I'll say if process.env.node env is not equals to production, right? That is, we are still in development mode. Then I will assign this to a global variable. So I'm going to say global this.prisma equals db. And now again, when this happens, I'm going to simply check if global this has something, then pick that, else create a new client, right? Simple as that. I'll just add some comments over here for your explanation as well, so you can read it. Great then. So yeah, I think with this, everything has been set up. Now, one more thing that I want to do is, so we are using Clerk for authentication, right? So I want to store our user inside of our database. So right here in the lib, I'm going to create a new file called checkuser.js, right? And inside this, I'm going to be creating a function. So I'll say export const check user equals async, and this will be a function. And now over here, first of all, I'm going to check if the user is signed in or not. So I'll say await current user. Make sure to import from @clerk /next.js/server const user equals this, right? And I'm going to say if user is not signed in, then simply return null, right? And now after it, since we want to store our user inside of our database, I'll have a try catch block first of all. And here, I'm going to make the first call to our DB. How do we do that? Let's say const logged in user equals await and we will import the DB that we just now created inside of this Prisma file, this DB, right? So I'm going to say DB dot, and again, you can go through Prisma's documentation to understand these things as well. But I'll tell you what you want to do. So let's say if you want to manipulate user table, so I'll say db.user, and Prisma comes with a bunch of inbuilt functions like find unique, and you can find all of these functions inside of Prisma's documentation as well. So find unique. What do we want to find? We want to find a user. So I'll say where inside of user table where the clerk user ID is equals to this ID. This is the clerk user ID, right? So I'll say user dot ID. That's all, right? This will help us find if it's user inside of our database or not. If the user is not inside of our database, I'm going to say, sorry, if the user is inside of our database, then I'm going to say return logged in user. If it's not inside of our database, then we will obviously create the user, right? So how do you create it? Let's say const new user equals await db.user.create, right? And we want to create the user with this data right here. I'm going to say clerk user ID will be user.id. Then I'm going to add the name of the user, right? Which will be user.firstname and user.lastname. Then the image URL from clerk, that is user.image URL, and the email from the clerk, right? So user.email addresses, it can have multiple addresses, right? So we're just going to take the first one. So 0th index and email address. And yeah, with that, it would have created a new user inside of our DB. So in the end, just return new user, right? If there's any error, I'm going to console log error.message. Yep, that's all. That is all we need to do right here. Right, and now I'm going to take this check user. I'm going to go to my common component inside of whole of our app, which is header.jsx, and I'm going to call it right here, right? So I'll say const user equals await check user. So import it from @lib/check user that we just created. And every time this runs, it will check to see if our user is inside of our database. If not, it will create it, right? So this is a one-time process. And also over here, we can check now, is admin equals user.role if it's equals to admin. If the user is admin, then this will pick it up from over here, right? Obviously, we don't have any admin user right now, but if you want, we can make that. So first of all, let's see inside of our app. Also, by the way, if you see this error in your app, try to run npm migrate command again, Prisma migrate command again. All right, there we go. I've quickly refreshed our app, and now if I go back to my database inside of the user table, let's just refresh this. It should have the details of our user. Yep, just like that. And over here, you can change the user's role. Obviously, for the first user, you will have to manually make them the admin, right? So I'm gonna make them the admin over here. And now if I go back to my app and refresh, now we should see the admin option right here. Let's see. Yep, you can see the admin portal has started to appear. Awesome. Now, before moving forward, if you're someone who's preparing for front-end interviews, you can definitely go and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only thing that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews. And not only this, I've covered every single topic of React.js, like React Router DOM, Redux, all of the hooks, class-based component, function-based component React, even the performance optimization, which is asked from senior developers a lot, tons of machine coding questions as well, and obviously in-depth interview preparation course on JavaScript as well. And not just this, along with this course, you get an active Discord community where you can ask your doubts whenever you get stuck, and we will be there to help you. So click the link in the description down below, because right now we're having the biggest sale of the year for a very limited time. So don't forget to check it out. Or you can also scan this QR code on your screen to go directly to the course page. All right, so coming back to our app, now let's go on and understand the routing in Next.js. So as I showed you earlier, when we want to create a new route inside of Next.js, we just create a simple folder and that acts as a route. If you create some other folder inside of it, it acts as a nested route, right? We can use this parenthesis to group the routes without affecting the routing. But what if, okay, so let's go back to our deployed project. If we go to a certain car, right? I'm going to click on view car. And over here, you can see we have /cars and / this particular ID, right? So it's impossible to know every single ID, right? So these are going to be the dynamic route. And to create these dynamic routes, we use this type of folder structure. We add them inside of a square bracket, right? So this is something that you know about inside of our app. Apart from that, we have this underscore folder type of format. So in this, it considers the routes inside of this folder, but in this case, it will completely ignore an opt folder and all child segments out of the routing, right? And yeah, I think other things you don't really need to worry about for this project. You can see this. We have a not found page as well, which I'll show you in just a moment, that you can create a not found page and create a custom basically not found page and give an error if a user goes to a route which does not exist, right? So I think, yeah, that's good enough for now to understand routing. So if I go back to my app and right here inside of the app folder, first of all, I'm going to get a new two new folders over here. First for the main. So this will basically contains the user facing pages, and then I'm going to get a new folder for the admin pages. So I'll say admin. Oops. Yep. So again, each of these can have their own independent layout.js file. So I'll create layout.js for this one, and for this one as well, layout.js. Right, now for the main, let's get a very basic layout file. Right, so it's gonna look something like this. Main layout, we're gonna take the children, and there will be a div where we will render the children, a container, MX auto, and margin vertical to be 32 because we have a header as well, right? So this does not get cut off. We will add the margin vertical of 32. So yeah, it won't make any change over here. But if we go any route that is inside of this main route, then it will make the change, right? Like for example, if I create a new folder called cars, and inside this, I'm going to create a new folder called ID. So this will be a dynamic route, right? So if I create a page now, page.jsx. So RAFCE, let's say car page. And we can take the param over here. Like I can say params, and then I can say const. So I want the ID, right? ID equals await params. And also this will be an asynchronous function. This is a server component. So yeah, now we can just say car page and just render this ID right here. So now this will be a dynamic route. So if I try to go to /cars/whatever, right? So you see, it shows us cars page and the ID that has been entered in the URL. So we can use it to probably fetch the cars data or perform different actions over here. Okay. Now, as I showed you, we can have a not found page as well, right? So I can say not-found.jsx, and again, you can do whatever you want over here. You can create a custom not found page. This is not really important, so I'm not gonna go much in depth inside of it. So I'm just gonna give you a very brief example. So notice I've created a not found page over here, which says 404 page not found. Oops, the page you were looking for not found. And I've put a button over here which says return home, and which takes us to the slash page, right? So now if I try to go to a page which does not exist, so I'll say some gibberish over here and press enter, it should display us that particular not found page. Yep, something like this. If you don't have any not found page, it will show you the generic Next.js not found page as well, right? So again, these are some of the additional things that I wanted to show you that you can try out yourself and make your app look a little bit better. All right. Now, before everything else, I think before moving to the user-facing pages, we need to work on the admin panel, right? The ability to upload the cars to our database. That is very important. So let's go to over here, and actually not right inside of here. I'm going to create a new folder called admin. So all of our pages will be nested in this admin route. So I'm going to move this layout.js file inside of it. So I'm going to say RAFCE. Let's call it admin layout. This will be an asynchronous function. Now, if a user lands on this /admin route, we need to check if the user is actually an admin, or if they are a normal user. If they are a normal user, then we can probably show a not found page, or we can send them back to the main application, something like that, right? So for doing this, for fetching this data, we are going to be creating server action. And this is very important after Next.js version, I believe 13.6, when the server actions were introduced, right? So these are basically the part of our app which are executed on the server side. So let me show you. So these are basically like the API calls. So I'm going to create a new folder over here called actions, just like this. And let's create a new file over here for our admin actions, right? So I'll say admin.js. Now, first step of creating a server action is that you have to use this use server flag on the top, right? Because this will only be executed on the server. And over here, I'm going to say export async function, and I'm going to name it get admin. Let's keep the params as empty. And now, first thing, the very logical thing to do over here is to check if user is even logged in or not, right? So I'm going to say const user ID equals await auth. Now this auth comes from @clerk/nextjs/server, right? So const, I'm going to take the user ID. If user ID does not exist, then user is unauthorized, right? Obviously. Now I'm going to check if user exists inside of our database or not. So I'm going to say db. Let's import db from that Prisma file that we created. db.user.findUnique. And we have done this before, right? Where clerk user ID is this user ID that we're taking over here. Right, now that we have the access to this user object from our database, now we can check. I'm going to say if user does not exist inside of our database, or user.role is not equals to admin, right? If user does not exist, or if they are not admin, then I'm going to return authorized to be false. And reason, not admin. But if they are admin and they do exist inside of our database, then I'm going to return authorized to be true and the user object. That's all. That is all we need to do. So let's close this up. Go back to our layout file. And right here, I'm going to say const admin equals await get admin. So these are basically server components, right? So you can make, like, you can call these server actions just like this, but this format is not possible in the client components. There we have to make use of something like a probably use effect, right? To fetch the data. You guys have already seen in React, right? How we do that using fetch or whatever. So yeah, we got the data over here. And now I can check if admin.authorized. So I'll say if admin is not authorized, then return. And by the way, we create that not found page, right? If you want to throw that not found page, we can simply call this not found from next/navigation. And this will just throw that not found page on user's face if whenever we are sending this error or this to the user. Okay. Now inside this div, you might remember inside of our header component, we had this flag is admin page, right? So let's just overlap our current header with this admin header now, right? I decided to do this because this will help us to keep this as a server component and not make this as a client component, because if we were to check over here, if the URL is, admin or user facing pages, we would have to use hooks, and that would make this a client component, right? So I think overlapping is the better approach over here. So I'm going to say header, simply we have to render our header, and I'll say is admin page equals true. That is all. And class name can be height full. Let's see if this even works or not. So I'll try to go to admin page. So it's giving us this error because we do not have any page file over here. Yes. So we need to create a page.js as well. Let's just create a dummy page file for now. Admin page. Let's save it and go back and check. I'll refresh this. Header is not defined. Okay. We have not imported header over here from our components. There we go. We can see the header with the admin header over here, and we can see the back to app button as well. If we click on it, it will take us back to app. Let's click on it. And there we go. We are back. If I click on admin portal again, we are on the admin portal. Awesome. This works flawlessly. Now, inside of our admin portal, we would need a sidebar as well, right? So let's just create the sidebar here in the layout itself, because it will be common throughout our this admin panel, right? So inside of that div, I'm gonna create a sidebar component. Obviously this does not exist. So right here, I'm going to be creating a new folder for _components. And I'll create a new file called sidebar.js, RAFCE, sidebar. And this will be a client component since we'll be using hooks and stuff over here. So I'll say use client. All right, let's import this over here. Just like this. We cannot see it, I guess, right now because we need to add some class names over here to this div. Will be display flex, height to be full, Width is going to be 56, flex column so that everything is from top to bottom. Top 20 so that it goes beyond the header. It will be fixed. Inset y0 and z index to be 50 so that it remains on the top. What's the issue over here? So this will be class name. So now let's see. Yep, something like that. This is exactly what we wanted. And also below this sidebar is where we want to render our main content. So that is why we were not able to see that page content over here. So we have to add this main tag and provide the children inside of it. Right now, let's take this children from right here. So in the medium screens, I'm going to say padding left to be 56 so that, it skips the sidebar. And the smaller screens, I'm going to say padding top to be 80 pixels because in the smaller screens, the sidebar will be at the bottom, right? It will be bottom bar and height will be full. So let's see. Yes, we can see the admin page as well. Cool then. Let's first go on and work on our sidebar. So now, first of all, if we go to our deployed app, right, you will notice that this has a bunch of options like dashboard, cast, test drive, setting, etc., right? So instead of creating each of them one by one, let's just create a object over here, right? So something like this, routes array, right? Label dashboard, icon, layout, dashboard from Lucid React, same for the car, same for test drives. Let's just import all of these icons one by one and for the setting as well. So you can just, quickly create this object probably. All right. So now here we're going to have two views, first for the desktop sidebar and other for the mobile one, right? So let's just have a fragment and first div is going to be for our desktop sidebar and I'll have one more div for our mobile sidebar. So over here in this div, I'm going to simply render the route. So routes dot map, this routes object that we have over there, and I'm going to return the link tag from next/link, and this will simply have a key and the href, right? Inside of this link, we will render the icon. So route, also we need to take the route over here. So route dot icon, class name, I'm going to keep height as 5 and width as 5. And then I'll say route dot label. Let's see how this looks currently. So right here, yep, this is kind of what we wanted. Let's provide the class name to this parent div over here first. So obviously in the smaller screens, this will be hidden. And in the screens bigger than medium screen, it will be display flex. Height is going to be full, flex column, overflow Y is going to be auto, background is going to be white, and shadow small. Let's keep the border right as well. So border dash R. Yep. Looks better. Now I'm going to take a hook over here, use path name. So this will help us to see on which page we are on currently, right? So use path name. So const path name equals use path name. And now over here, we will give some class name. So class name, and we will, wrap this class names in something called as CN. So the CN will come from @lib/utils. This will basically help us to conditionally render the classes like the Tailwind classes over here, right? So first of all, I'm gonna keep the basic classes, that is display flex, items to be center, some gap to be 2 between both of these horizontally, text slate to be 500, text color, text small, font medium, padding left to be 6, transition all. When we hover on it, we will change the text color as well and the background color, right, with the opacity 50. Let's see how this looks. Okay, something like this. Let's provide it with some height as well. So height to be 12. Yes, that's much better. When a particular path is selected, let's say if we are on cars, right? So it goes to /cars. So obviously this page does not exist. So I'll just come back. But by default, we are on this dashboard page, right? So over here, we want to highlight it with the blue color. So after this, I can say comma and then add the condition over here. So I'll say path name is equals to route dot href. That is the current route. If it's the same, then we will render something else. We will render something else. Like we won't do anything, but if it is the same, then I'm gonna say text blue to be 700, background blue to be 100 with the opacity 50. On hover, we will, make them 100 and 700 respectively. Now you will see, yes. Now we can see this in this bluish color over here, indicating that this has been selected. All right, so that was for our desktop UI. Let's start building our mobile UI as well. right? So if I, make this smaller, you'll notice that yeah, it is gone now, right? So it should display right over here on the bottom. First of all, for this div, I'm going to give the class name of, in the screens bigger than medium screens, it will be hidden. In the smaller screens, it will be fixed, bottom 0, left 0, right 0, right? And Z index will be 50, so it's always on the top. Background is going to be white, border, top, some display flex, justify around so that they are evenly distributed, items to be center and height to be 16. So you can see it is starting to show up just like this. Let's render things inside of it. So I'll just copy this routes.map from over here and just paste it inside of it, and we will make the changes to it. First of all, for all of the basic classes right here, I'm going to say display flex column, so that we can see it on top and this on the bottom. Items to be center, justify to be center, so it's on the very center in a particular tile. Text slate to be 500, text is going to be small, font medium, and transition all when we do hover on it. When it is selected, we will just make the text blue to be 700. That's all. And also, let's just give padding vertical to be 1 and flex to be 1. And let's see. Yes, this is what we wanted. So now if I make the screen bigger, you'll see that it is completely responsive, just like that. Awesome. So with this, we have successfully created the layout of our admin page. Let's go on and work on this cars page, right? So that we can go on and create the cars for our database. So over here in the admin, I'm going to be creating a new file called cars. Sorry, not file, folder. Cars. And inside this, we will have a folder called create as well, right? So this cars will have a page.jsx, and this create will also have a page.jsx. First of all, for this cars page, I'm going to create this page.jsx. I'll say RAFCE cars page. Now, for each and every individual page, we can provide the metadata as well, right? So let's say, for example, if you want to provide the metadata for this page, I can say export const metadata and whatever the title and description that we want to provide over here, right? So if you go back and go to the cars page, you'll notice we have this cars/vehicle admin, and then the cars page is being rendered right here, just like that. Let's add a H1 over here instead of this, which says cars management and text 2XL, font bold and margin bottom to be 6. Let's give this div padding to be 6. And right below this is where we will be rendering all of our cars list, right? After they have been created. So we will have the cars list component. Let me just create some basic elements of this component, and then we will move on to create our, create cars component. So over here, I'm going to create a new folder for our components for this page and create a new file called car-list.jsx. RAFCE cars list. So first of all, this component inside of this div will contain a div which will contain a button which will say add car, right? And also I'm going to add a plus icon here from Lucid React with the class name of height to be 4 and width to be 4. Let's import this over here in this page.jsx so that we can see it. Yep, like this. And in this page, we will also, below this button, we'll have a form for searching our cars, right? So over here, inside this form, I'm gonna have a div which will say search. Let's import search from Lucid React, and also a input tag, which will be imported from Shadcn UI. Let's just style these things. First of all, for this div, I'm gonna say space y to be 4. So after this div actually is where we will be rendering our cars, right? So let me just say cars table. We'll come back to this when we have worked on the create functionality. For this div, I'm going to say class name of display flex column, so that this is on the top and it's on the bottom. So this is for the smaller screens, and for the bigger screens, that is screens bigger than small, this will be flex row so that they are on the same line. Gap to be 4, items start. In the bigger screens, we will have items center and justify between. Yep, something like this. Let's fix these. This is breaking. First of all, for this button right here, let's just take the use router from next/navigation. So const router, and I'm going to simply say on click router.push it to /admin/cars/create. Let's keep the class name to display flex and items to be center. Now for this form right here, I'll say on submit, this will be handle search submit, which obviously does not exist. So I'm just gonna create a empty function for now, const handle search submit, and class name can be display flex, width is going to be full, and the bigger screen's width is going to be auto. This div is going to have class name of relative because we will, overlap this search on this input, and I'll say this like flex 1 for this search. This will have class name of absolute, left to be 2.5, top to be 2.5, so it's on top of this input, height and width to be 4, and text gray to be 500. Let's just style this input as well. So I'll just say class name, padding left to be 9, width is going to be full, and the bigger screen's width is going to be 60 because it's going to be alongside with this button, right? So okay, let's just create a state for this input as well while we are at it. So I'm gonna say over here search and set search. Let's import use state, and by the way, this will be a client component since we are using hooks over here. So use client, and now inside of this input, I'm going to say value equals this state, and on change set search is e.target.value, and I'll say type search and placeholder search cars. And yeah, I think this should be good enough for now. For this function, let me just say e.prevent default, and then below this we can add the API call for searching, right? Let's see how this looks like. Yes, this is what we wanted. If I click on add car right here, it should take us to /cars/create, and obviously this does not exist. So if I go to this create page right here, I'll say RAFCE add car page, save this. Let's add the metadata over here as well while we are at it. So add new car, vehicle admin, and the description as well. It will be similar to what we have done right here. So I'll just take this h1 and provide it right here. Class name is going to be padding of 6, and right below it is where we will be showing our form. So instead of this, I'm going to say add new car, and below this is where we will be showing our form, right? Add car form. Let's see. It's updated now. Add new car. So let's create this form. Let's just use these components only. I'm going to create a new file, add car form.jsx, RAFCE add car form. Let's import it right here. So I'll say add car form. Let's see. Yes, add car form. All right, cool. Let's go on and start working on this. Now, before going to work on this add car form, why don't we go on and create the API for it first? So I'm going to go to this actions folder and I'll create a new file called cars.js. Right, this is where we'll be writing all the code for the admin related, cars page. So first of all, we would need the logic for scanning the image with AI, right? And for that, we would need Gemini API. So I'll go to my browser and search Gemini API. Go to this page and click on Explore Models in Google AI Studio. And you would land on a page like this. So click on Get API. And over here, you would need to create an API key. So click on Create API. And here, if you don't already have a project, you can create a project and then you can select something. So I'll select any pre-existing project and create API key. There we go. I have this API key. I'm going to copy it up. And I'll go to my .env and I'll paste it right here. So Gemini API underscore key equals this. Okay, great. Apart from this, we need to install a package as well. So open the terminal and say npm install at google/generative-ai, and let's do legacy-peer-deps and press enter. So this is basically package from Google which allows us to more efficiently use Gemini API. Right, so okay, this is installed. I'm gonna minimize it. And now let's go back to this cars.js. And right here, I'm gonna say export async function process car image AI, right? And inside of this function is where we will be writing the logic for processing our image. So this will take a simple file, an image file, and I'll add a try catch block right here. And first of all, I'm gonna check if the Gemini API is present or not. So I'll say, now after this, I'm gonna say new Google generative AI. So this is going to be imported from the package that we just now installed, and this is what will be taking this Gemini API key, right? So I'm going to provide it right here. and I'll say const gen AI. So this is the object that will be useful for us for a bunch of different things. Let me show you. So first of all, I need the model that we'll be using for processing our image. So we'll be using Gemini 1.5 Flash. So I'll say model equals gen AI dot, and you can see we have a bunch of different options over here. So I'll say get generative model, and here we can enter model and the name of our model, right? So I'll say Gemini 1.5 dash Flash. Cool. And by the way, this is free to use. It has a generous free tier. Okay, cool. So now we have the file over here, right? We need to convert it into a base 64 image before supplying it to our model. So I'll say const base 64 image equals await, and let's just write this function file to base 64, and we'll provide it with this file right here. Let me quickly show you how this function is going to look like. So I'll say something like this. So it will take a file, and I'll say file dot array buffer is going to return as promise. So I'm doing await over here. It will get all of the bytes, and I'll say buffer dot from bytes, and then this should convert it into a string, right? So I'll say buffer dot to string, and we'll provide the type, which is base 64. We can provide other types as well, but we need base 64 right here, right? This is a one-time thing that you need to do to convert the image to base 64. So this is basically a bunch of code, or you can imagine it as a string. You can console log it, probably you'll get an idea, right? So we got this. Now I'm gonna say const image part. So we are going to be supplying this image to the Gemini API, right? So that is what we will be configuring over here. So the image part, so I'll say inline data. So this is basically, you can find all of these things in the Gemini's documentation as well, Gemini API's documentation. So inline data, and this takes a data key, which is our base 64 image, and also the type of the file, right? So I'll say mime type, which is going to be file dot type. We can just take it from over here if it's an image or whatever, right? So yeah. Now after this, the most important thing, and that is writing the prompt, right? We are supposed to write what this API needs to do exactly. So I'll say const prompt equals, and inside of this backticks, first of all, I'm gonna say analyze this car image and extract the following information, and I need all of this information, right? Make, model, year, color, blah 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 blah. Then after this, I'm gonna say format all of this information into an object. So this should be 10. So I'm gonna say this, format your response as a clean JSON object with these fields. By the way, if you don't want to try type all of these things, you can just simply go to my GitHub repository over here in the actions cast.js, and you can copy this prompt from right here, right? So let me come back, and we will also tell it that for confidence, provide a value between 0 and 1 representing how confident it is in the overall identification, so that we can show the user that yeah, this we are 80% sure, or this much percent sure that this is the car that we are talking about, right? Only respond with JSON, nothing else. And yeah, that should do it. This prompt should do it. So after this, I'm gonna say const result equals await, and then we will use that model that we initialized earlier right here. I'm gonna say model dot generate content, and here we can provide both of these things, like the image part and the prompt. Cool, then this should do it. This should provide us with some response now, right? So now we're gonna say const response equals await result dot response. Now this response is going to be like in a weird format, so we need to convert it into a text, right? So I'm gonna say response dot text. I'll take it inside of the text, and then it will have something like this. So it will have some slash and backticks and whatever, something like this, right? So we need to clean this text. So I'm going to say const clean text equals text dot replace, and I'm going to be using this regex string over here that I found on Google. So it's just one Google search away, right, to how to clean the response of Gemini API. And then I'm going to say trim, and yeah, that should do it. We should get the clean text after it. Then I'm going to say try catch, and whatever object that we got over here, so we will get this object right here, right? I'm going to parse it into a string. Sorry, I'm going to pass this string into an object, right? So I'll say const car details equals json.parse clean text, right? So this should parse it inside of an object, like into an object. And then now we can check, like we can validate the response. So I'm going to say we have these things, right? We need to validate all of these things. So let's check the missing fields. So I'll say const missing fields equals, and I'll take this required field and I'll say required field dot filter, and we'll check for each and every field if it's if it exists inside of the car details or not, this car details object or not. And I'm going to say if missing fields is more than 0, if there's one more than 0 missing fields over here, then I'll just throw the error AI response missing required fields, and we will join them, right? Like for example, if mileage and price is missing and all those things, then we will throw the error because we want all of the fields, right? And yeah, that should do it. Then in the end, I'm going to return success to be true and data to be car details. If there's any error, I'm going to throw the error that failed to parse AI response, and then I'll return the response success false and error to be failed to parse AI response. And if the Gemini API fails over here, then I'll put the catch console.error, and we can put this Gemini API error inside of it, or rather we can just remove this, right? We have this throw new error over here. I'll say Gemini API error and provide the error message. And yeah, I think this should be good enough for our AI to work. Okay, cool. Now let's create a server action for adding the car to our database as well, right? So while we are at it, let's just do that. So I'm gonna say add car, and we will get some car data over here along with the images. Now this will be a protected route, right? Like not everyone can make this API call. So over here, just like in admin.js, we put these conditions, right? That user should be signed in. So I'm going to say exactly that over here. I'll have a try catch block first of all. And I'm going to say from the auth, let's import auth. So let's see if it's properly imported. It should be clerk/next/server. So we'll get the user ID. And if user ID does not exist, then unauthorized. Same thing with our DB as well. So I'll say await db.user. Let's import db from Prisma file, and I'll say db.user find unique. If user does not exist, then we'll throw the error, like basic error check, just like we've done earlier. Now, before storing our car data to our database, what we need to do, we have these images, right? Like this can be more than one image. So we need to store all of this image inside of our Supabase storage. So over here, inside of our Supabase storage, we've already created this car images bucket over here, right? So for each and every image that we are going to be storing inside of it, we need to generate a unique ID for it as well, right? And for that, we will be using a package called UUID. So I'll go to the terminal and I'll install, instead of this, I'll just say UUID. All right, so let's just generate a unique ID for the car. And by the way, this will be just for this particular car's images, right? Then we will have the folder path as well inside of that bucket. So I'll say folder path equals, let's just say cars / whatever the car ID is. Now we need to initialize the Supabase client for generating the images, right? So how did we, how do we do that? So go to this app framework, Next.js. So we already created this file inside of our code, right? So what do we need to do? Something like this. We have to do these two things, and then we can continue with it. So I'm going to paste it right here. Import cookies from next/headers and import create client from, sorry, not from here, from @lib/Supabase. So we just wrote this code over here, right? So this is what we will be needing now. Okay, cool. So I guess that's it. And then after it, let's just store all of our image URLs inside of this array right here, right? Okay, so we are going to loop through basically these images, and we are going to be generating them one by one. So let's just say for loop. I'm gonna say let I equals 0, I less than images dot length, and I plus plus. Okay. Now inside of this, we will take out the base64 data. So I'll say base64 data equals images of I, and we will check if the image is valid or not. So I'm gonna say if this is not a base64 data, and base64 data, if it does not starts with this, then I'm going to say console.want skipping invalid image data, right? Now we need to extract the base64 part. So I'm going to say const base64 equals base64 data dot split, and I'll split it from the comma. That is, let me just add the comment for you guys over here. This will extract the base64 part, that is removing this part from the beginning, right? The prefix part. So we will get the second part, that is the 1th index. Then I'm going to say const image buffer equals buffer.from base64, and we'll take out the base64 part. Then we would need to know what is the file extension for this one, right? Like if it's a PNG, JPEG, etc., etc. So I'm going to say const my match equals base64 data dot match this. If it's true, then I'm going to say if it's true, then I'll take the first index. Else if it's not there, I'm just going to say JPEG, right? So we will get the file extension right here. Now we need to add the file name for this particular image. So I'll say const file name equals image dash. I'll take the current date. So it like whatever the current date dot now. So it will provide a bunch of like it will provide us basically a long string, right? And the index of this thing inside of this for loop dot the file extension. Then finally, I can provide the file path. So file path will be this folder path right here inside of this file name. This is where our image will be stored. Now, finally, in the end, we need to generate the image, right? So I'll say await Supabase dot storage. I'll say dot from. What was the name of our bucket? It was car dash images. Let me just confirm it right here. Yes, car dash images. I'll say dot upload. Inside of this, I'm going to provide the file path, comma image buffer that we have created over here, the data of our image. And then I'll provide this, the type of the data that this is, right? So I'll say content type will be image / whatever the file extension is that we have taken over here. And yeah, I think that should do it. So we need to take out two things. So I'll say const data and the error. So after this, we can check if the error is there, then we can simply throw the console.error and throw new error failed to upload image and whatever the error is. Otherwise, if this is uploaded, then we will get the public URL. So const public URL equals process.env.next public Supabase URL. So you already have seen we have taken it, or I think we have not taken it. Let's see. Next public Supabase URL. Okay, so we need to take it, right? So right here in the connection string in the app framework, let's just copy both of these things up and paste this inside of our .env. So I'm going to paste it right here. So next public Supabase URL. This is what we will be needing. So process.env.next public Supabase URL / storage v1 object public and car images was our bucket and the file path, right? So this will be the public URL for our images. So I'm going to simply say now image urls dot push, and I'll push this public URL inside of it. And yeah, this should convert like all of our images into the image URLs and should push it inside this array right here. Also, by the way, if we want to cache these images inside of our Next.js app, we need to go right here in the next config mjs, and we need to add a configuration over here. So basically, this is an experiment configuration. So we need to set server components HMR cache to false right here, and it defaults to true. But I saw that there were some issues when this was turned on with the Supabase images. So I decided to turn it false, and everything seemed to be working fine. Apart from this, we need to tell Next.js that this we will be using the Supabase images inside of our app, right? So we need to add the remote patterns over here. So just say images inside this remote patterns, and inside this array, just set protocol to HTTPS and the host name to our Supabase host name. Right, and this should be working fine. So you have to add this thing right here, right? So just copy it up and paste it right here. All right, cool then. Now after this, I'm gonna first of all check if the image URLs.length if it's equal to 0, then I'm gonna throw the error no valid images were uploaded. Right, that means this failed. And after this, finally we are going to be uploading our car to our database. So I'll say const car equals await db.car.create, and inside this I'll say data, and we'll provide all the data over here. So this thing right here. So basically over here we are setting the ID as car ID because this is what we are using inside this folder, right? So this will help us to fetch these images later on, or basically help us to identify these images for that particular car in case of a loss of data, right? Loss of our database's data. And we will store the make, model, year, price, mileage, color, fuel type, etc., etc. All of these things these things, and obviously the image URLs, right? The array of image URLs that we just now uploaded to Supabase. Okay, now after this has been done, we will revalidate the data for our admin cars page, right? So I'll say revalidate path and make sure to import it from this next /cache, and I'll say /admin/cars, and then in the end I'm going to return success to true, and in the catch I'll say throw new error adding cars with the error.message. And yeah, this was a pretty big server action, but don't worry, it's going to be worth it when we go on to create our add car form now. Alright, so first of all, let's see inside of our deployed website. So see, this is how our car uploading UI will look like basically. So this is for our AI upload, and then we click on manual entry. We have all of these different fields over here. We have the ability to feature the car. We can drag and drop the images right here, right? And then we can click on add the car. Okay. And there are a few fields like transmission, which have multiple options, like status over here as well, fuel type, right? So let's just predefine these first. So over here, I'm gonna get these predefined options. Like for the fuel type, these will be the options: transmission, body type, car statuses, right? These will be exactly the same. Okay. Now, after it, we will create this form. And for creating the form, as you might remember, I mentioned in the beginning of this video that we will be using a React hook form along with Zod, right? So let's install both of them. So I'll just say, let me just bring this in view UID. I'll say react-hook-form. Then I'll install Zod, and then we'll say at hook form/resolvers. This will help us to connect both of these together, right? And yeah, I think that should do it. Let's press enter. Okay, there we go. Now, first of all, we need to create the schema for our form, right? So I'll say const car form schema equals z.object, and make sure to import z from Zod, just like this. And inside of this, we'll take an object. And now for all of our different fields, we will define what they will be exactly. So I'll say first of all for make, right? z.string.minimum value is going to be at least 1, right? Else we will give the error make is required. I'll do the same for model as well. Then comes year. So year can be, let's say, like, first of all, year has to be there. It should be a number. It should be more than 1900, and it should be less than the current, like at least it should not be in the future, right? So I'm going to say something like this. So z.string.refine. Now inside of refine, we can provide the conditions. So I'll say const year equals parse int value. So it will convert it into a number, and then we'll return. First of all, I'm going to check if this is not a number, then there's a problem, right? Then we'll give this error valid year required. And we'll say year should be more than 1900 and year should be less than new date dot get full year, right? This year, like, it should be less than or equals to this. Like, for example, if it's 2025, then it should be 2025 or less than that, right? Okay. After this, let's include all other values as well, like price, mileage, color, fuel type, transmission, body type, right? Again, all of them will be very similar. Then seats will be optional, right? So I'm going to say seats z.string, and I'll say optional. Then we will have the description. So I'll say description z.string, minimum it has to be 10 letters, and I'm going to say description must be at least 10 characters if it's not provided. Status, obviously it's going to be an enum, so it will be available, unavailable, also, or sold, and if it's featured car or not, right? So quite a big schema over here, but yeah, this will help us structure our forms properly and make our app more robust. All right, now after it, I'm going to say use form. So use form, you can import it from React hook form. And by the way, if you want to get in-depth information on both React hook form and Zod, I have also created a completely separate tutorials on my channel. So you can, go and check it out. So, okay. So this use form hook comes from React hook form. Inside this, it takes an object, and I'm going to say resolver, and I'll say Zod resolver, which will, wait, let me just write it out real quick. Zod resolver, and it should be imported from hook resolver. Yep, something like this. Zod resolver from at hook form /resolvers/Zod. And now inside of this, we can provide our schema. I'll say car form schema. And now after this, if we want, we can provide some default values to our form. So I'm just gonna say default values and provide all of these default values just like this. Now this will return us some things like register. And this thing is going to be very crucial for our form, as it will connect our form with our React hook form. We will also have things like set value for manually setting the value inside of our form, get value for getting the values. Inside of form state, we will get the errors if there's any error for form validation, handle submit for submitting our form, and watch will help us to monitor a particular field, right? So yeah, I think that should be it. Let's go on and try to build this. So first of all, inside of this div, we would have these two tabs right here, right? So I'll go to Shadcn UI's docs, and here we have this tabs component, something like this, right? So this is what we will be using. So let me just copy it up and paste it right here. Instead of this account and password, I'm gonna say manual entry or AI upload, right? Make sure to provide the correct value, manual and AI. You just provide this tabs list with the class name of grid. Width is going to be full and grid columns to be 2. Now default value I can keep as when the user opens it up, and class name let's keep as margin top to be 6. And also I think we would need some state over here to check which is the current active tab, right? So I'll create a state right here, use state, import it from React. And also this component is going to be a client component since we're using hooks. So use client. Now over here, let's use that state that we created. So I'm going to say value is going to be the active tab, this state right here. And on value change is going to be set active tab. So it updates the state, right? Yeah, and I think that should do it. We have tab content over here. So this one can be manual. I'll keep class name as margin top 6. I'll provide the same class name, and let's keep this as AI. So let's see if this is working. I'll go to localhost. There we go. We have both of these tabs just like this. This looks good. Let's go back. Now, first of all, let's just design our form for the manual tab, right? So I'll actually take a card component over here from Shadcn UI. So where is it? Card component. So let's just copy it and paste it right here. We will not be needing the card footer. And let's import everything else. Import card, card header, card title, card description, and card content. Yeah, something like this. Okay. Card title can be car details. And the description, I'm gonna say, enter the details of the car you want to add. Now over here in the content is where I'll be creating the form. Now, instead of this action over here, I'm gonna say on submit, and this will take the handle submit. If you remember, we took it from right here from our use form, and this will take a function inside of it. So I'll say on submit. So on submit will be a completely separate function. So let me just create a dummy function over here. We will work on it very soon. And this will actually be a asynchronous function, which will get the data of our form. Okay, let's go back down here. This form will have class name of space_y to be 6 so that we have some spacing between our fields. Now let's see what are all the different fields that we had. So make, model, year, price, mileage, color, and all of these things, right? So we'll have to add them one by one. So here in the form, first of all, I'll take the div, and this will contain the whole of our form like in a grid format. So I'll provide the class name as grid. In the smaller screens, it will be grid column 1. In the medium screen, 2 columns. In the large screen, 3 columns, and some gap of 6 between them. Inside this, I'm going to take another div, which this one will be for our make. So let's take the label from Shadcn UI. So make sure to import it from here /component/UI. And I'll say make the HTML for, and here we need to enter the ID that we'll be entering inside of our input. So make, and let's create the input below it now. So input ID can be make, just like we entered over there. And now I told you, right, that register that we got from use form is going to be very important. So we'll be using over here to connect it to our React hook form. So we have to define it what this is. So you can see we have all of these options over here for our form. So this will contain make. Then I'm gonna say placeholder can be like example Toyota, and class name can be if there's any error. So this error comes from right here, right? So if there's any error, it will populate a key called make inside of it, right? For every single field. So if there's any error in make, I'm gonna show like the border, red border around it, else nothing. And I'll also display some error message below it. So I'll say errors.make has anything. Then I'll have a paragraph tag which will say errors.make.message, right? With the text red and text small. For this div, I'm gonna say space y to be 2 so that there's some gap between them. Let's see if it looks good. Make sure to import all of these things, input and label. Let's check it out. There we go. We can see this right here. Awesome. Similarly, I'm gonna do this for the model as well. So right below this, I'm gonna duplicate this div. I'll say model. Instead of make, I'm gonna put model over here. Change the placeholder. Again, change the model over here and over here as well. Same thing for our ear as well. So let me bring in real quick. So you can just, look at it and probably write your code. I'm gonna bring it one by one. So ear, then the price, right? Make sure to write it out properly. All of them are exactly the same. If it's different, I will let you know. Then we have the mileage. After mileage, let's bring in the color, right? So again, same. Everything is exactly the same. Then below it, we have fuel type. So now that is a select box, right? So first of all, before making that, everything seems to be looking good. So fuel type will be this select right here, right? And we will take this select from Shadcn UI. So over here, this is the select that we would be needing. So let me just copy it up. And first of all, let me just duplicate it because most of the things will be the same, except we will just add the select instead of this input. So I'll just remove this input from over here and I'll paste this select over here. Instead of this, I'll have the fuel type. Instead of color, I'm gonna have the fuel type error. Okay, let's see this select right here. So first of all, we need to set this trigger over here. So for this trigger, I'm gonna say if there's any error, obviously we're gonna show the border red, else nothing. And in the select value, I'm gonna show placeholder, select the fuel type, and make sure to import all of these from /components. Let me just import them real quick, one by one. Select content, select item. Okay. Now, inside this, whatever the values are going to be coming from over here, right? We wrote these over here, right? Fuel types. So we'll make use of these. So let me just keep one of them over here. And right here, I will render the fuel type. So fuel types dot map, and let's put a callback and move this select item inside of it. And I'll return it right here. I'll take the type over here. I'll put the key and value as type. And over here as well, I'll say type. Okay, now we need to set it inside of our form, right? Set the value, and we are not using register over here. So what do? So you might remember we took out this set value from inside of it, right? So this will be very helpful for dynamically setting our value. So over here in the select, all we need to do is on value change. I'm going to take the value and I'll say set value. And first of all, we need to define for which field this is. So it will be for fuel type and define the value. Oops, sorry, not this value. And default value can be get values. So we took out get value as well, right? So this will help us get the default value. So yeah, I think this should do it. Let's go and see. So inside of our app, yes, we have the fuel types right here. Great. What's next? We have transmission, body type. So again, both of these are select. So they will be exactly similar to what we have done already. So I'm just gonna copy it up. And below this, I'll paste it right here. And let's make the changes. First of all, the label will say transmission. For the select right here, it will simply have on value change, we will change the transmission, get value transmission. Again, for error, same thing, right? Select transmission. I'll take the transmissions, provide the type. Everything is exactly the same. Again, over here as well, I'll say transmission. Same for body type as well. So after this, I'm just gonna bring in the whole thing because you already know what to do. So label, select with the body type and error, right? After this div, I'm gonna have the seats. So again, this will be very similar to what we have done earlier. So I'm gonna take the label, which will say number of seats, and I'll say this is optional, and I'll provide the input with the register, right? Placeholder can be like example 5 seats. Again, after this, I believe there's a status, if I'm not wrong. Yep, status, select again, right? So we'll take the select, we will copy it up, and I'll modify it after this, something like this with the label status and select replace all of this with status. And here I'm just making the first letter as capital, right? And since this is optional as well, I'm not providing any error right here. Okay, so after this div, now we need to provide the description. So description will be exactly the same, just like what we have done up until now. But the only difference will be this text area component instead of the input component, right? This is just a component which will take more space. So if I go to our app, yeah, you can see this will take more space. Input took less space. So you can see I'm saying error.description over here. Minimum height is going to be 32 and some errors over here. Then after this, inside of our deployed app, we can see we have this, if you want to feature this car or not. So we have a checkbox. So let's see, we installed the checkbox as well, right? So checkbox can be something like this, like it's just a simple checkbox, right? So it'll be, again, similar to what we've done. And this will be coming from React drop zone. So, okay, let's do that. So below this div, I'm going to have a div. Instead of this, let's have the check box component from Shadcn UI, and then I'll have a div which will contain our label, which will say feature this car. And I'll also have a paragraph tag along with it. Featured cars appear on homepage. So let's give this the class name of displayFlex item start, because I want this on the left and this on the right. So item start space X to be 3, space Y to be 0, rounded medium, and some border around it with padding to be 4. Now for this checkbox, again, we will do that set value thing, right? So I'll say checked, and I'll check to see if this featured has been changed or not, right? So I'll say on checked change is where we will be updating this value, and I'll use this watch that we imported earlier to see if this has been changed or not. And if it's been changed, we will change the UI as well. ID for this can be featured, which we will be using over here in the label. So I'll say HTML for featured. And to contain both of these together, I'm going to say space Y to be 1 and leading none, which just defines a line height, right? So let's see. Yes, this looks good. All right, now below it, we would need to have this React drop zone component, right? Just like we saw on our homepage is what we need to build over here as well, right? So below this div, I'm going to have another div which will contain the label, which will show the images, right? How many images are over here? And I'll say this will be HTML for images. So below this label, I'm going to have a div which will contain another div which will be our drop zone, right? So let's just do one thing. Let's just import our drop zone first. So I'll go to the top below the return. So over here, let's import the use drop zone. Let's see if it's properly imported. Make sure to import from React drop zone. Okay. So you know what? We have already created this inside of our homepage, right? So I'll go over here and just pick it. So this home search component, I'll just take both of these things from over here. I'll just copy it up and I'll paste it right here. We're not going to be needing both of these. And instead of this, let's just rename them instead of these to get multi-image root props and get multi-image input props, right? Since they're going to be multiple images, so this will help us recognize it. Let's say .webp as well. Max files cannot be 1. I'll say multiple to be true, so that we can add multiple images over here. On drop, let's just rename it to on multi-images drop. And let's just rename our on drop to on multi-images drop. Now let's just modify this condition over here. Let's just start from scratch and remove all of this code right here. And first of all, I'm going to say I'll be taking multiple files over here, right? Image files. So I'll say accepted files dot filter. For each and every file, I'll check if the file size is more than 5 MB, then I'll give the error, right? Toast.error. Let's import toast from Sonar. Toast.error. File name exceeds 5 MB limit and will be skipped, and return false. If that is not the case, we will return true. So okay, we have this valid files now. I'm going to check if valid files are like length of valid files are 0, then obviously we don't need to move forward. I'll return. Now after this, we can process the images. So I'll create a array over here. So I'll say new images equals this array. I'll say valid files dot for each. So I'm going to run a loop on all of these images right here. And now it's going to be similar to what we have done over here in this home search component. So I'll just copy this whole thing up and go back over here and I'll paste it right here. So first of all, I'll say const reader equals new file reader on load. Instead of this, I'm gonna say new images dot push e.target dot result. Then I'll check if new images dot length is equals to valid files dot length. That means when all of the images are processed, instead of this, let's just have a uploaded images state and an image error state as well, so that we can display it appropriately, just like this: uploaded images and image error, right? So I'll go back over here. Inside this, I'm gonna say set uploaded image to whatever the uploaded image is already there, and I'll add all of the new images, and I'll say set image error to empty. And then in the end, I'll show the success toast saying successfully uploaded whatever number of images that we have uploaded over here. Let's remove this. And then in the end, this will be inside of over here. And then in the end, we'll say reader.read as data URL file. And we forgot to take the file over here, right? For each and every image file. And yeah, I think that should add the on drop logic. So let's just work on our UI now. So I'll go back to over here, right here. And I guess we can take the UI that we did over here in the home search component. So I'll just take this div. So from here to here, I'll just copy it and paste it right here. Instead of get root, I'll say get multi image root props. And for input, I'll say get multi image input props. If there's any error inside of our state, I'm just going to display it over here. If there's any image error, I'll say text rate to be 500. And after these images, I'm going to say image error is there. Then I'll show this asterisk over here on red that is displaying that there's some error over here. And by the way, if you're thinking the way when this image error will be populated, so when we go on and do this on submit, we will send our form, right? We will submit our form, right? So inside this uploaded images, we can say if uploaded images dot length is equals to 0, then we can throw the error that please upload at least one image, right? So, okay. So again, let's go back. It's a long form right here. So over here, again, we are not going to be needing this. So let's just remove this from over here only. Let's keep drag and drop or let's say, or click to upload multiple images. Let's remove this is drag reject. And I'll just say JPEG, PNG, WebP, max 5 MB each. Let's take this upload icon right here. Let's see how this looks currently. Okay, something like this. I think it needs some UI improvement. So let's just go and improve the UI. First of all, if there's any image error, I'll just update the class name to say class name, border to, border dashed, rounded, large, padding to be 6, text to be center, cursor pointer. When we hover on it, background gray will be 50, and we will have some transition. If there's any image error, we will show red border around it, else gray border. So let's see, yep, something like this. For this div, also for this div right here, I'm gonna say margin top to be 2. So that's some spacing above it. For this div right here, I'm gonna say display flex column, items to be center, justify to be center. This icon will be H12. Yeah, I think this is fine. Margin bottom, I think this is fine. Margin bottom can be 3. For the span, I think text gray 600 and text small. And for this, I think text can be extra small. Text gray to be 500 and margin top to be 1. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, I think this is much better. Let's see if we are able to select multiple images over here. What's the issue? E is not defined. Okay, yeah, when we are submitting the form, I guess, then it would be causing this issue. So where is it? Okay, over here. So render on load, it should be e.target.result. Okay, let's come back to this thing. And what is this? I think I've included extra divs over here. After this divs, let's just have an error tag as well, image error, which will say text to be extra small, text at 500 if there's any image error right here. Okay, I think most of the things look good. Let's try to select the images now. And yeah, looks like uploaded 2 images, but we cannot see it. So we need to see it, right? So below this div, actually above this div, I'm going to render all of my uploaded images. So I'll say uploaded images dot length. First of all, I'll check if there is anything inside of this array, right? So I'll say and then inside of it, I'll have a div, and then I'll have a h3 inside of it, which will simply show how many images have been uploaded, right? So uploaded images dot length. After this h3, we will have another div, where we will render all of the uploaded images, right? So I'll inside the curly braces, uploaded images dot map. We will take each and every image and the index. Inside this, I'll say return div with the image. Next.js image component inside of it. So make sure to import it from next/image. And I'm going to say src to be this image. Alt can be car image and whatever the index is. Height and width can be 50. Class name can be height 28, width to be full, object cover and rounded medium. And I'm going to say keep it in on the high priority, right? So that it renders properly. And then below this, we will have a button, not actually below it. This button will be for removing the image, right? So I'll say X icon. So make sure to import X from Lucid React. And for this button right here, I'm going to say type to be button, size to be icon, variant destructive, that is red. Class name is going to be absolute because we want to align it on top right corner of the image, right? So let me show you. So let's say if this is our deployed website, if I choose any image right here, notice over here, there's this red button, right? So this is how we're going to be displaying it. So we will only be displaying it when the hover is like on hover, right? So opacity 100, normally opacity is 0. And we have applied some transition on opacity as well. So you can see top one, right one, and height and width is going to be 6. For this X icon, let's say class name is going to be height 3, width 3. And also when we click on this button, I'm going to trigger a function. So I'll say on click, remove image with this index. Now, obviously this function does not exist. So I'll go to the top right here. I'll say const remove image. And we will take the index over here and simply inside of it, I'm just going to filter out the image, right? So I'll say set uploaded images. I'll take whatever that's already inside of over there. Previous dot filter. I will take each and every index of the image over here and I will see if it's not equal to the index that we are supplying over here, only then return it. If it is equal, then we will not return it, right? So that will remove that image from our arrays. Let's just style this thing a little bit. So for this div, I'm going to say class name margin.v4. For this h3, I'm going to say class name to be text small, font to be medium, and margin bottom to be 2. For this div, we want this to be rendered in a grid, right? So I'm going to say class name to be display grid. In the smaller screens, we'll show 2 columns, bigger than smaller screens 3 columns, medium screens 4 columns, and large screens 5 columns, right? And gap to be 4 between them. Let's see if this is working. So yeah, this is our website. Let's try to choose 2 images. And yes, looks like it is working, but I cannot see that X icon over here. What is the issue over here? Each child should have a unique key prop. Okay, so yeah, for this div right here, I'm going to say key to be index, class name, relative, group. And what's wrong with this button? Okay, I think it was not being rendered because there was no class name relative over here. And I already gave absolute here. So now it should be rendered. Let's see. Yes, this is working. If I click on it, yes, it's being removed from here. Awesome. So this is working fine. Now below all of this, I believe the whole form is done, right? So below all of this, I want to render a button. So right below this, I'm going to say a button from Shadcn UI. This will simply, like over here, we can say add car. And we can probably display some sort of loading over here. Like if loading is true, if loading is true, then I can show adding, probably inside of fragment, I can say adding car dot else I can show this add car string right here. Along with this adding car, we can also show a loader 2 icon from Lucid React, the class name of margin right to be 2, height and width to be 4, and animate spin. Let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. For this button right here, this will simply be of type submit, class name to be width full, in the medium screen width auto, and we can also have a disabled button when this is being like car is being added. So let's just put true for now. So it will be disabled just like this. Okay, I think that should do it. Let's just make this form work. So we need our API that we made right here, right, in cars.js. So this one's for processing AI. We will come to this very soon. But this add car API, right? This is what we need, or server action. Now, let's talk about one thing. If you want to call this server action over here, so this is fine. I can just simply go on over here in the on submit and I can call it, right? Add car, I can, import it from over here from our actions. But thing is, when you're calling an API, there are multiple things that you need to handle, right? Like loading, you have to handle the error, how the data is, properly populated, right? So we have to create different states for all of these things. And I don't want to waste my time every single time I'm doing this. So instead, why don't we create a custom hook for this, right? So over here, I'm just going to create a new folder called hooks. And inside of this, let's just create a new file called use-fetch. Make sure to create this folder inside of, root of our folder or root of our project. So use-fetch.jsx. And over here, I'm going to be creating that custom hook. And if you don't know about what hooks are, these are basically just like a normal functions, but with superpower of React, right? And they are written by using use keyword in the beginning. So let's say for this one, I'll say const use fetch equals whatever this is, right? This is basically a normal function, and I'm going to take a callback inside of it, which is going to be basically a API call. In this case, our create project call. So what will this contain? It will contain the three states that I just discussed: data, loading, and error, right? All of these three states, which we create again and again when we have to do an API call. Let's create a fn function over here. And this is going to be an asynchronous function, which is the only thing that we would be needing to call in the end when we have to trigger an API call. And we will write all of our logic inside of it, which we are going to reuse again and again, right? And in the end, I'm going to return data, loading, error, and this function right here. And also, if we want to manipulate this data from outside, I'm just going to send this set data as well. And I'll say export default use fetch. What's going on over here? Let me just import use state just like this. Okay. Now inside of this function over here, first of all, before fetching our API, we're going to say set loading to true and set error to null, right? Oops, sorry, it is export default, not export delete. Yeah, so set loading and set error. By default values, this will be true and this will be null. Then inside of this, I'm going to have a try catch block for handling our errors and all. Inside the try block, I'm going to say const response equals await callback, whatever this callback is. And let's say if you want to provide it with some extra arguments, I'm going to take this args from over here and provide it inside of this args. Then I'll say set data to whatever the response that we get from it. So I'll say response and set error to be null. But what if we do get any error over here? Then I'll say set error to be error. Now after this set error, I'm going to be showing the toast for displaying the error basically. So toast.error, make sure to import this toast from Sonar. I'll say error.message. And finally, in the end, I can just say set loading to false. Simple as that. And with that, our custom hook is ready. Let's go back to our add car form component right here and make use of this. So we have to get our add car server action, right? So over here, I can simply say use fetch, and here I can say add car and make sure to import from /actions/car. Now this will give us some things as we saw, like data, error, function, loading, right? So I can take the data and probably rename it something else like add car result. I can take loading and rename it as add car loading. So, it's basically customizing for like with respect to that particular server action. I can take the function and I can say add car function. And now I can just trigger this function and it will populate this data and also this loading indicator. And by the way, this will show the loading, right? So I can just take this loading and now I can just add it right over here. And this button add car loading. So this will properly indicate it when our car is being added. Okay, so let's take this add car function and I'll go down right here in the, where is it? On submit. Yeah, below this. Whenever we submit our form, we will get the data right here, right? So let me just show you first. So I'll just console log data for now and also the uploaded images. comma uploaded images. We are getting this error right here. Oh, sorry. It's because in this cars.js, I told you earlier, right? This should have use server on the top, since this is a server action. So if I go back, yep, now we see it properly. Let's open the inspect. Let's try to fill some gibberish over here. I'm just gonna put random stuff. Okay, let's say available. Let's put some random image here. Click on add car. Okay, description. Let's just add something here and click on add car. So you see it gives us proper error. At least 10 characters. Okay, let's click on add car, and now you see this is what we get in this data right here. Right, this is the data that we will be sending to our API. So okay, right here instead of this console log, and let's prepare the data first. So I'm going to say const car data equals, and inside of this object, first of all, I'll provide it with the data, whatever that we are getting over here. Then I'll say for, like, we need to format certain data, right? Like year should be in the number format. So parse int to be data.year. Price should be parse float because this is a decimal that it is expecting. So data.price. Mileage should also be number. Seats is an optional for like field, right? So I'm going to say if seats is there, data.seats is there, then parse it, else keep it null. Right, and yeah, I think let's see what is it expecting. So it's expecting car data and the images, right? So okay, so after this I'll say await add car function, not add car function. This is what we are taking over here, right? So inside of it, inside this object, I'm gonna provide the car data and all of the images. So I'll say images to be uploaded images. Okay, that should do it. Now when we click on add car, let's show some indicator right here, like, you know, for this data and loading. So simply I'll have a use effect hook over here. Make sure to import it from React. Let's see. Yes, it's imported. So use effect hook. This will only run when add car result is populated. So inside of this, I'm gonna say if add car result dot success. If it succeeds, then I can simply show toast.success car added successfully, and I want to push it to /admin/cars. And yeah, I think this should do it. Let's go on and try to upload our very first car. So okay, let's go to manual entry. I'm gonna again fill some gibberish right here. Okay, so I've filled some gibberish over here. Let's add some random image car for testing, and let's click on add car. Let's see if the data enters our database or if it fails. Okay, error adding car. UUID 4 is not defined. Okay, so I believe in our server actions, I have not imported this thing. So okay, I'm gonna say import UUID. I think it's like UUID. First of all, let me just say from UUID. So it's UUID as UUID v4. I think this should work. It's actually v4 as UUID v4. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's just say amazing car. Let's add some random image right here. Click on add car. Hopefully everything goes well. Okay, again, for error adding car because new row violates row level security policy. So I think what I forgot actually is just go to Supabase, and in the storage here in the policies, we need to add a new policy. So click on get started quickly for allowing users to upload the images. So I guess it will be new policy, and for full customization, and we need to allow the insert and select as well. Let's just say give access, right? And yeah, I think let's click on review and save the policy. I think this should allow us to upload images now. Let's see, let's try again. So I'm gonna click on add car, and now hopefully let's see our database. Yes, our car has been added. Amazing. But for some reason this did not show us the toast or something, or it did not reroute us as well. I think we would need to add the loading over here as well. Anyways, so our car form is working successfully. Awesome. Alright, so our manual entry form is done. Now let's go on and work on our AI image upload, probably the most important feature of our app. So for this, we also need the card component. So I'll go to Shadcn UI and take this card component right here. I'll just copy it up, go back to my app, and paste this right here in this tabs component. And by the way, this component is getting pretty big now. So probably if you want, you can divide it into components. But let's just import this card right here. I think it's already imported all of these things. So first of all, for this title and the description, I'm going to say AI-powered card details extraction. Upload an image of a car and let Gemini AI extract its details. Or, rather we can just say let AI extract its details. Inside this card content, I'm going to have a div, the class name of space y to be 6. Inside of this div, I'm going to have another div which will contain our image preview and stuff. And then we will have another div for, basically dragging and dropping the images, just like we've done up until now. So actually, let's just go to the top where our states are, and I'm gonna create another state for storing this image, so image preview. And also I'll create one more state for storing this image, so uploaded AI image, right? Let's go back to the bottom. Now inside of this, I'm gonna say if the image preview is there, that is there's some image selected, then show our div. Otherwise, we will show the other div for, extracting, like basically for dragging and dropping the image, right? So again, I'll go back to my components where we had this home search, right? And let's just take this div again from over here and I'll paste it right here. Let's get rid of these things. We are not going to be needing them. Drag, reject, drag and drop, or click to upload our image. Let's say JPG, PNG, WebP. We need to create another, React drop zone for it. So let's just go again to the top right here. I'll actually create it above this thing, let's say. Let me just copy this thing that we have already written earlier. Yep, this thing right here. I'm just gonna copy it and I'll paste it right here. Instead of this get multi-image root props, let's say get AI root props and get AI input props. Let's call this function as on AI drop, which obviously does not exist. So I'm going to say const on AI drop, create this function. And this should be actually very similar to what we have done earlier over here in the home search. So something like this. Let me just copy it up and paste it right here. Instead of this name, I'm going to say on AI drop. Let's see. So if file is there, then show this. After this, I'm going to say, let's say set is uploading. I'm going to remove this. Let's say set uploaded AI image to this file. We will do this. That is fine. Render dot on load. Let's take the event from here. And since this will just be taking one image, so I'll be taking set image preview to e.target.result, and let's just show that was success, image uploaded successfully. And we're not going to be needing this. And in the end, let's just say reader.read as data URL file. Right over here, yeah, this is fine. Instead of multiple, no, we don't need multiple. So I'll say max files to be 1, multiple to be false. Okay, this is fine. Let's see. Yeah, I think this should be fine. Let's go back to the bottom. And right here, instead of get root props, I'll say get AI root props and get AI input props. For this div, I'll say cursor pointer on hover. I'm going to say background gray to be 50, just like before, and transition. Instead of upload icon right here, I'm going to show the camera icon because user can also take the pic from their mobile phone. Height weight 12, text rate to be 400, margin bottom to be 2, that's fine. For this div, item center, I'll say justify center as well, so it's on the very center. For this thing, text grade to be 600, let's say, and text can be small. For this, text grade to be 500, I'm going to say text extra small, and let's have some margin top above it. Let's see if this, yeah, there we go. It is starting to look good. Let's give the parent div some styling. So this div right here, I'm going to say some class name of border 2, border dashed, rounded large, and some padding 6, right, with text to be center. And yeah, this looks much better now. Great. Now when we select the images, we need to display them right here. So I'm going to say display flex column, items to be center, and inside of this, we can preview the image. So let's just take the simple image tag right here. And let's just say src equals image preview for whatever the image is selected. Alt tag can be car preview, and class name can be max height to be 56, max width to be full, object contain, and margin bottom to be 4. Let's see. If I select any image right here, yes, we can see it right here. Awesome. let's add the div below it so that we can remove these images as well. So simply I'm going to have a button right here. On click, I'm going to say set image preview null, set uploaded AI image to null, right? So notice if I click on it, it will be removed. Let's provide this div with the class name of display flex and some gap of 2, because apart from this remove, we will also have a button for extracting the details, right? So right below this button, or actually I'll just copy and paste this button right here. Let's just say, I'm not going to need the variant. On click, I'm going to do something. I'm going to make the API call actually, so let me just comment it out for now. And I will also disable this button when the processing is happening. So we can say extract details. So let's add the loader over here actually. If the loader is true, then I can say loader true, just like before when we were adding the car. We can show the loader. Else, instead of this, I can show a camera emoji with extract details, right? If I go back, let's select an image right here. You can see it's processing, right? So this is what we want to show. So anyways, let's just go on and import this API. And you already know what API this is. It's this process image with AI, right? Where we used Gemini. So cool. Let's just use it above over here. Yes, this is fine. Also, you know what? I just need to add some static text over here. I forgot. So right below it, we just need to add some guidelines, right? It's completely option. If you want to add it, you can add it, else you can skip it as well. So inside this div, I'm just saying that how it works. So the steps, right? Upload a clear image, click on extract details, review the extract information, blah, 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 blah. Tips for best results, use clear, well-lit images. Again, this is totally optional. If you don't want to do it, that's completely fine, right? So it will look something like this, right? It makes our app look more professional. Anyways, let's go back up. Where were we? Right here, right above this. Let's use another use fetch hook. And this time, this will take process image with AI, this server action that we are going to be using. Just like before, over here, I'm going to be saying const loading function data and error, right? I'm going to be renaming them as follows: process image loading, process image function, result, error. So we can properly display all of these things, right? Okay. Now let's take this process image function right here and let's create a function over here. I'm going to say const process with AI. Process with AI, and this function over here will be an asynchronous function. And basically, when we click on extract details button, it will call this function. So await process image function with the uploaded AI image. Before this, let's just add some error handling. So I'll check if the uploaded image, like uploaded AI image, is not there. I'm gonna throw the error. Please upload an image first. Let's take this process with AI, and I'll go down here. Where is it? More further, yeah, over here in this button right here. So instead of this on click, I'm gonna say process with AI, right? And for this will be disabled if this loading is going on, right? Process image loading. So I'm gonna add it right here, and instead of this true as well, I'm gonna add this process image loading. Okay, everything seems to be on track. I think when this is triggered, I should do something like this. Whenever, like when it's successful, I should perform some actions. So I'm gonna say, first of all, let's just add for the error, right? If it fails, like if process image error, so I'm gonna say if process image error, then show the error message, else show fail to upload cars. But if it's successful, so I'll say use effect, and inside this dependencies, I'll add process image result and uploaded AI image. If any of these changes, we will trigger this use effect. I'm gonna say if process image result dot success. Just add a question mark over here. If it is successful, then what will we do? We will make use of this set value from our form, because now we have all of the data related to a car, right? Now we want to auto populate this manual entry form from whatever we have got from over here, from our AI upload, right? So here we are going to populate using the set value. So I'll bring in the code quickly. So basically I'll say set value for each and every one of them. So for make, car details.make, car details.model, all of them one by one, like fuel, price, mileage, transmission, description, etc. And also we need to add this image that we have selected to the selected images as well, right? So simply after this, I'm going to say const reader equals new file reader, and I'll say reader.onload set uploaded images. So this set uploaded images for our actual form, if you remember. So I'll say whatever the previous images are there, I'll add our new image onto that. And then simply I'll say reader.read as data URL uploaded AI image. Cool then, and I think that should be it. After this, I think we can just show a toast. So I'll say toast.success, successfully extracted car details, and we can show a description that detected this car year, this car make, and this car model. And if you remember, we had the confidence value as well, right? So I'm just gonna say math.round car details confidence in 200. You know, we can display it in the percent, that how much confidence do we have inside of this. And then simply we can switch it to the manual tab. So I'll say set active tab to be manual. And by the way, sorry, I forgot to take out this car details from over here. So I'll say const car details equals process image result dot data. Now we have all of the data, and hopefully this will work. Let's go and check it out. I'm over here and let's just upload this image of a Tesla. Let's click on extract details. It's processing. Hopefully everything works. And there we go, successfully extracted car details, 2020 Tesla Roadster with 90% confidence. There we go. It has populated all of this data for us as well. I guess the mileage is not selected, but let's just keep some random value over here. Fuel type electric and everything. It has added a proper description as well. Let's click on feature this car and let's click on add car. Let's see if this car is added inside of our database or not. And okay, so we get some error over here. What is this? Invalid. I think it's some 500 error. So from our Supabase, let's try to add it again. Argument price is missing. Okay. So, oh, my bad. It should be a number, not a string. So now it should work properly. Okay, looks like it did work. But again, we did not get any toast. We will check this issue now. Okay, it has been uploaded inside of our backend. Let me just delete it so that we can try uploading it again after checking what the issue is. So let's see. I think probably this router is not present, and that is why this is giving us this error, right? Let's see. Yes, I think that's the issue. So I'll say use router, import from next/navigation. I'll say const router equals this. And hopefully now it should work. Let's try uploading it again. So I'm gonna choose the image right here, extract details. The AI has extracted the details. Let's click on feature this car as well and click on add car. And there we go. Now we get car added successfully, and we should be now routed to the /cars page. Yes, we were added to the /cars page. And again, let's check our database. I'm going to refresh it. And inside of our cars table, we have the entry successfully. Amazing. Let's now quickly go on and render this data inside of our cars page right here, right? So let's just close this form. This was a huge component to build, right? So I'm going to go to this page.jsx inside of this cars page, right? So we have this cars list, go inside this cars list component. And actually to render our cars, we have to first work on a server action first, right? So right here, I'm going to be creating a new server action for fetching all of the cars. So I'll say export async function get cars, and this will also take a search, like in case if we want to search a car. So inside of this, I'm going to say try catch block. First of all, let me just add the condition to check if user is authorized or not. So I'll just say const user ID, await auth, blah, 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 all of these authorization things that we have already done. Now I'm going to take let where so that we can build the condition of what we are trying to find, right? So I'm going to say if the search is there, then we're going to include the search inside of our where. So I'll say where dot or. That means either of these three conditions should be true. That is, search should match our make of the car, model of the car, or the color of the car. If you want, you can add more details over here as well. Then finally, we can execute the query with this where condition. So I'll say const cars equals await db dot car dot find many, and inside of this we're going to take an object. I'll say where, I'll say order by created at. Whenever it was created at, I'll order it with respect to a descending order. Okay. Now there's one issue over here that I encountered while developing this application. So basically, when we are getting this data, right, we are getting the price in format of a string. So we need to convert it into a decimal format. So we need to serialize the data, right? So I'm going to say const serialized cars equals cars dot map, and I'm going to run through a function. So serialized car data. So the serialized car data is basically a function that we will be building. So let's just build it inside of over here in the lib. I'm going to create a new helper.js file where we will write this function. And this will be very simple. So basically, we will be taking the car data, and in some cases, we will also need to add the wishlisted data as well. So you can probably ignore it for now. Later on, I'll show you where this will be used. But mainly, this thing is what we'll be using. So basically, we'll get all of the car data. We'll get all of the car data right here, and we'll serialize the car price. I'll say car.price parse float, and I'm simply converting car.price.toString to float, right? So the app properly supports it. Else 0, and obviously created at, updated at. I think if you want, you can skip it as well. But this basically helps us to convert it to the ISO string of date type, right? And then wishlisted if we want to add the wishlisted data as well. Right, so let's import it. It should be data. I think it should be serialized car data. Yes, now it's imported. So this will serialize our data. And in the end, I can simply return it. Success true, and data will be serialized cars. In the catch, I can return console.error, error fetching cars, and success to be false, error to be error.message. Now, we need an API or a server action to delete our cars as well, right? So let's just create a function for deleting the cars, and also one more function for updating the status of the car, right? If it's available, unavailable, sold after a test drive. Let's say if a user decides to buy the car, we need to update it inside of our database as well, right? So okay, I'm going to say export async function delete car, and we will provide the ID of that particular car. So inside this, first of all, obviously we need to do this. We need to check if user is authorized or not. After it, let's just fetch the car to get its images, right? Because we need to delete the images as well, right? So I'm going to say const car equals await db.car find unique, where the ID is the ID that we have supplied, and we need to select the images. Now obviously, if the car does not exist, we're going to return success false and error car not found. Otherwise, we're going to simply delete the car from the database. That's all. But we need to delete the images as well, right? As I mentioned before. So it's going to be very similar to how we created this. So if you go on over here in the add car, we have both of these things, right? Cookie store and Supabase client. So I'm going to be taking that and I'll paste it right here in the try. Let's take all of the car images. So I'm going to say const file path equals car.images dot map, and I'll take each and every image URL. So I'll just say image URL. I'll say const URL equals new URL, and I'll get like this for this image URL right here. And then I'll say const path match, and we will define that this exists inside of this particular bucket right here, right? So I'll say URL dot path match slash car images and the path after it. So if it does match this path inside of this URL right here, so we will check if it does match, then return it, else null, right? Now since we have all of the path, we will filter out only those which are true. So I'll say boolean. Okay. Now we have all of the file paths right here. Now I'm going to say if file path.length is more than 0, then we will say supabase.storage from car images and remove all of these file paths, right? If there's any error, I'm going to say error deleting images. Otherwise, we will continue, right? That is all. In the catch, I'm going to say error with storage operations, right? Just the error right here. And in the end, after we have deleted the car, like after this try catch block right here, and actually I think I should wrap this whole thing inside of a try catch as well. So I'll say try catch. Let's just take this, and after this catch right here, I'll paste it. So after this, actually, let's just rename this error to storage error. Okay. So after this images part is done, I'm going to revalidate the page. So I'm going to say revalidate path to admin/cars, right? This will be revalidated, the data will be fetched again, and then in the end, we will return success to be true. And in the catch, I'll return success to be false and error to be error.message. Right, simple enough. This will help us to delete our car. Now let's write the final server action for updating this car status. So update car status, we will take the car ID, the current status, and if it is featured or not, right? So we're taking status and featured over here because these are the things that we want to update inside of our car, right? First of all, let's check if user is authorized or not. So just take it and put it right here. Let's just put it inside of a try catch block actually. So I'll put it right here to see if user is authorized. Then I'll create an object right here called update data. Now this is where we will define what are all the data that we need to update, right? So inside this update data object, we will define with respect to what we have received over here, what we want to update, right? So simply, I'm going to say if the status is not equals to undefined, that is user wants to change the status, then I'll say update data.status equals status, same with featured as well, right? So with that, we have our updated data populated. So now we finally update the car. So I'll say db.car.update, where this is the ID and data to be update data. After this is done, simply we can just refresh the data. So I'm going to revalidate path, this path right here, and return success to be true. If there's any error, I can just simply return success to be false, error.message. Right? And yeah, with that, we have created all of these three crucial server actions that we are going to be needing right here in our car list page. Let's go on and build this. All right, so in this component right here, first of all, let's fetch all of our cars from the server action that we created. So again, we will use the use fetch hook. And also let's import this get cars. So as you can see, I have renamed this loading, fn, data, error, all of these things. You know what, let's just import the update car and delete car server actions as well while we are at it. Right, so similar for the delete car as well. Let's import it. Same for update car status server action. And again, I have renamed them appropriately so that we do not get confused. Okay, so yeah, we already have this search state right here, right? So you know what, let's just make use of use effect. And when the component is loaded, I'm gonna fetch all of our cars, right? With this search right here. Right now it's empty, but later on, obviously this will have something, right? Okay, let's go on and render all of these cars. So this cars data we have right here, right? So here we can render all right, now so to build this car table right here, you would need the card component from Shadcn UI. So I'm gonna copy it up and paste it right here. We're not gonna be needing the card footer. So let's import all of these one by one. Card header, title, and actually I don't think I'll be needing this header part as well. We'll just be needing the card content. So let me just import this. That's all. And also inside these cards, we will be needing a table component. So we have already installed this table component. Yeah, something like this. So yeah, I'm just keeping it open so that we can, use it later on. Yeah, so there we go. The card component is here. Let's continue. For this card content, I'm just simply going to say padding to be 0. And also inside of it, first of all, I'm going to be showing the loading indicator when the car's data is loading, right? So I'm going to say loading cars is true. And if there's no cars data present, then I'm going to show a div which will have the loading indicator. Else, we will have another condition right here. So inside this div, I'm going to add the loader just like we have added before. So loader 2 from Lucid React. Let's give it some height, width, and animate spin with text gray of 400. Okay. And also after this or condition, I'm going to say if the cars data dot success is true and cars data has anything inside of it, dot length is more than 0, then we will display that table component over here, right, inside of a div. Else, we can just show a message inside of a div saying that no cars are present, right? So let's build them one by one. So first of all, for this loader, I'm going to give this div some class name of display flex, justify center, item center, and padding vertical to be 12. Now over here, to display the car's data, I'm going to say overflow X to be auto. And right here is where we will be rendering our table, right? So let's get the table component from Shadcn UI. So I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. We're not going to be needing the table caption. And let's import all of the other things from /components one by one. Table head, table body, table row, and table cell. Okay, cool. Let's see if it is starting to load. Yes, this is how we wanted it. Let's customize it a little bit. First of all, for all of these headers right here, instead of this, I'm gonna have like first one as empty with width of 12. Then we're gonna have make and model, year, price, status, featured, and the actions where we can, do something like delete or probably change the status of the car. Then in the body right here is where we will be rendering our data. So above this table row right here, I'm going to say car data map. Let's take each and every car over here, and then inside of it, I'll move this table row and say return. Okay, let's provide the key to each and every table row, that is car.id. And first of all, now we will build all of these cells one by one, right? So let's first start with the first one, which will be for the image, right? So first one we kept as empty because we want the image to be rendered over here for the car. And if the image is not present, I will simply render the empty, or not the empty, I mean the icon of the car, random icon. So let's say this div is going to have width of 10, height of 10, rounded, medium, and overflow to be hidden. Right now inside of this cell is where I'm going to be saying if car.images and car.images.length, that is this car has some images, right? Then we will render this next.js image component. So make sure to import it from next/image. src will be car.images of 0, that is we will be rendering the first image only. Alt tag can be car make and car model with some height and width. Class name can be width full, height full, and object cover. And this will be a priority image, right? So that it renders properly. Otherwise, if there's no image right here, then we can simply render a car icon, like from Lucid React. Let's see just this. Yes, we can see the icon for both of the cars right here. Great. All right, next we can render the make and model and year. Okay, so below this cell, I'm gonna be saying table cell, car make and car model, and car year. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Now for the price, actually, I'm gonna be writing a helper function which will help me format the price. So let me show you. If I just simply write the price like this, so car.price. See, it looks something like this, right? Very plain. So to properly format it and add the currency sign over here as well, let's just write a function. So I'll go to this helper.js file that we had created, and I'm going to create a helper function over here called format currency. So simply what it will do, it will just format it into US dollar in this format right here, right? If you want, you can choose it accordingly. I have chosen a generic format according to my audience, right? So that most of you are recognizable from it. So okay, we will take this function and I'm gonna wrap this whole thing in this format currency, right? Import it from @lib/helper, and now you will see, yes, it will add the appropriate commas and the currency symbol as well. Great. Now, after this, we want to add the car status, right? So I've added this and it will look something like this, right? It looks weird. So we want to properly format it, and I'm going to format it using Shadcn UI badge, right? So again, we'll be writing a very simple function for this. So I'm going to say get status badge, and this will take the status, and with respect to the status, like for example, if it's available, we're going to show the badge with green text. If it's unavailable, we're going to show the red text. If it's sold, then we'll show the blue text, right? Very generic stuff. Nothing much going on over here, right? So just simply take it and we just need to wrap it. And if there's no status over here, we'll show some generic badge over here. Okay, so I'm just going to take this and wrap it something like this. And now you'll see, oh, badge is not defined, obviously. So let me just import the badge from Shadcn UI. And now this should properly work. You can see the loading indicator and everything. Yep, we can see the available right here. Awesome. Now, when it comes to featured, we can, show a star over here and the ability to update if a car is featured or not, right? So I'll have a table cell. Inside this, we can have a button from Shadcn UI. Let's say variant ghost, size small, and class name to be padding 0, height 9, and width 9. Now, if a car is featured, then we can show a star icon over here from Lucid React. Else we can show star off, that is, it will be cut off, right? Let me show you. See, something like this, featured or not featured. So I'll say on click, we will create this handle toggle featured, where we can supply the car and we can toggle it featured or unfeatured. So let's just create it real quick. So I'm gonna go on over here. I'll say const handle toggle featured, And this will be making use of this update car status API. So notice this is an asynchronous function, and this will take the car obviously. And inside this, I'm gonna simply say await. What was the function? Update car status function. And here, first of all, it takes the car ID, so car dot ID, and then it takes either status or featured. So in this case, I'll just supply the featured, and I'll say if car is already featured, car dot featured. I'm just putting a not over here so that it inverts it. Right, that's all. And if this loading going on, so I'll just take this updating car, and I'll probably disable this button. So disable equals this updating car. Let's try it out. If I click on over here, you can see it's disabled and it's unfeatured now. Let's make this one featured. We actually have to update, refresh the page again and again. So to prevent that, what I would do, whenever this happens, I'll just have a use effect over here. So below this, I'll have this use effect, right? I'm going to say update result. Whenever this changes, I'll show a toast first. So import the toast from Sonar, car updated successfully, and we will fetch the cars again. So you can see, yep, now we can properly see it update in real time. Great. Now after this, we will be showing a drop down menu after this table cell so that we can perform some actions. So if I show you in our deployed app, if I click on over here, we have a bunch of different options here along with the delete option, right? So yeah, let's do this over here. I'm gonna have a table cell. This will have class name of text, right? And then inside of it, we will use a drop down menu component from Shadcn UI. So we have already installed this drop down menu. So let's just take the code for it and I'll paste it right here. Let's import drop down menu from /components, trigger, label. Are we going to be needing this? Yes, I think we do. Import the component, separator, and the item. Okay, let's see one by one. First of all, for the trigger, I'm going to say we will have a button right here and we'll have this more horizontal, icon from Lucid React. And when we click on it, we should display this drop down menu. So if I show you now, if I click on it, yes, we can see this. Let's just change the alignment. So I'm going to say align to end. And now if I click on it, you will notice it will align at the very end so that we can properly see this menu over here. Okay. First of all, for the label, I'm going to say actions, and this separator, I'm going to move this separator to the very bottom. So this is where we'll put the delete actually, or probably status. Let's see. Yeah, we'll have two separators over here and here as well. So we'll use them accordingly. So first of all, this is actions. Then for the first item, we will have the ability to view the car, right? So I'm going to simply say an eye icon with the view, right? So import eye from Lucid React, and on click, we will simply router.push it to /cars /car.id. And then we can have the separator over here. Now after this, let's have another label for our statuses, for updating the statuses. And now we will have three types of status over here: available, unavailable, and sold. Right, so let's just have three status over here. First set available, then set unavailable, then set sold, or let's say mark as sold. And then in the end, we will have the delete icon. And let's take the trash from Lucid React. Let's see how this looks currently. Yes, this is somehow what we wanted. Let's just style this a little bit. For this menu icon, I'm going to say class name text red to be 600. Okay. Let's go on and create the functions for all of these, right? For delete and also for updating the statuses. So right here, in fact, over here, let's just create it around this. So for updating the status, it will be very similar to what we have done here. So I'll say handle status update. We will take the car and then the new status. And simply instead of this featured over here, we will supply the status with the new status. That's all. To delete the car, we will be using this delete car function server action that we had created earlier, right? So right here. And also, by the way, we have this handle search submit. This is empty, right? So here we can simply say fetch cars to be search. And now below it, I'm going to say const handle delete car. And when we are deleting the car, we will also show a dialog box. So I'm going to create a state over here, car to delete, which will retain the state of which car will be deleted, right? And also I'm going to create another state for delete dialog open. So we will, retain if the dialog box is open or not with this state right here. Right, okay, so handle delete car. Inside this will be an asynchronous function. First of all, I'm going to say if there is no car to delete, then return it. Otherwise, I'm going to call this delete car function right here, right? So I'm going to say await delete car function car to delete dot id. And then I'm going to close the dialog box and set car to delete to null. I'm going to be working on this dialog box very soon, don't worry. But after our delete has been completed, let's just add the condition over here in the use effect. I'm going to say if delete result dot success, then car deleted successfully. And let's just add this delete result over here as well. And let's just handle the errors while we are at it. So right below it, I'm going to add a use effect, and I'll add the car error, delete error, update error. And if any of this error occurs, I'm going to show toast.error with appropriate message, right? So we have used all of these things right over here from all of these API calls. All right, cool. So let's just first go on and, implement the functionality for delete, right? So drop down menu item over here. On click of this, I'm going to say set car to delete and set this car right here and set delete dialog open to be true. Right now, where will this dialog come from? So I'll go to Shadcn UI and there's this dialog over here. When we click on it, it opens something like this, right? This is what we needed. So I'm just going to copy it up, and right below our card right here is where I'm going to paste it. Something like this. So let's remove this trigger over here. We're not going to be needing it. Instead of that, I'm going to say if this is open, it will be decided by delete dialog open state, and on open change, on open change will be set delete dialog open. Yes. Now for the header, title and description, I'm going to simply say confirm deletion, and in the description, I'm going to say, are you sure want to delete this car? So we already have the details inside of this car to delete state, right? So I'll say this make, this model, this year, this action cannot be undone. Then below the header, I'm going to take the dialog footer component right here where we can show the button, and also make sure to import all of these from /component. And then inside this dialog footer, we will have two buttons. First one will be for canceling it. So canceling will be very simple. I'm just going to simply close the dialog, right? Otherwise, we can have a button which will show the deletion of the car, right? So I'm going to have a button, very indestructible. On click, it will simply trigger this handle delete car function that we created, and it will be disabled when the car is being deleted. So deleting car, if it's true, then I can show the loader and delete car, right? So let's see if I click on over here and click on delete. Yes, we have this dialog box. If you click on it, obviously the car will be deleted. I don't want to delete it right now, so I'm going to cancel it. Great. Let's add the ability to change the status. So right here, first of all, for the set available, we are simply going to say on click and call this handle status update function that we created. We'll provide the car and the available. It will be disabled when the car status is already available, right? Because we don't want to make the same API call if it's already there. Similarly, we're going to do this for our set unavailable as well, and also for our mark as sold as well. Right, cool. Then let's check it out. If I click on it, see it's already available. If I click on set unavailable, you can see car updated successfully right here. Great. And if I go on and check inside of our database, there we go. If I go to the statuses, you can see this one is unavailable now. Great. Awesome. So we were able to build this page, and also if no cars are available, we need to show something as well, right? So I'm going to simply show a div over here. So let's go back to our code for this div right here, right? So simply I'm just going to say no cars found, and if there is nothing that are search found, then I'm going to say no cars match your search criteria. Your inventory is empty. Add cars to get started, right? And we can add your first car button over here, and we can just route them to this create button right here, right? Let's just import this card icon. I think it's already imported. Let's invert this condition and see if this is even working or not. Or rather, we can just, try to search something which we don't have any gibberish over here. Wait, there's something wrong over here. It is triggering this toast right here, right? So we need to check this. What's wrong? When we are entering something inside of input, it's doing set search. Okay. Oh, I think the search has been added right here. We need to remove it. Now we have added a gibberish over here, and you can see no cars match your criteria. Let's remove it, and we can see our car over here. Let's make this car available. All right. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to make this settings page right here. And so I think the main thing that we need to do over here, if I show you in my deployed app, see, we need working hours over here. We need to update the working hours, and also this admin users tab right here, where we can make a user admin as well. We can click on this make admin button and make them admin, right? Okay, let's start to work on this. So inside this admin, I'm going to create a new folder called settings and page.jsx file, RAFCE. I'll say settings page. Let's provide the metadata over here. And as usual, let's provide this div the padding of 6. And I'll have a h1 over here called settings with text to be 2XL, font bold, margin bottom to be 6. Let's see how this looks if I go to settings page. Yep, something like that. All right, so first of all, what I want to do, I want to work on the server actions for the settings. So in the actions, I'll create a new file, settings.js. And right here, actually, we'll be creating 4 server actions. First, for getting the dealership info along with working hours, then setting the working hours, getting the users, and setting the users, right? I mean, updating the users. So first of all, to get the dealership info, we'll first check to see if user is authorized or not. So try catch. I'll check the auth. So import clerk/next/server. And after this, check to see if user is inside of our database or not. So let's just take this and paste it right here. Import DB. And after it, I'll get the dealership's record. So I'm going to say await db.dealershipinfo.find first. And I'll say include working hours order by the day of the week in the ascending order. All right, cool. Now, after this, if there's no dealership, so I'll say if no dealership exists, then we can probably add some dummy data over here. Then I'm going to simply say dealership and equals await db.dealershipinfo.create. Inside this, I'll supply an object with the data, and simply I'm gonna be creating some working hours over here. So I'll simply add this object right here, very simple object. It's called working hours. Inside this, I'll say create, and for each and every day of the week, I'll just supply some default timings right here, right? Open, close, blah, 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 something like this. And then I'll say return it as well, right? So I'll say include, same thing what we did earlier, working hours order by day of week in the ascending order. Okay, I think that should do it. And then in the end, we can just return it to the user, right? So I'll say return success to be true. And in the data, I'll say dealership created and updated at, I'm just gonna change it to ISO string so it matches our time zone, like the proper format, right? And in the catch, I'm gonna throw new error fetching dealership info, error.message. Okay, now let's work on the save working hours function, where we will provide it the updated working hours and it can update it in the database. So I'll say try catch block right here. First of all, I'll check if user is authorized. Then I'll check to see if user is actually admin or not. And if you want, you can add this condition in the other places as well. So I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. And over here, instead of this, I can just say if not user and user.role is not equals to admin, then I'm going to say unauthorized admin access required. Let's fetch the dealership info first. So I'll say const dealership equals await db.dealershipinfo.find first. If no dealership info is there, I'm going to throw the error dealership info not found. Now, since we are updating the working hours, let's just delete the existing working hours, right? So I'll say await db.workinghour.delete many, where dealership ID is the dealership.id that we are sending. Sorry, not sending. I mean, we are receiving over here. After this, let's create the new working hours, right? So I'm going to say for each and every, working hour. So I'm going to say const hour of working hours. I'll say db.working hours. So this is a completely separate table, right? So I'll say dot create and data for every day of the week. So I'll say r.day of the week. I'll provide the open time, close time, if it's open on that particular day or not, and which dealership ID it belongs to again. So right now we just have one dealership, but later on if you want to scale your application, this will be very helpful. And then in the end, we can just revalidate our data and make sure to import it from next/cache, revalidate our settings page. And also I forgot, we should have the use server at the top, right? Since we're creating the server action, and then I'll return success true. In the catch, I'm going to throw the error saving working hours and error.message. Okay. Now let's quickly create the server action for getting the users and also updating the user role. So get users, again, try catch block. At this point, it's like very repetitive, right? So let's just copy this up. I'm gonna paste it right here to check if user is authorized and user is admin. Now let's get all the users over here. So I'll say const users equals await db.user.find many, and I'll say in the descending order, send me all of the users data. And we will simply return it to our UI. So I'll say success to be true and data will be users.map. Again, we are formatting created at and updated at. In the catch, I'll throw new error. And by the way, in this case, this thing is optional. If you don't want to send it, it's completely fine. In the catch, I'll just throw new error fetching users, right? Let's quickly make the fourth server function, server action as well, which is for updating the user role, right? So it will simply take the user ID and the role. I'll just say try catch block. Let's take this thing right here, paste it over here. We already have the user ID and user role. So what I'll do, I'm going to use the update function from Prisma. I'll say db.user.update, where the ID is this user ID. And inside the data, we want to update the role, right? So I'm going to provide this role right here. Then again, in the end, we will just refetch the data, right? So I'll say revalidate path, admin/settings, and return success to true. And in the catch block, I'm going to say throw new error updating user role, error.message, right? So I think, what's wrong? This user ID is being used, right? Oh, it has taken from over here. It should be taking from here. So I think instead of this, I'll just, probably I'll just rename it to admin ID. Oops. So :admin ID, something like this. I'll say admin ID over here so that it does not interfere with our user ID. This could have, thrown some, like it could have created some bug inside of our app. Anyways, so yeah, this is all of the server actions that we created. Let's go back to our page.jsx. I'm going to create a components folder over here. Components, where let's just create a settings-form.jsx, AFCE settings form. And let's just take this and render it right here. And make sure to import settings form right here. And the settings form will be a client component. So use client, something like this. All right, so right here, first of all, we will be using tabs component, right? So inside of this div is where we'll be rendering the tabs component. Let's have the class name of space y to be 6. Inside of this, let's just take the tabs component from Shadcn UI, just copy it up and paste it right here. Let's import all of these from /components, and both of these, one of these can be like working hours and the admin users, just like we saw in the deployed app. Let's take the clock and the shield icons right here. Default value can be hours. Move this class name from here. First tabs content will be for hours. Class name can be space y6 and margin top 6. And similarly, other one will be for admins for updating the role. Right, let's see if this is rendering over here. Yes, let's just refresh the page. Yep, by default, we have working hours selected and we can switch it over here. Great. Let's first do one thing. We have created all 4 server actions over here, right? So let's take them and you like import them with use fetch. So I'll import use fetch. First of all, get dealership info. Again, all 4 things: loading function, data error, save working hours, get users, and update user role, right? So make sure to import all of these server actions and we will be using them along the way as we develop this app. Now, first thing that we need to get is both the details about the dealership and the users, right? So what I'll do, I'll just in the use effect, I'll fetch the dealership info and fetch the user. So both of these functions, this and this. Right, let's import use effect right here. By the way, we'll be creating the form with all of the working hours, right? So for that, I'm going to be creating an object right here called days. Array over here called days, with Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and all of the days of the week, so that we can map through this and render all of them, right? So by default, let's just create a use state over here called working hours. Let's import the use state. Inside this, I'm just gonna render all of these days with default 9 p.m. and close time to be 6 p.m. And if day is not equals to Sunday, I'm just gonna keep all of them as true, right? So this is what we will be rendering over there. Also, for searching our users, we will have a state called user search. So yeah, this is going to be useful for the other tab. All right, let's go on and start building the UI. So first of all, for our hours right here. So inside this, we are going to be needing a card component. So let's first take the card component from Shadcn UI and I'll paste it right here. Not gonna need the footer. Let's import all of these things. And for title and description, I'll update it and I'll say working hours and set your dealership's working hour for each day of the week. Okay. Now inside of this content right here is where I'm gonna be having a div where I'll be rendering the form for updating our working hours. I'll first give it class name space y to be 4, and then inside of it I'm gonna say days dot map. Here I'll take one single day and the index, and inside of over here I'll return a div which will say key day dot value and class name to be grid columns to be 12, gap to be 4, item center padding y to be 3, padding x to be 4, rounded large, and on hover we're gonna say background slate to be 50. Now inside this we're gonna render each and everything. First of all, for our label, so I'll say day.label. Then after this I'll be rendering this checkbox right here, right, with respect to if it's open or closed. So I'll render this div over here with checkbox coming from Shadcn UI. So make sure to import it from /components. And notice we are using that working hours state that we created right here, right? So if it is open, then only this will be checked, right? On checked change, we will create this handle working hour change function where we can basically update this working hours state, right? So I'll create it in just a moment. And inside this, we will have a simple label. Sorry, not inside this. After this, we will have this label, and make sure that this HTML4 is same as this ID right here, right? And I'm going to say working hours. If it is open, then we'll show open, else I'm going to show close. So let's create this function. So right here, I'm going to say handle working hour change, and this will simply take the index, the field, and let me show you. So over here, I'm saying handle working hour change. I'll provide the index, what field I'm trying to change. So it is open, and then what value that I'm providing over here. So I'll copy this updated hours in a shallow copy, and I'll change for that particular index the updated hours for that particular day, and then I will set the working hours again with the updated hours right here. So let's see how this looks. If I go on over here, okay, label is not defined. Let's import the label from /components. Okay, there we go. This is starting to render right here. Now for each and every day right here, I want to render this. So this slots, right, from this to this. So after this div over here, I'm going to say working hours of that particular index dot is open. If it is open, only then we will, render this, right? So, and let's add a conditional chaining over here. Inside of these fragments, I'm going to have a div. Inside this, I'm going to have another div where I'm going to have, first of all, from time, right? So I'll have the clock icon, and I'll take input. I'll say type time, value with your working hours, and open time for what that particular day. And on change, I'm going to call that handle working hour change that we just wrote over here. I'll provide the index, and I'll say what we are trying to change. So open time and e.target.value. And I'll give this the class name of text small. So let's see. Input is not defined. Okay, let's import input. Yep, there we go. Something like that. Let's give this div class name of flex and item center. And also let's make this a little wide. So I'll say call span 5, that it will take the 5 columns. In the medium screens, it will take, like in the screens bigger than medium screens, it will take 4 columns. Now after this, we have to say like from this to, so I'll say 2 over here in between. And then after this, we will add the second input, right? So I'll just simply copy that above div right here and just replace this open time with the close time, right? And yeah, it should be rendered now. Yes, something like this. And we can click on over here and we can select the appropriate time for both of these. Awesome. This looks good. If it's not open, then simply what I can do below this, I'm going to say if not working hours index is open, that is it is not open, Then I'm going to simply render closed all day. So now you will see that, yeah, over here, it is closed all day. There we go. If we click on it, it will start to show up. But obviously, we have to make the API call to update it, right? So I'm going to add the button right here. So below this div is where we will render this div. Inside this, we will add that button. This div will have class name of margin top 6, display flex, justify, end. And over here, we will be making a call to a function called, so I'll say on click handle save hours. Now, obviously, this does not exist. So let's just go on and create it. Right here, I'll say const handle save hours. And all this will do is just call this thing right here, save hours function, like save hours API that we created, right? So I'm going to say await save hours and provide the working hours that we have updated. Okay, great. Now after this, I'll take the use effect over here and to import the toast, and I'll say if this save result has been updated, save result.success, I'll say toast.success, working hours saved successfully, and we will fetch the dealership info again, right, to update the value. Great then. Now one thing that I forgot to do over here is whenever we are fetching this dealership info, notice we have this settings data, right? So what I want to do, I want to take this settings data and I want to add this. Okay, so button is not defined. Yeah, we'll fix that. So basically we will add the data that we are getting from the database right here, right? The default data instead of the data that we are getting from right here, right? So after this, I'll be creating a use effect and we will trigger this use effect when the settings data changes, right? So inside this, I'm going to say if settings data.success and settings data has the data, then first of all, I'm going to get the data from this settings data.data and I'll assign it to this dealership variable. And then I'm going to check if the working hours are already defined. So I'll say if dealership.workinghours.length is more than 0, then I'll create the mapped hours with respect to the days, right? So I'll say const mapped hours equals days dot map. I'll take one single day and inside of this, first of all, I'll find the matching hours with respect to the day, right? So I'm going to say const our data equals dealership.workinghours.find for that particular day of the week. I'll say day.value. So we will get all of the hour data for that particular day. Then I'm going to say if our data exists, then return this, right? So day of the week, open time, close time is open. So we will return this from the map. So we'll get this inside this mapped hours over here. But if no working hour is found already, then I'm going to return some default value right here, unless it's a Sunday, right? So on Sunday, we will keep it as closed. And in the end, I'm going to set the working hours to these mapped hours. And yeah, I think that should be good enough. When we are fetching the data from the database, it should populate it automatically. So now let's see. So we have called this save hours over here, right? So we have this loading indicator, saving hours. Let's take this and add it to our button over here on the bottom. First of all, I'll say disabled to be saving hours. And then inside of this button right here, I'm going to say if saving hours is true, then show a loader 2, just like before, show saving, else I'll say save working hours. Again, use the save icon from Lucid React. Let's go and see. Let's see if it works or not. I'm going to click on over here. Yep, this is closed, let's say, and I'm going to click on save working hours. It is saving. It should give us a toast, something like that. Working hours saved successfully. Let's check our database. So I'll go to working hour right here. On Monday, it should show as closed. Yes, is open, false. And on Sunday as well, it is false. Let's just refresh the page to see if it's persisting our data. Yes, it is persisting. Awesome. So this is working absolutely fine. Let's go on and build this admin users tab now. So if I show you in my deployed app right here, we have both of these users, right? And one of these is a normal user, another one is an admin. We can remove the admin access or we can make this other one the admin, right? Cool then. So first of all, again, we would need a card component over here, right? So I'll just simply take this card component from Shadcn UI and go back to my code, and over here in the tabs content, I'm going to paste my cards content right here, right? So, and I'm not going to be needing card footer. So for the description and title, let's just say admin users and manage users with admin privileges. Okay. Now we have already taken this, I hope, let's see. Yeah, we have already taken this fetch users server action that we created over here, right? Which will fetch the users for us. And will populate inside this user's data right here, right? So this is what we will be rendering. But above that, we will be rendering a search box for searching the user. So simply, I'm just gonna go on over here. In the card content over here, I'm gonna be having a div, and this will contain our search box. So I'll say input. Let's import this input, which I guess is already imported. I'm going to say type search, placeholder is going to be search users, and class name will be padding left to be 9 because that is where we will be displaying our search icon, and width to be full. Now for this, we will be creating a state for the user search. So I'm going to go on the top, and I guess we already have the state, right? User search right here. So this is what we will be using. So I'm going to say value is going to be user search, on change is going to be set user search e.target.value. Let's give this div some class name of margin bottom to be 6 and position relative. Right here, I'm going to give this search icon imported from Lucid React, which will be absolute, and we want to display it on the left side of this input, right? So I'll say left 2.5, top 2.5, height and width to be 4, text gray to be 500. Let's see. If I go to admin users, yes, this is what we wanted. And whenever we put anything inside this input, let's just filter our user data. So right here, I'm going to say const filtered users. And first of all, I'll check if user data is there. So I'll say user data dot success. If it is there, then I'll take the user data dot filter. Inside this, I'll take each and every user, and then I'll filter it out. So we can search the user with respect to their name and email. So I'm going to say user.name to lowercase if it includes the user search, or if the email includes the user search, right? Either of these cases is true, then we'll return it. Else, we'll return the empty array, right? So now we can render this filtered users right here with respect to the search, right? So I'll go over here. Below this, I'm going to say if filtered users is there. Well, actually, not filtered users. First of all, we need to check if the users are being fetched or not, right? So if I go to the top right here, inside of our server actions, yeah, we have this fetching users, right? So we need this fetching users. So I'll say if fetching users is true, then I'm going to show my, spinner loader that we always do. So I'll have this div right here. Else, we will show something else over here, right? Cool. So in the else part, we will check if user data, users data dot success, if this is true, and we have something inside of filtered users. So filtered users dot length should be more than 0, right? So now inside this, we are going to be rendering the table of all of the users. So let's just put empty fragment over here for now. Else, I'm gonna say a div which will simply display that no users found, right? This is again very generic stuff. You can build this according to you. But what I have done over here, I'm including this users icon over here, and I'm saying no users found if there are no users. And if we are doing any search over here, then I'm going to say no users match your search criteria. If there is no search, then I'm going to say there are no users registered yet. Let's see what we can see over here. So if we type anything in search, you can see no users found, no users match your search criteria. Okay, let's first render all of these users inside of over here, right? So I'm going to be needing a table component. So let's go back to Shadcn UI. I'll go to table, and let's just copy this table right here. Let's just have a div over here. Inside this, I'm going to render this table, right? Let me just import all of these from, make sure to import them /components. Not going to be needing this caption. Let's take the header, row, head, and all of the other things. Okay. So just like what we did inside of our cars page, right? We're going to be rendering our users over here. So again, we're going to be saying like user, email, role, and the action buttons over here. All right. So now let's just render all of our filtered users right here. So let's just delete all of these, and I'm going to say filtered users dot map. Let's just take each and every user over here, and let's move this inside of here, and I'm going to return it. So in the first cell, we will be rendering the image of the user and the name, right? So I'm going to say if user.image URL is present, then src user.image URL. In the alt, we can just give the name of the user. Else, if the name is not there, then I'll say user, right? With the users icon over here as well, if there is no image present. And then we will render the user.name. And simple, like this is very simple styling. We're just making it round and one after the other, right? So if I show you something like this. After this, let's render the email of the user. And I guess we need to wrap it inside of a table row, right? So oh yeah, we need to put this table row inside of over here from this side as well. Yes, let's see. Yes, the email is being rendered. What else? We need to render the current role of the user, right? So I'll say badge icon from /components. And I'll say if user's role is admin, then render it in green color, else render it in black color. And I'll render user.role over here. Then below this cell, we will have the ability to make user admin or remove the user as admin, right? So I'll say table cell, class name is going to be text, right? Then inside of it, I'm going to say if user.role is equals to admin, then render this button, which will say remove admin, variant outline, size small, class name to be text at 600. On click, we will trigger this handle remove admin, which we will just create. We will create in just a moment with user X, that is to remove the admin, right? We will render the user X icon, and then we will render the make admin icon. If user is not admin, then we will make them admin by triggering this function called handle make admin, right? And obviously we will be disabling them when updating role is true, right? This is the function that we will trigger to update the role, and I'll show you how we can do that. But first, let's see if the UI is work fine. Yeah, there we go. This was already the admin, so we can see remove admin over here. Okay, first of all, let's just go on and create both of these functions over here. So I'll go up here. Let's just write above it. So it's going to be very simple. I'm just going to trigger the alert, right? So I'll say handle make admin function. This will take the user, and this confirm is the inbuilt alert, right? So inside of the confirm, I'm going to say, are you sure you want to give admin privileges to this user.name? If the user.name is not present, then I'm going to say user.email. Admin users can manage all of the aspects of the dealership. And if the user presses yes, then we will trigger this update role function from right here, right? This server action. So this will be for making the user admin. And similarly, we can make another function to remove user as admin, which will be handle remove admin, right? So inside of the confirm, I'm going to say, are you sure you want to remove the user from this, blah, blah, blah. And then over here, I'm going to provide user ID and the update the role of the user as user, right? Simple enough, nothing much going on over here. Let's just do one thing. Let's handle all of these errors over here, right? So just right below it, I'm going to be creating the use effect where I will handle this save error and this settings error as well, right? All of these errors will be handled right there. So I'm going to paste it. This inside this use effect, you can see it's again very straightforward. If either of these error changes, we will trigger a toast with respect to that, right? We have all 4 conditions over here. And also when the user's role is successfully updated, we have this use effect, right? So over here, we're going to say if update role result, if success true, then we can trigger this toast right here, right? And let's just add over here, update user role result. Update role result. Okay, that's fine. And yeah, with this, I guess we are done with this. Let's just go on and try it out. I'm just gonna quickly log in with another user inside of our app. Also, by the way, one thing that I missed over here in this table is that we have to add the key over here. So key equals user.id. All right. Now, if I go to my settings and admin users, you can see I have another user over here. If I click on make admin and click on OK, this user becomes admin now. Let me just remove the admin from this user. And there we go. The admin access has been removed. Awesome. So all of this has been working absolutely fine. Now, enough of the admin side of things. Now I want to go to my home page and finish working on this AI search that we have right here, right? And also let's add the feature of adding rate limiting over here with respect to the user's IP address. We will only allow users to make 10 requests per hour. Great then. Let's first of all go on and set up Arcjet for rate limiting. So I have opened over here the documentation for Arcjet, and you can see they are telling us exactly how we can go on and use Arcjet, and I would highly recommend you to go through this documentation. This is amazing. You can learn a lot of good security related stuff and how you can protect your apps as well, right? So okay, let's go and install Arcjet. So I'm going to copy it up. Let's go to our terminal. I'm going to paste it. Let's just say -- legacy peer deps. Press enter. Now, meanwhile, this is installing. Let's go back to the documentation. Now over here, you can see they're telling us that we need to initialize our app with the Arcjet. Now, if you're using the API inside of like API route inside of your app, you can use that. But since I'm using server actions, the process is going to be very similar, right? Now, let me show you. We have to create this AJ object over here, right? From Arcjet, where we will provide our Arcjet key and the characteristics with respect to which we are going to be tracking the user's request. Now, in this case, you can see this is user ID. And in my past video, so if you have seen my finance tracker video, I've shown you how you can use the user ID to limit users a certain transactions to be added per hour, right? But in our case, since this route is public, right here, this route, right? So anyone can use it. User can be logged in or logged out as well. So the best way over here can be using the IP address of the user, right? And over here, you can see they have this token bucket algorithm along with other algorithms as well, which you can explore in their documentation in this algorithm section right here. And here we can define how many tokens that we can allow the user, right? We are going to be allowing 10 tokens per hour, right? So yeah, that is what we're going to do. So if you go to the algorithms over here, you can see they have a bunch of different algorithms, fixed window, sliding window, but we are going to be using token bucket algorithm. Great. So this is the code that we will be using exactly. And you can see the interval is also given over here. That is every 60 seconds, this gets refreshed. So we will change it to make it 1 hour, right? So let's just copy it up and I'll go back to my app and inside of the lib over here, let's just create a new file called arcjet.js. And I'm gonna paste this code right here. Right now, this is a TypeScript code, so make sure to remove this exclamation mark over here. And again, you can see we have given the ip.src, that is track requests by IP address. And yeah, this package has been also installed right here. Great. Let's make the changes accordingly. So I'm going to say maximum burst capacity can be, let's say 10. And interval, since we want to keep 1 hour, I'm going to say 3600 seconds. That is, let's just say per hour. And let's export it. So I'll say export default AJ. That's all. All right. So now let's create a new file actually for home.js, right? Over here, we can write multiple server actions. Like if I show you, we want to write the server actions for this as well. And we also want to write the server actions for fetching our featured cars, right? And you know what I was thinking, like we don't have many cars right now, right? Inside of our database. So why don't we go to our admin portal over here to the /cars page, and you guys can go on and add some cars over here, right? Probably you can just go to Google and pick some free car images and at least try to add 6 to 7, I don't know, like at least 7 to 8 images inside of your app, right? And let's continue then. If you want, you can also manually enter all of the images over here. Let me just do that as well and I'll come back. There we go. I have added quite some cars over here. So I hope you have added enough data to work with. Let's go back to our landing page and I'll open our home.js right here. And first of all, let's just write the function for, server action for getting our featured cars from our database, right? So I'll say export async function get featured cars. And I'm going to keep the limit to 3 because this is the 3 cars are only like, we're going to be displaying only 3 cars on our homepage, right? So let's have try catch block over here. Const cars equals await db, import db right here, dot car dot find many, and make sure that you add use server over here because it's a server action. So inside of find many over here, I'll say where the featured is true, right? Because we want the featured cars. So I'll say featured to be true and car should be available as well. So I'll say status to be available. We only want 3 cars, right? That is what we have inside of our limit. So I'll say take limit and order by created at descending, right? And obviously this will send back our pricing as well. And I showed you we have created this serialize function. So inside of our helper.js, we have created this serialized car data. So over here, I'm going to say return cars.map and we will map all of the cars through this serialized car data here as well, right? And then in the end, I'll say throw new error fetching featured cars, right? That is all. Let's go on and work on the image search function. So this is going to be quite similar to what we have made while, processing the images with AI in our create cars server action. So over here, I'm going to say process image search and I'm going to provide the file right here, right? So I'll say try catch block over here. Now, first thing first, we want to add the rate limiting over here. So rate limiting with Arcjet. So how do you do that? We have already created this .js file where we have this AJ object right here, right? So we'll make use of that. First thing first, we would need the request object for this server action. So also const request equals await request. Make sure to import from @arcjet/next. Then we want to check the rate limiting. So also const decision equals await aj.protect. And here, this takes our request object and how many tokens it consumes at once, right? So I'll say requested. So every time a user makes a search, they will consume 1 token. And per hour, as I mentioned, we are going to provide them with 10 tokens. Now, we will check what happens to this decision right here. So if decision dot is denied, if the decision is denied, that is user is not allowed to move forward, then we'll check, is the rate limiting reached? So I'll say if decision dot reason dot is rate limit, right? Then we'll check how many of them are remaining so that, we can show this on console that these many, are remaining. These many limit is remaining, right? So simply I can just show instead of a console error, I can say code rate limit exceeded and details can be remaining and they will be reset in these many seconds. After that, we'll just simply throw the user error, right? I'm going to say throw errors. Too many requests, please try again later. If this is not about rate limiting, then we can simply throw the error. Let me just close this right here. Then we can simply throw the error request block. That's all. And this will allow us to implement rate limiting inside of this server action. Let's move forward. Now, just like what we did over here, where is it? Inside of the add car. First of all, we checked for no, not here. I mean, over here, process car image with AI. Right, so first of all, I'm going to check if the API key is available. So I'll say if process.env.gemini API key. If it's not available, then I'm going to say it's not configured. Then we need to initialize the Gemini API. So I'll go to cast.js and let's take both of these lines right here. And actually, we would need all of these things. Let's see. We would need this. We would write our prompt as well. Then we would clean the response. Okay, so I think we would need all of this stuff from here. Let me just copy it up and paste it after it, right? And we can modify it along the way. So let's just import Google Generative AI from the package that we did earlier. We are going to be needing Gemini 1.5 Flash. If you want, you can use 2.0 Flash as well. That is the very latest model from Gemini. Then let's just take this file to base64 that we wrote earlier, right? Which will help us to convert our files to base64. So I'll just take it and let's just paste it above over here. Okay, after this, we have the image data where we are providing the base64 image file.type. Now, for this prompt right here, what will be the prompt? So instead of this prompt over here, I'm going to be saying, analyze this car image and extract the following information for a search query. So make body type, we're going to be needing this, and we're going to be needing the color as well. And we want to return it in the JSON just like this. Make body type, color, and confidence. Right? I'm going to say for confidence, provide a value between 0 to 1, just like earlier, so that we can tell the user that we are this much percentage sure that this car is what we are talking about over here, and only respond with JSON object, nothing else. Again, if you want to copy this prompt, you can go to my GitHub repository in this home.js file and you can copy this prompt from there. After this, we're going to trigger model.generate content. We're going to get the response, text. We're going to clean the text right here. And yeah, after that, we're going to have a try catch block where we will convert this string to object. So I'll say const car details, json.parse to be clean text. And then if everything goes right, I'm going to say return success true and data to be car details. In this first catch over here, I'll render console.error failed to parse AI response, return success false, and error failed to parse AI response. If the whole of this thing fails, then I'll say throw new error, AI search error, and error.message. And yeah, I think this should be good enough with the Arcjet rate limiting and everything. I think this should work. Let's go on and implement this. So I'll go to our home page, actually inside of our components and home search.jsx. So right here. All right, so right here, let's just make use of our use fetch hook. Let's import it. And I'm going to import my process image search server action as well that we just created. And same thing, we're going to be taking loading, function, data, and error out of it. And I've renamed them as well. Now, if you remember, we were setting our image inside of this search image right here, right? And then we were triggering this handle image search function over here. And then we can add the logic right here, right? So simply over here is where we will be calling this process image function. So I'm going to say await process image function, and we will provide the search image right here, right? And I think that should do it. Apart from that, let's just handle our success and error conditions. So just like before, inside of use effect, I'm going to be saying if process error has anything, then I'm going to say toast.error. Let's make sure the toast is imported. Yes. Fail to analyze image, and whatever the message is, else I'm going to say unknown error. Let's also have the success condition. So I've taken use effect over here, and if the process result has anything, I'll say if process result dot success, then we want to send it to our car listing page, right, with all of the params and everything. So I'll say const params equals new URL search params, and let's modify our URL. So if you remember, we requested three things, right? Make, body type, and color from that server action. So I'll say if process.result.data.make has some things, I'm going to say params.set make inside that URL. Same for body type, same for color as well. And then in the end, I'm going to say router.push /cars and whatever the params that we have created right here. And yeah, I think that should do it. Let's try it out. I'm going to go back to my app. Okay, use effect is not defined. Let's import use effect. Cannot read properties of success as well. Okay, so yeah, let's add the conditional chaining and let's go. Let's try it out now. So let's just click on over here. Let's just put this Tesla Roadster and see what happens. Okay, fail to analyze image. AJ is not defined. Oh, sorry, we did not import the Arcjet. So over here, this thing, we need to import this from @lib/Arcjet. Let's try it out again. I'm going to click on search. Oh, sorry, we need to select it again. I'm going to click on search with this image. By the way, we need to add some loading over here as well. But you can see it took us to /cars, make is Tesla, body type Roadster, color to be white. Awesome. Let's go back. Let's just add the loading to the button. So, oh, sorry, not here. Over here in the home search. So right here. So we have this is processing over here, right? So we're going to make use of this. I'll first of all disable it if it's processing. And so if it's uploading, it is uploading. I'll add one more condition. I'll say if it's processing, then show analyzing image, right? And yeah, I think this should show us some loading over here. So if I click on this and let's select the image, if I click on search with image, yes, analyzing image. Awesome. This works great. Let's just render our featured cars over here. This will take us to /cars. Let's go back. Okay. So let's take our featured cars. I'm going to go back to my page.jsx right here. No, sorry, not this one. I mean this one, page.jsx. Yes. So over here, let's just take our featured cars. So let's import this server action. And this should replace this right here. Let me just remove this import that we had made earlier. And let's see, export default. This should be an async function. Let's see if this picks up our featured cars. And yes, it does. You can see we have all of our featured cars right here. How about we go on to the admin portal and change some featured cars? So I'll make Tesla Roadster as featured. Let's remove Honda City from featured. And now you can see the Tesla Roadster is featured. Great. All of this is working flawlessly. Now finally render all of our cars that are inside of our DB, right? Those /cars page. Let's build this. This is very important. So inside of the main over here /cars. So we have this page.jsx, right? This is where we will be rendering all of our cars. But first, let's just write the server action for it. So I'm going to create a new file inside of actions called car-listing.jsx. Sorry, not JSX. It should be JS. And here we will write multiple server action like, fetching all of our filters, fetching all of our cars with respect to the selected filters, adding a cars to the wish list or removing the car from the wish list, and also fetching all of the saved cars as well, right? So yeah, let's first of all write the server action for getting all of our car filters. So this will only return us filters with respect to all of the cars that are already inside of our database, right? Like if there is a SUV inside of our database, it will only return SUV filter then. So how many types of car filters are we going to have? Let's see. Inside of my deployed app, let's go to the cars page. And you can see we have make, body type, fuel type, transmission, and also the price range, right? And this will be decided by the highest and the lowest price of the car that we have inside of our database. And by the way, we also have this sorting filter, right? So yeah, why don't we go on and implement this? So inside this get cars filter, obviously we will have to, get all of them separately. So first of all, I'm going to make the API call to our database.car.findMany. And I'm going to say where the status is available. Obviously, we want those cars only. I'm going to select only the make and only provide me the distinct make, right? Don't provide me the duplicate make. Like, for example, if we have Toyota car 2 times, we don't want it 2 times, right? We only want it once. And order by ascending. And similarly, I'm going to do the same for the body types, the fuel types, the transmission, and then the pricing, right? So for the pricing, it's going to be where status available, and as I mentioned, we want the minimum and the max price of a car available inside of our database, right? So we will be using .aggregate functions. So this is a special function that is available in Prisma that allows us to do this. And yes, we have all of this data right here. Let's put it inside of the try catch block. I forgot to do this. So try catch, and let's put the catch at the very bottom over here. And after that, we have fetched all of these things. Notice what I'll do. I'm going to say return success to be true. Data, I'm going to take all of the makes, and obviously we will take out the make and send it as an array. Same for body type, fuel types, and transmission as well. For the price range, again, we're going to take the minimum price and the maximum price, right? And convert it into the float type. So cool then. After this, in the cache, I'm just going to throw the error if this fails. All right. Now, with respect to all of these filters, we are going to be like fetching our cars over here, right? So I'm going to create a new server action called get cars, and we will pass all of these filters to this, like search, if there's any search that is made already, right? We just worked on our search. Make, body type, fuel type, transmission, what is the minimum price or the maximum price that is being provided to us. Sort by, so sort by can be newest, ascending, or in the descending order. And this is going to be for our pagination. And I'll show you how you can implement pagination using Shadcn UI as well. So inside of this, I'm going to have a try catch block. Now in this function, we're also going to be returning one more information. So we're going to check if user is already logged in, we will send the wishlisted data of the user as well, right? So that we can show right away that, yeah, this car is wishlisted in the list that we have right now. So, okay, just like what we've done before, I'm going to say const user ID from await auth. So auth will be from clerk, and should be from clerk next.js/server. Then after that, I'm going to say let db user equals null. And obviously, we're only going to be fetching this if the user ID is present, right? If the user is logged in. If user is logged in, then we're going to get the user's information from our database. Okay, I'll show you where we will be using this. But first, let's fetch all of our cars. Now, let's build the where condition for our query. So obviously, first of all, the status has to be available for the user. Then second, if there's any search present, we are going to be checking the make, model, and the description. So I'm going to say if search is there, I'm going to add a or condition. That is either of these can be true. So I'll say make contains search, mode can be insensitive, right? That is capital or small letters, doesn't really matter, upper or lowercase, in make, model, and description. Okay, after this, we're going to check for the individual conditions. That is make, body type, fuel, transmission, right? Where.make is equals to make. Mode is going to be insensitive. I'm going to compare all of these 4 filters as well. And then in the end, we also want to compare the pricing filter, right? Where price is equals to greater than or equal to. So we have multiple different options over here, greater than, equal to, less than, equals to, right? And many more. You can refer to the Prisma's documentation. So I'll say greater than or equals to what the minimum price that we have been provided from our front end. I'm going to convert it into the float, else we're going to take 0, right? So we have all of our conditions over here. If the max price has been provided, I'm going to say if max price, and max price is less than number.max.safe integer, like the maximum number that we can have, where price is less than or equal to this, right? Cool then. Now, as I showed you, we have the pagination options over here. Now, pagination is something that I will give you as a homework. But thing is, I'll show you how you can, make the server action, like add the server action logic, and the UI part will be very easy, right? I'll explain you how you can do that. So you can see we are on the page 1 currently, and let's say if we were to go to the page 2, then limit has to start from 6 to, let's say, 12, right? On one page, we will only show 6 cars or whatever the limit is over here, right? So right here, I'm going to be adding a condition for calculating the pagination. So I'll say const skip equals whatever the page is. If we are on the first page, 1 minus 1, 0 into limit, that is 0, right? We will start from 0. We will not skip anything. If the page number is 2, then 1 into limit, that is 6. We will skip 6 cars, right? And so on. Okay, so that's for pagination. Then we will also have this sorting, right? Newest, descending or the ascending. So I'm just going to simply add a switch case over here. So I'll say let order by, I'll keep it as empty object. Then inside the switch case, with respect to whatever that has been provided inside of this sort by condition, I'll say case if the price is ascending, then price ascending, else price descending, or created at descending when it comes to newest, right? And this will be added to the where clause as well. So, all right, I think, yeah, that should do it. Let's make the call to our database. So I'm going to say const total cars equals await db.car.count where. So this will get us the total cars inside of our database. And then finally, we can execute the main query. So I'll say const cars equals await db.cars.find many. We will provide that where over here. We want to take only 6 cars. We want to skip these many cars, as I've already explained you. And we want to order by this condition right here, whatever that been selected. All right, and this is where we will get all of the cars. Now, as I showed you, we have our user data as well. If the user is logged in, we will use it to fetch all of the wishlisted cars for that particular user. So I'll create a new set over here. Let wishlisted equals new set so that no car repeats itself. And I'm gonna say if db user is present, I'll fetch all of the saved cars. So db.user saved car, this is the table by the way, dot find many, where user ID is this, and select all of the car IDs for that particular user, right? Whatever the wishlisted IDs are. And over here, I'm gonna say new set, and I'm going to provide all of these IDs over here so that they don't repeat itself inside of the set. All right, now we have all of the data. We have all the cars. We have all the wishlisted cars for that particular user. And we can simply go on and serialize the data. Now, if you remember over here inside of our serialize function, so let me show you. Yeah, helper.js. We had this wishlisted as well, right? This is what we will be using now, right? We can pass for every single car and tell it that yes, this car is wishlisted. So it will add this wishlisted condition over here and send back to us. So notice, I'm going to say const serialized cars equals cars.map for each and every car. I'm going to serialized car and provide the car data. And we're going to check if this wishlisted has this particular car ID or not. If it does, then in the serialized car, we will get the data along with that car's wishlisted status. And in the end, we can just simply return success to be true, data to be serialized cars, and our pagination data as well, right? Along with how many pages are there, right? We are taking these total cars over here. All right, in the catch, we can just throw the error fetching cars, error.message. That's all. That is all we need to do to, fetch all of the cars with respect to the filters that we have provided. Let's just write one more server action, then we will go on to work on our UI. So this will be for toggling our saved cars. Like if you want to save any car or if you want to remove a car from saved. And this should be straightforward. First of all, we will check to see if the user is logged in or not using the conditions that we have already used earlier. So over here, I'm going to say const user ID await auth, throw new error, unauthorized. If the user ID is not there, we're going to check if user is inside of our database or not. If not, I'm going to throw the error, right? Simple conditions just like before. Now we need to check if the car exists, right? Before saving the car as wishlisted, right? So I'm going to say const car equals await db.car.find unique, where ID is equals to the provided car ID from over here. If the car does not exist, I'm going to return success false and car not found. Okay. But what if the car is already saved inside of our database, right? I mean, already saved as wishlisted. Then I'm going to say db.user_saved_car.find unique, where user ID and the car ID. So over here, I'm going to say user ID is going to be user.id and car ID. We're going to check if this existing save is true. Then we will remove this entry from our database. So I'll say db.usersavedcars.delete, where user ID and car ID are these. So if they happen to match, then delete them. So this will be basically for removing the car from wishlisted. And then simply I'll say revalidate the path, saved cars. Let's import it from next/cars and return success true, saved false, and message car removed from favorite. But if that is not the case, then again, same thing, what we've done right here. I'm going to say db.usersavedcars.create. Then this time we will create it inside of our database, like inside this user saved cars table. So I'll say data, user ID to be user.id and the car ID. This will create a new entry inside of our database, and we will revalidate this saved cars page again and return success to be true, saved to be true, and message car added to the favorites. All right. And this should add the logic for adding the cars to our favorite. Let's throw the error in case any error occurs. Great, then let's go back to over here to our, not our car page actually. Inside of here, I think we have not created any page.jsx. So page.jsx, not the ID, just this listing page. Let's create a new page component, cars page. Let's make it asynchronous and fetch all of our filters right here. So I'll say get car filters from the server action that we just now created. Now let's add the metadata first actually. So I'll say export const metadata equals cars, vehicle, and description can be browse and search for your dream car. Right, okay, so inside of this div, I'm gonna have a h1 tag which will say browse cars. And you know what, I'll keep it very similar to this homepage title. So obviously this will not be rendered. So if you can notice, right, we will keep the gradient title. And that is the reason why we created that title right here in the globals.css, a completely separate class over here, right? So I'll add a class name called text 6xl, margin bottom to be 4, and gradient title. Class name for this div can be a container, and margin horizontal will be auto, and some padding horizontal to 4, padding vertical to be 12. Okay, now let's first check how this looks. Okay, yeah, this looks good. Now right below it, I'm gonna render a div, and here we will first of all render our filters, and then on the right side we will filter the listing. So let's say filters, and below it I'll say listing. I'll actually keep both of these inside of separate divs. So let's have separate divs for both of them. Okay, now in the smaller screens we want them to be top to bottom, right? So I'll say display flex column in the smaller screens. In the larger screens, I'm going to say flex row, and gap will be 8 between them. For our filters, I want them to the, like on the left side, right, with the lesser space. So I'm going to say width to be full in the smaller screens, but in the larger screens, width is going to be 80 and flex shrink is going to be 0. And for our listing, it will take all of the remaining space, right? So I'll say class name to be flex1 so that it expands itself to all of the remaining space. All right, let's create the components for both of them. First of all, for the filters, let's have a folder over here, underscore components. Inside of this, I'm going to have a new file, car-filters.jsx. RAFCE, car filters. We will take all of the filters over here. Also, let's create another component for car listing, right? So car listing.jsx. RAFCE, car listing. And both of these are obviously going to be client component, right? So I'll say use client. Let's copy this use client and put it right here as well. Right, cool. Then let's just import both of these. So I'll say car filters, and by the way, this will take the filters data right here, like this filters data. So filters equals filter data dot data, and right below it, I'm gonna take the car listings. So let's import that. And let's see if we can see anything right now. So car filters right here, and yes, car listings as well. So this is the part where we'll render the filters, and here listing. All right, let's go on and work on our car filters first. Now, first of all, when it comes to the filters, let me show you something. When we'll come from the search, right, we will have some params over here, like for search or probably for applying the filters, right? Make, model, body type, etc., all of those things. So we'll be using multiple hooks to handle things like this. Like for example, obviously for the router related stuff, we're gonna be using use router, that is next/navigation. Then for working with our path names, I'm gonna say use path name hook const path name equals this. And then I'll also have a search params, that is use search params hook. So these three will be very helpful for us. Let's try to get all of these from our search, right? So how do we do that? By using this use search params hook, I'm going to simply say, let's say if I want to get the make, right? I'm going to say search params dot get. So if there's any such condition, like for example, make equals, let's say Toyota, right? It will get it over here. And this will help us to basically apply the filters to our cars page. Same for body type, fuel type, transmission, minimum price, max price. And by the way, as we go on to apply the filters, right, we will also keep on changing our URL. Like if I show you, if I say BMW over here and click on apply filters, it would look something like this. Make equals BMW, right? So we can directly take this URL and we can share with someone, who is interested in BMW or probably these sort of cars with this much filters, right? And this is a very popular practice that is being implemented in modern apps, right? So yeah, we are showcasing all of them right here inside of this app. Cool then. So we're getting all of these things from over here, including the sort by as well. Let's create all of the filters, like state for our filters that we like, where we will be storing the state of all of these filters, like current value of all of these filters. So I'm going to say for make, set make, let's import use state from React, body type, fuel type, transmission, and make sure to, store all of these right inside of it as an initial value, right? So transmission price range can be like current min and max price range. Sort by can be current sort by. Okay. And if our URL parameters change, that is when we change our filters, right? We can update these states over here as well. So simply, I'm going to take a use effect over here, import it from React. And here, in the dependencies, I'm going to provide all of these current make, current body type, all of these things over here. And this will accordingly update all of our states right here, right? Set make, set body type, fuel type, transmission. These are very basic things that we are just setting up before creating the UI for our filters. And also, by the way, in our mobile UI, if I show you, if I click on inspect, make it smaller, you can notice we have this filters button. Now, if I click on it, we have this, you can say sheet from Shadcn UI that will come from the side, and we will display all of our filters right here. So we would need a state for, this sheet as well, if the sheet is open or closed or not. So right below all of these states, I'm going to be taking is sheet open and set is sheet open. Okay, great. So let's just do one thing. Why don't we go on and create our mobile UI first? Let's just create at least the basic sheet and all of those things that we will trigger. So inside of this div, I'll have another div, and let's just write over here, mobile filters. Below this, we can show the sort, like sort selection. That will be common in both mobile and desktop UIs. And below that, we can show desktop filters. Okay, great. So for these mobile filters, I'm going to say when the screen size is large, it will be hidden and margin bottom will be 4. Now inside this, I'm going to take another div, which will simply have the class name of display flex and items to be in the very center, right? And then now inside of it, we can add a sheet. So let's just go to, I'm just going to open my app right here. So just like this. And I'll go to Shadcn UI and let's take the sheet component. So sheet, and I'm going to copy it up, paste it right here. Let's import it. Make sure to import about /components. So trigger, content, header, title, and we won't be needing this description right here. Let's close it and check it out. You can see we have this open. If I click on it, yes, there's a sheet that's being opened. So we need to obviously change a few things. First of all, let's just provide it with the state, right? So I'll say open is sheet open, on open change is set is sheet open change. Both of these from my states right here. I'm going to say sheet trigger as child, and inside this, let's just have a button for showing our filters, right? So I'll say button, which will show a filters or just filter icon. So import from Lucid React. Class name is going to be height to be 4, width to be 4, and I'll display filters after it. Let's see. Oh, button is not defined. There we go. We have our filters button right here. When we click on it, we can see our sheet. Okay, Also, we can set it to come from the left side. So over here, I'll say in the sheet content, side will be left. So now if I click on it, it will come from the left side. Okay. Now, by the way, as we select the filters inside of our app, if you notice, we have this one over here, right? It will show us that how many filters have been already selected. So for this, let's just take a variable over here, const active filter count. Inside of this, we can just provide whatever filter is selected, right? So all of these filters we can just add inside of it. So I'm going to say make, body count, fuel type, transmission. If the current price is more than price range dot min and max price is less than this, only then. And then obviously some of them can be null as well. So I'll filter it out. So I'll say filter boolean. That means only truth value will be here. And I'll say dot length. And we can use this and we can just filter it right after it. Display it right after it. So inside of a badge, I'm going to say active filter count is more than 0. Then I'll display a badge from Shadcn UI with margin left to be 1, height width to be 5, rounded full, padding 0, display flex items to be center and justify to be center. And we will display the active filter count right here. And it shouldn't change anything for now. Let's just style our button a little bit. So for our button, I'm going to say variant outline. And class name is going to be display flex, item center, and gap to be 2. So now it should look, something like this. Okay, so now for this sheet content, we want it to be having whole width, right? So I'm going to say in the smaller screens, width to be full. In the bigger screens, max width is going to be medium, like not bigger screens, screens more than the smaller screens. You can say kind of medium screens. Overflow Y is going to be auto. And the title for this can be filters. Simple enough. Right, now below this header, I'm going to have a div, let's say with the class name of padding vertical to be 6. And this is where we will be displaying all of the filters, right? So this will have a component which will be common in our mobile and our desktop UI. So let's just call it car filter control or controls. Let's just create this component right here. I'm going to create a new file, filter-controls.jsx, RAFCE, car filter controls. And again, this will be a client component as well. So I'll say use client. And now this will take a few things. So inside of the props, we're going to provide all of the filters, all of the current filters, what happens when a filter changes. So all of this logic will be added inside of this. What happens when we click on clear filter, right? So a function for clearing all of the applied filters. So let's just leave it over here for now. And I'm going to import it just like this. Let's provide it all of the filters. So these filters that are being provided to us from the page. Then we need to show all of the current filters that are applied. So it will be similar to this. So I'll say current filters, but we're going to remove this filters from over here. And instead of this price range over here, I'm going to say price range min and price range max. And this will be an object, not an array. So something like this. So this is the current filters that are currently applied, right? So I'll just take this and provide it right here, right? Now after it, we will have again two more functions, that is on filter change and on clear filter. Let's create the empty functions for both of these for now. So over here, I'm going to say const handle clear filter, and this will take the filter name and it will clear that filter, right? We will have the handle filter change as well, which will take the filter name and the new value for that particular filter. And actually, why don't we just go on and make this, because this is pretty straightforward. Let's just apply it over here and handle clear filter. So these are going to be very straightforward. So over here, with respect to what the filter name is, that is make, model, whatever, right? So I'm going to say, let's say switch case. I'll say case, if it's make, then set make state to the value, body type, set body type, fuel type, set body type, like fuel type, transmission, price range, etc. Right? And inside of this, we can just simply actually call this thing, this handle filter change over here. I'll say filter name and just remove the value for that, right? Simple enough. Also, by the way, you might have noticed we have a clear filters button as well, right? Which will allow us to clear all of the filters that are applied. So let's just create that function as well. So I'll say clear filters equals function, and inside of this, simply we can just put the values to default, right? So I'm gonna say set make to empty, body type, fuel type, transmission to empty, set price range to the default price range of our filters, and set sort by newest, right? And we need to clear our search params as well. So I'll say const params equals new URL search params. We'll say const search equals search params dot get equals search. So we're gonna get the value of the search that we have in the URL. And if it is there, we're just gonna keep it right there, right? We don't want to clear the search value. So then after it, I'm gonna say const query equals params dot toString, and we're gonna set it to the URL. So I'll say URL equals, if the query is there, then after our path name, I'm gonna apply the query, else we're gonna keep it as it is in the path name. Then simply we can push it to our URL, and we can set is sheet open to false, right? And by the way, for closing our sheet, let's just add a button, right? So right below this div right here, I'll have a sheet footer with the button of reset and another button for applying the filter. So I'll say show result, and this will be justify between if the screen size is more than smaller screens, flex row, padding top to be 2, border top, space horizontal to be 4 between these, and margin top to be auto. Now for reset, obviously we'll be providing that clear filters function that we just now created, and the variant will be outline. And for showing the filters, we will have a separate function called apply filters, which we will also create very soon. So this will just be a normal filter. So let me just actually create this function const apply filters like this. And when we have clicked on apply filters, again, it's the same process, just like we cleared the filters, right? Cleared the state first, then cleared the params. We will first, apply the states and then apply the params. I'll say const params equals new URL search params. Below this, for each and every state, I'll check if make is there, params.set make, body type, fuel type, transmission. We also want to have for the price range as well, and the sorting. So I'll say if price range of 0 is more than price range dot min, that is this, we are checking it for min price, and this one is for the max price. Then we will set both of them as well. We will check for the sort by. If sort by is not equal to newest, then we will change the sort by for our params, right? Now we need to preserve our search like the user search. So I'll say const search equals search params dot get search, and also the number of our page, right? So I'll say page equals search params dot get page, and I'll check for both of these first. So I'll say if search is there, params dot set search to be this search, and then if the page is there and if it is not equals to 1, then we'll set the page as well, right? Okay. Now in the end, let's set our query. So just like what we did right here, I'm gonna copy it up and paste it right here. I'll say const query equals params dot toString, and URL if query is there, path name, and add the query after it. Then after this, simply again, we're gonna say router.push to the URL and set is sheet open to false, right? And I think with this, we have added all of the logic. Now the only thing remaining is to build this car filter controls, right? And also the sort and desktop filters UI. Let's first create this sort selection and the desktop filters as well. So for the sorting, we will be needing the select from Shadcn UI, right? So let's take the select here, and I'm gonna render it just like this. Select trigger will be width 180 pixels. In the larger screens, width is gonna be full. Placeholder is gonna be sort by. And the options will be newest, ascending and descending, right? So I'm gonna take an array of objects over here with the value newest, label newest first, ascending and descending. And we're gonna simply map through it and render it inside this select item right here. Key can be option.value, value will be option.value, and inside this we can render the label. Now over here in the select, I'm gonna say value is going to be sort by state, right? And then on value change, it's going to be, I'll take the value and I'll say set sort value by the current value. And then simply we can call the apply filters function, right? Whatever the current filters are, it will apply it right there. So let's see actually if this is working or not. So I'll go back over here. Select is not defined. Obviously we have not imported. So let's do that. Okay, I've imported all of these select items. If I click on this over here and click on low to high, notice sort by applied with price ascending. Awesome. So this is exactly what we wanted. Great. All right. Now below it for our desktop filters, let me just make the screen a little bigger. And by the way, in these smaller screens, I want this to appear right over here. So for this div right here, I'm going to say class name display flex, In the larger screens, it will be flex column because I want this thing to appear on top and then the desktop filters, right? And then justify between cap to be 4. Let's see. Yes, this is what we wanted. Let's switch back to desktop mode. And over here is where we'll be rendering our filters. So let's just render this car filter controls component over there as well. So below it, I'll have a div right here. And obviously this will be hidden in the smaller screens, and in the larger screens, display will be block, sticky, and top to be 24. Then we'll have another div inside of it with the class name of border, rounded to be large, overflow hidden, and background is going to be white. Then finally, we will have another div which will render all of those things for us. First of all, I want a H3 over here with the icon sliders and filter text. Then below it, I'm going to check if the active filter count is more than 0, just like what we saw in the mobile UI, right? We will render the button with clear all and this X icon from Lucid React, and we will on click clear all of the filters. Okay. Then below this div, I'm going to render this thing just like this. So this div, car filter controls, where we will be creating the UI for our filters. So just like that. And then below it, we will have a button for applying the filters, right? So again, on click, we're gonna trigger this apply filters function. Great then. So class name will be widthful. So let's see how it looks currently. Yes, something like this. Now we can go on and finally work on this. Let's just provide some padding to this actually. So for this div, I'm gonna say class name of padding to be 4, border bottom, background gray of 50, display flex, and justify between, and items to be center so that all of them are at the very center. Something like this. Yes, this looks good. Let's finally go on and work on it. So I'll go inside of this component right here and over here. Now, first thing, let's take out all of the current filters, all the current filters that have been applied. So I'll say const make body type, fuel type, transmission, price range from this current filters. And also let's prepare our data, like let's prepare an array where we can, display all of the makes, and we can also show which make is selected. Right, so we can make that blue. So I'll say const filter sections equals, I'll have an array over here and set this for each and every object. Like for example, for the first object, I'm going to say something like this. I'll say ID will be make, title will be make, and in the options, I'm going to take all of the filters and I'll render all of the options, right? So filters.makes.map. I'll take each and every make over here, and I'll create an object, something like this, right? Value is going to be make and label and whatever like it is. Like for example, if it's Toyota, so value Toyota, label Toyota, right? And then the current value, obviously, if it is selected, then we will add it to right here, current value. And on change, the one that we have been supplying from that component, when we click on a particular make, we will trigger this function with the make and the value, right? Similarly, I will do it for others as well. Like for example, for the body type, again, same thing, just I've replaced make with body types, right? So make sure you properly check this and write the code for fuel type as well. And then for the transmission as well. All right. So price will be a little bit different because price will have the minimum and maximum slider, right? So inside this div, let's first create the price range filter. So I'll have a div. Inside this, I'll have a H3 called price range. Below this H3, I'll have a div where I will render a slider. So I'll say class name, padding horizontal to be 2. For this H3, class name to be font, medium. And for this div, I'll space wide to be 4. So that there's some gap between both of these. Now, inside this div, let's render a slider. So slider, I'm going to go and take it from Shadcn UI. So this slider, you can see something like this. So it's pretty straightforward. I'll just copy this component and paste it right here. It will have some min and max values, right? So it will come from our, let me actually remove all of these. It will come from our filters object. So I'll say filters.pricerange.min, pricerange.max, what we fetched from our database, right? Apart from this, this can have 100 steps. So step equals 100. Value is going to be price range, whatever the current value is. And on value change, again, we will trigger this on filter change function that we are supplying. We will supply the price range filter and the current value that you want to change. And also we need to display it right below it, right? So right below it, I'm going to say price range of 0 and price range of 1. So if I show you, make sure to import slider and then let's see. Okay, we have something right here, but the padding and all does not look good. So for this div, I'll say space y to be 6 actually. Let's actually go on over here and oh, I've said padding y, so it should be padding to be 4 as well. Cool. Now it should have some padding. Yes, something like this. Great. Now after this, let's just take this array that we have prepared and we will render them right below this div. So I'll say filter sections dot map. I'll take each and every section, and inside of this I'm gonna have our div. Let's just give it a key of section.id and class name to space y3. Right, so first of all we need to give this the heading, right, for that particular section. So inside the h4 I'm going to say span section.title, and if that particular filter has been selected, so section.current value, so you can see we had this current value, right? So that means if there's something inside this current value, then obviously we can show the option to clear that as well. So let's import this X over here and on clear filter. Let's see. Yes, we can have make, body type, fuel type. Let's just remove this and I'll say make to be Hyundai, for example, and we should see the clear filter right here. Yes, clear filter over here and the ability to clear all as well. Great. Let's just say cursor pointer. Yes, something like this. Okay, now below this h4, I'm going to have a div, and this is where we will be rendering all of them as a badge. So I'll say section dot options dot map. Let's take each and every option, and then over here is where we'll be rendering a badge component from Shadcn UI. Inside this, I'll render the option dot label, and I'll say if this has been selected, that means section dot current value is equals to option dot value. Then I'll add a check mark over here. So import this check from Lucid React. Let's see. Okay, yeah, it should have a key prop. So I'll add a key equals option dot value. So let's see. Yep, you can see Hyundai has a check mark over here. Great. Let's just style it a little bit. Add some spacing and all. First of all, the variant. So if it is checked already, that is current value is equals to option dot value. I'm going to say default, else this will be outlined. And in the class name, let's just have backticks, and I'll say first of all cursor pointer. Padding horizontal will be 3 and padding vertical will be 1. Now after this, if this has been selected, that is this condition right here, I'll just copy it. And over here, I'll say section.current value equals option.value, question mark. If it is selected, I'll render it as a bluish theme. So I'll say background blue to be 100 on hover. Let me close this. Yeah, background blue 200, text blue 900, and border blue to be 200. Else, I'll say background white on hover, background gray 100, and text gray to be 700. Let's see. Yes, you can see this blue color right here. And let's just provide some gap between this. So for this div right here, so over here, I'm going to say display flex. Flex is going to be wrap. Gap is going to be 2. Max height 60. Overflow Y is going to be auto, and some padding right of 1. So let's see. Yes, this is much, much better. Now on click, we want to trigger on change, right? So section dot on change that we have written for each and every one of these. So for every badge right here, I'm going to say on click section dot on change. And if it is the current value, then we'll remove it. Else I'm going to say option dot value. Simple enough. And yeah, with this, I think we should have created our filters UI. We have apply filters over here as well. How about we click on clear? It is clear. Let's select Honda and click on apply filters. There we go. The make has been selected as Honda. Great. Our filters are working fine. Now the only thing remaining is obviously to render our cars over here. So let's go to our car listing component. So I'll go back to my page.jsx and here car listings. So first of all, right here, what I want is the search params so that I can get all of the filters and we can, render, like we can call that fetch cars function with respect to that. So let me just actually take that server action over here first. So using our use fetch hook and our get cars action that we created. And now on top of it, I'm going to take these two things, const search params, that is use search params, and obviously our use router will be used for routing. We will have a state for pagination. So I'll say current page and set current page, and by default obviously the page is going to be 1, and limit I've kept as 6 over here. Let's get all of the filter values from our search params just like we did in the filter component. That is what we will do over here. So search param.get search, make body type, fuel type, transmission, max, like min max price, sort by, and for the current page as well, which is currently selected. Okay. Now we need to call this fetch cars. So this fetch cars function right here, right? So again, inside the use effect, I'm going to say if any of these things changes, like search, make, body type, whatever, all the filters over here, right? These many filters. If any of these changes, then trigger this. We're going to call our fetch cars function with all of these parameters exactly the way that we wrote inside of over here. If you remember, oh, I think I imported the wrong function over here. So it should not be get cars from the admin. It should be from the car listing. Make sure that you don't make this mistake. So if you go inside of it, yeah, we have all of these things right here, right? So with respect to that, we will fetch all of the cars over here. And also let's just show a proper loading indicator, like a skeleton loading, which is very popular in these types of apps. So I'll say if loading is true, that is this loading, and we have the result. I mean, if you don't have the result and then loading is true, right? Then we will trigger a loading indicator over here. So I'll say return car listings loading. So obviously this component does not exist. Let's just create this component right here. So I'll say new file car listings loading.jsx. Car listings loading. Now it depends on you how you want this to look. I want it to look like my car card, right? So, oh, what's wrong over here? Our file has an error. So let's see, what error does it have? Does it not have a, yeah, it does not have a use server on the top. That's why it gave us error. So as I was saying, I want to make it look like our car card, right? So if I show you in my deployed app, if I refresh it, you can notice this loading indicator over here, right? This is what I want. Use state is not defined. Let's just import use state as well. So to do that, I'm going to be using something called as skeleton from Shadcn UI. So in Shadcn UI, we have this skeleton component right here. So you see, it looks something like this. And I would highly encourage you guys to make use of it and try to make a UI on your own first. And then you can continue watching how I am doing it. So over here in the car listing loading, let's just remove this div in these over here. So first of all, we want to show the loading for this part right here, right? The skeleton. So I'll go back and right here, I'm going to say skeleton class name, like whatever with respect to whatever you feel is correct. Width 40, height, 8, margin bottom to be 5. So if I show you now inside of our deployed app, if I refresh this, you'll see this loading right here, right? Something like this. And I think I saw some error. Serialized car data is not defined. I think inside of our server action over here, we did not import this thing serialized car data. So make sure to import it from our helpers, right? And according to this, we can build this whole thing. So let me show you how I've built this. So I've simply taken a div over here with array, like empty array of 6 objects. Fill is going to be 0, like I'm filling 0 over here, and I'm mapping through all of them, right? So this is kind of very similar to my car card. So again, with respect to the height and width, you can experiment different things and you can check it out. So now if I refresh this and show you, see, now you will see all of the car cards like UI over here, right? So yeah, this is what we wanted. So we will show the loading over here. And then after this, we can render all of our cars. Before this, I guess we need to check if we have something inside of result or not. So I'm going to say if result does not have anything and result.data does not have anything, then we're going to return null. And then after this, let's take out the data from the result and also the our pagination data. Now, what if there's any error in this API? So we have this error as well, right? So I'll say if there's any error or result is not present and there is no result.success or result.success is false, right? Then we can show an alert. And let's take this alert from Shadcn UI's documentation. So this is the alert component. Let's just copy it up and paste it right here. When I import it, instead of this terminal, I will say info icon, info from Lucid React. Alert variant is going to be destructive. So it's going to be like a red color. Title can be error and description can be fail to load cars. Please try again later. And yeah, that's all. And I guess there can be one more situation where the number of cars are 0, right? Then simply we can just show a message like no cars found and we could not find any cars, right? Something like that. So over here, I'm going to say if cars dot length is equals to 0. And by the way, it is very similar to the code that we written in the admin panel, right? When there were no cars found. So simply, I'm going to show the info icon. I'll say no cars found. And we couldn't find any cars matching to your search criteria. Try adjusting your filters. We can also clear all filters just like this. So let's see. Make sure to add conditional chaining over here in this success and the data as well. So see, I've selected my filters in such a way that there should be no cars present, right? So it shows no cars found. We couldn't find any matching criteria. Let's click on clear all filters so that it routes us to /cars. And yeah, now we can see car listings. Okay, great. Now let's just go on and quickly render all of the cars right here, right? So inside of over here, I can show, what page that we are currently on. So I'm going to have a div. Inside this, I'll have a paragraph tag, which will say showing. And now I'll have a span tag right here. So over here, notice, first of all, I'll say what the current page is. So page -1 into limit +1 dash math.min page into limit, comma, pagination.total. So it will show from where to where that we are rendering. So this will show like if we are on the page 1, from the first car to the 6th car or whatever the minimum between both of these, right? Like if we are on the second page, it would be 12 or something like that. Then after this, we will have another span, which will say of these many cars, right? These many total cars. Let's have some gap between these. This span will have class name of font medium. Our paragraph will be text gray of 600. And for this div, I'm going to say class name display flex justify between item center and margin bottom to be 6. So something like this. Let's have some gap after this showing as well. Yeah, something like this. And finally, below it, we can show the grid of our cars, right? So in the div, I'm going to say cars.map, and we will be using our car card component that we created earlier. So car, yeah, this one. And we will supply it with the key of car.id and our car object. Let's see if we can see our cars. Okay, there we go. I think we would need to style them a little bit. So over here in this div, I'm going to say class name to be grid. In the smaller screens, grid column 1, medium screen, grid column 2, and the larger screens, we will have 3 columns. So now if we see, yes, there we go. All of our cars are being rendered for the page 1. Amazing. And it shows that we are rendering one of 6 cars of 11 cars. Great. Now the next thing over here is to implement pagination. So let me show you in our deployed app. We have pagination, something like this. If we click on this second page, it will take us to the page number 2, and it will also reflect inside of our URL, right? So this is the homework that I'm giving you guys, because if you followed my project tutorials in the past, you have seen that I don't like to spoon feed my students. So this is the task for you. And don't worry if you're not able to do it, just go to my GitHub repository from the link in description down below. And this component will be inside of this main folder, cars, components, and this car listing that we are building, right? So over here, I've given the code how you can implement pagination. Now this is the final code. I would not recommend you to first see this code. I want you to first go to the Shadcn UI's documentation. We have this pagination component over here. Try to understand this. If you're not able to do this way, I have made a complete video on pagination on my channel as well, like completely separate video. So you can watch this video on my channel as well. Then in the end, if you're still not able to do it, then probably you can go and refer to this code and see how I have used Shadcn UI's pagination component to implement this inside of our app. All right, great. Moving forward, now the next thing that I want to do is I want to implement this thing over here. In our car cards, we have this wish list, right? But when you click on it, nothing happens, right? So we want to be able to toggle and add our cars to wish list, right? So simply, we're gonna go to this car card component that we have previously made over here. And if you remember, we just created this server action inside of it, toggle saved cars, right? So this is what we're gonna be using inside of this. So not here actually, inside of our car card.jsx. Okay, so right here, first of all, let's just import that server action. So again, similarly, using our use fetch hook, I'm gonna be importing this toggle saved cars, car server action, and we're gonna be taking all 4 loading, function, data, and error. Now we already have this function right here, toggle handle toggle save. So something like this. So inside of this, first of all, we have this event, right? So I'm going to say e.prevent default. And then after this, I need to check if the user is signed in or not. So for that, I'm going to be using this use auth hook from Clerk, and I'll take out is signed in. So I'm going to say if user is not signed in, then I'll throw the error. Please sign in to save cars, and we're going to push them to the sign in page. Let's import this toast. We already have the router over here. Then after this, first of all, we need to check if the car is already in saving mode, right? So I'll say if is toggling is true, then we'll simply return it. We'll not do anything, obviously. Otherwise, then we will call this toggle saved car function, toggle save car function. So I'll say await toggle saved car function, and we'll provide it with the car.id. That is all. Now, meanwhile, this is happening. This will get populated, right? After this is saved. So again, just like we have done using our use effect, I'm going to say if when the toggle result changes or is saved changes, I'm going to trigger this, and I'll check if this is success, if the car is saved, and toggle result.saved is not equal to our previous result, right? Only then I'm going to say set is saved, and we'll update the state for that card and show the success success toast with the message that it is saved. We will also show the error message. Make sure to import use effect. So if the toggle error is populated, then I'm going to show fail to update favorites. Also for this button right here, where is it? This button, I'm going to add the loading indicator. So I'll say if is toggling is true, then we will show the loader just like before with the animate spin and everything. Else we will show the heart icon like we were showing over here, right? Okay, let's go and try it out. If I click on over here, yep, you can see it is being saved, and yes, car added to favorites. Let's check inside of our database to see if it's actually added or not. So inside of user saved cars, yes, we can see a car is saved, and we have the user ID and the car ID for which it has been saved. Great then. Let's just quickly go on and render this inside of our saved cars page right here. So if I click on over here, we are taken to /saved-cars, right? So let's just render them over here. So inside of our main, I'm going to be creating a new folder called saved-cars. And let's create a new file, page.jsx. And actually before this, let's just go inside of our car listing and let's create the server action for fetching all of our saved cars. And again, I would recommend you guys to do this first yourself so that you have some practice on, at least like so far in this tutorial, you should be knowing now how you can do these things, right? How you can create server actions. So make sure you try to do this first and then try to watch me implement this. So, okay, I'm going to say export async function, get saved cars. And whoever the logged in user is, I'm going to get the saved cars for that particular user, right? So first of all, in the try catch block, I'm going to check if the user is authorized or not. So again, same thing. I'll take the user ID. I'll check if they're authorized. I'll check if they're in the database or not, right? If not, I'm going to say user not found. Then finally, I'll make the API call. So to our DB. So I'll say await db.user saved car dot find many. And inside of this, in the where condition, I will say user ID will be user.id of our database. And I'll say include the car info, right? So I'll say car to be true. And I'll say order by saved at, like whatever the order that they're saved in descending order, we will get them. So let's store this inside of this saved cars variable. And again, we are going to serialize this data. We're going to serialize the price and everything, right? So I'll say serialized car data. This already imported, I guess. Yes. So we'll provide each and every car to this, and I'll say saved.car. And we have final list of our cars, so we can return success to be true and data to be cars, right? And then inside of it, inside of the catch, I'm going to say console.error, error fetching saved cars, and return success false with error message. Great, then let's take this get saved cars from here and go to our saved cars page, RAFCE, saved cars page. Let's make this an async function because we'll be calling our server action right here. Again, let's first check if the user is logged in or not. So double layer of security. So I'll import this auth over here like this, and I'll say if the user ID is not present, then redirect them to the sign in, and after the sign in, they'll be redirected to the saved cars. Then after this, let's fetch our saved cars. So I'm gonna get saved cars with the server action, and now inside of over here, just like before, we will have a class name of container, margin horizontal to be auto, so it's in the middle. padding horizontal to 4, padding vertical to be 12. Then we will have a heading for your saved cars with the gradient title. So I'll say h1 with the gradient title class, text 6XL and margin bottom to be 6. Let's see. Default export, let's refresh this. What's wrong? Yes, we can see your saved cars right here. Awesome. Let's render all the saved cars below it. So simply, let's create a component for our saved cars list. So I'll have a new folder, components, new file, saved cars list.jsx, RAFCE, saved cars list. Now this will take the initial data. Let me just import it right here. So I'll say saved cars list. In the initial data, I'll provide the saved cars result, right? Let's import it right here. And now inside of it, again, similar to our listing page, we were showing if there's no cars present, then no cars were there, right? So again, we can show a similar message over here. If initial data.data is not there and initial data.data.length is equals to 0, then we can show this message with the heart icon from Lucid React that no saved cars and you haven't saved any cars yet, browse our listing and click on heart icon to save it, right? So, and we can provide a link to browse the cars in the /cars page, right? Again, you can create this div according to you. This is not, much of a big deal, not much logic involved over here. Let's import the button and the link. Okay. And right below it, we can render our cars just like we rendered over here in the cars listing page like this, right? So I'm going to copy this div from here and paste it right here. So instead of cars, I'm going to say initial data.data. And let's make this conditional chaining, optional chaining, I mean. For each of these cars, wishlisted is going to be true so that we can show the heart icon over here. Make sure to import this car card component. There we go. We can see our cars being rendered right here. Awesome. It's pretty cool. Now, I guess the main thing that is remaining is when we click on over here on a view car, it takes us to this /cars/ID page. That is the car details page, our product details page. So let's build this. And after this, we will build the logic for booking our test drive, for which I guess a lot of you might be waiting for a long time, right? So, okay, let's go to our code and in the actions, in our car listing actions itself, let's just, if you want, you can create a separate file, let's say car details or whatever, right? I'm going to be creating in the car listing itself. So the first one will be for getting the car by the ID, right? So this car ID that is present in this URL right here. And yeah, I guess this is the only server action that we'll be building over here. So inside of this, first of all, in the try catch block, again, we will get the user details. If they are authenticated, then we will get the details because we want to show if the car is saved or not for that particular user, right? So I guess we have written the similar logic over here. Let's just minimize these. And in the get cars, yep, you can see something like this. We will get this and we will write this on the top. Then after this, let's get the car details with respect to this car ID. So simply, I'm going to say db.car.findUnique, where ID is equals to this car ID. If no car is found, I'm going to say car not found. Let's check if the car is wishlisted by the user. So first of all, I'm going to have is wishlisted equals false. But I will check if the DB user is present, that is, if the user is logged in, then I'll try to fetch the saved cars for that particular user. Right, so I'll say db.user_saved_car.findUnique, where user ID is this and car ID is this for this particular car, right? If this is found, then I'll say is wishlisted, is this saved cars, right? We will provide true to it. Like we're doing 2 exclamation mark over here so that if there's any object, if it's not null, if it's a truthy value, then this will be converted into true. Now there are more details that we want about this car, that if user has already booked a test drive for this car, right? So I'll say const existing test drive equals await db.test drive booking. Obviously we don't have the logic for it yet, but don't worry, we'll be building it soon. And I'll say find first, right? There can be multiple test drive that can be booked. Let's say, user booked this car today and they were not able to attend the test drive for it, and maybe they booked it again after 1 week or something like that, right? So we'll find first where car ID is this user ID is user.id. Sorry, db user. So it was db user.id. And whatever the status is, right? In pending, confirmed, or completed. And then we can order it by descending order. Now after this, if the existing test drive does exist, then we will take an variable over here, a user test drive variable, and I'll check if the existing test drive does exist, then we will populate the variable with ID, status, and the booking date. Now we will also get the dealership's information so that we can display it on our car details page. So I'll say const dealership equals await db.dealership.info find first, including the working hours. So let me show you how it looks. So if I open this car over here in my deployed app, you can see right here, yeah, dealership's information along with the working hours. Great. After this, we can finally return all of this data that we have taken right here. So let me show you how we're going to return it. So I'm going to say return success to be true. In the data, obviously, we are going to be using the serialized car data and provide the car along with the wishlisted status of that car. In the test drive info, we'll provide the user test drive information and the dealership information. So if the dealership information does exist, then I'm going to say all the dealership info along with created at, updated at. In the working hours, I'm going to take all of the working hours and I'm going to structure them for each hour with the created at and updated at with the ISO string. Now again, we are not going to be using these things inside of our app, but I'm showing you if you were to use them, then you have to properly structure them with respect to your local time, right? To ISO string, converting it to the ISO string, not the local time, I mean. Else we're going to return. And then in the end, in the catch, I'm going to throw new error fetching car details, error.message. All right, we have successfully created this server action now. Let's go to our car details page. So over here in the page.jsx, and this is where we will be building this page. All right, so now before building this page, what I want to do, so this app should be, this should feel like a production grade app, right? So now if you share a car link with someone, right? Let's say on WhatsApp or any social media. When we share a link, it shows the name of the car along with the image of the car as well, right? In the preview of that link. So how do we do that? So until now we were generating the metadata a very simple way. Let me show you a more comprehensive way to do this. So I'll say generate metadata and we'll take the params over here. So params as in the ID, right? So we'll take it right here and then we'll get the car data using that server action, just like this. Make sure to import it. Now I'll check if result.success is false, then return car not found, obviously. Otherwise, we'll take out the car data from result.data and we will return the title of the car, the description of the car, and this open graph, right? This will enable us to display the preview of the images of that particular car, right? So I'll take the first image. So I'll say car.images of 0th index and take the 0th index from it, right? This is very helpful, trust me. If I go to our app now, yes, we can see 2023 Mahindra Thar. Great. Let's come down over here. And again, let's just fetch this. And I'll say if result.success is not true, then we're going to throw the not found page. Make sure to import it. Let's create a component. So I'll create a new folder underscore components. Inside this, I'll create a car-details.jsx, RAFCE, car details, which will take the car object and the test drive info object. Let's take this and render it right here inside this div. So I'll say car details with the result.data, and for test drive info, I'll say result.data.test drive info. So let's import this, and for this div, just like before, I'll say class name container, margin horizontal to be auto, padding horizontal to be 4, and padding vertical to be awesome. Let's see. Yes, we are rendering our car details component. Let's go inside of it. All right, so first of all, we're going to be needing a few things over here, like our use router hook. If we need to route anywhere, our use auth hook to check if user is signed in or not, a state for maintaining the wishlisted status of the car, right? So wishlisted, set is wishlisted, and when I'm going to provide the car dot wishlisted, just like we did in the car card component. And also we're going to have the carousel for the images, right? So we're going to have a state for current image index. By default, obviously, it's going to be 0 for displaying the first image. Okay. Now for to toggle the saved and unsaved of a particular car, we're going to be taking the toggle saved car server action, just like we did in the car card component, right? So it's going to be over here. And actually, let's just open that component car card, we have this success and error conditions, right? I'm just gonna copy it up so that we don't have to write it again and again, and I'll paste it right here. And let's just make sure the state is correct. So instead of set is saved, I'll say set is wishlisted. Make sure to import toast from Sonar. Also, let's just take this function handle toggle saved from here, and because if you're going to be needing this as well, right, to save the car, and paste it right here. Let's just call it handle save car. Not going to be needing the prevent default condition right here. This is going to be same if is toggling. So let's see, if let's okay, here I've taken saving car, so I'll just say saving car toggle save car function. It's going to remain the same, and it will take the car ID. Okay, I think this looks good. Let's create the UI. So over here in the div, I'm going to have another div. And this is where we will be rendering all of the images, like inside of this div over here for the image gallery. And then below this, we will have another div which will render all of the thumbnails for our image gallery so that we can click and, check those, like change the image. So by default, we're going to be rendering the very first image over here. So let's take a div, and inside of this, we will be rendering the car images. So car.images and car.images.length is more than 0, then we can render them, right? So question mark inside of it. Let's render a next.js image component. So let's import from next/image. In the src, I'll say car.images and whatever the current image index is. So by default, it is 0, as you might remember. Then in the alt text, I'm going to say car year, make, and model. So we're going to fill the whole layout. Class name is going to be object cover, and we're going to keep this image on priority. Else, we're going to render a placeholder image over here. So I'll say div, and actually this will be after this parenthesis right here. Then we're going to render a car icon from Lucid React. Let's see how this looks currently. So it's giving us error because we have not made this component a client component. So use client. Let's go back and see. Also, I need to update this is saved over here. So make sure that this is wishlisted. And there we go. We can see our image being rendered right here. We need to style it obviously a little bit. So for this div right here, I'm going to say aspect video. That means we're providing an aspect ratio of 16:9, rounded large, overflow hidden, position relative, and margin bottom to be 4. For this parent div right here, I'm going to say class name to be width full, and the largest screen's width is going to take 7 blocks out of 12 blocks, right? And remaining blocks we're going to provide the details of the car. So just like this, and remaining part is going to be right here, right? Now below this div right here, obviously we are going to be rendering the thumbnails here, but for this div, I'm going to say display flex to be column, that is from top to bottom. In the largest screens, it will be from left to right. So flex row, and gap to be 8. Okay, now inside of this div over here, and actually instead of this div, I'm just going to simply say car.images and car.images.length is more than 1. Only then we will show these images right here. If it's just one image, then there's no point, right? Then I'm going to have a div rendered right here. Inside this div, we're going to render car.images.map. And here, I'm going to take each image with the index. Instead of it, we will return a div. Now in this div, I'm going to render all of the images. So image, I'll take one single image, and the alt tag will be again same car year, car make, car model. I'll say dash view so that this is unique, index +1. Fill and object cover. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we need to adjust the styling a little bit. First of all, for this div, key is going to be index, let's say, and I'm going to give the class name of position relative, cursor pointer, rounded medium, height to be 20, width to be 24, flex shrink to be 0, and some transition when we hover on it, right? Now, if the index is same as the current image's index, like whatever the current image is active, then we can show a border around it. Else we can lower the opacity, and only when we hover on it, we can keep the opacity as 100. So something like this, but we want it right over here, right? So here in this div, I'm going to say display flex, gap to be 2, overflow x auto, and padding bottom to be 2. So something like this. Now let's display it over here. And I think I should move this whole thing inside of this div over here. Then it will be rendered below it. Yes, something like this. Now I need to add the ability when I click on it, it should change the images. So right here, I'm going to simply manipulate my state. So I'll say on click, set current image index to be this index right here. So let's see. Yes, something like this. This is what we wanted. All right. Now below this div, we will render our secondary actions. Let's have our div over here, like the wishlisted icon and the save. ability to, share the car, right? So I'm gonna first render a button with variant outline, class name to be display flex, items to be center, gap to be 2, and flex to be 1. And if it is wishlisted, we're gonna show it red, else nothing. Right, on click, we're gonna trigger the handle save car function just like before, right? This is like we have already done all of this, right? That's why I'm fast forwarding this part over here. Let's import the heart icon, which will be height 5, width 5, which is wishlisted. It'll be red, else empty, right? So if I show you, oh, button is not defined. Let's import the button. Yes, you can see saved right here. Button is defined. What's wrong? Okay, it is working. Cool then. The other button that I want over here is for sharing. So this one will allow us to copy the link for this car, and we have to create this handle share function. So it will be very simple. Again, say const handle share, and I'll check if navigator.share is there. Then I'll say navigator.share this title, this text, and this URL, right? And let's add the catch condition. I'll say dot catch console log error sharing and error, and then I will copy this to the clipboard. So obviously we will create this function as well, and this will be very straightforward. So it will say navigator.clipboard.write text, and this will just copy this URL to our clipboard and will show link copy to the clipboard, right? Else, if we don't have the ability to access the navigator, I'm gonna say else, just simply call copy to clipboard. Let's see. All right, now if I click on this share right here, notice it pops up with this window and it allows us to share it, right? Awesome. So it will be native with respect to the platform that we are currently on. It will show the window accordingly. Great. So this is the button for share. For this div, the parent div, the class name will be display flex, margin top to be 4 and gap to be 4. So something like this, so that it expands this way. Okay. Now below this div right here, below actually this div is where we will be rendering our car details. So this will be straightforward. We will be rendering all of the essential details right here. Like in this div, I'm going to first say, what's the car body, right? So I'll say car dot body type inside of a badge. Then I'll render the car year, car make, car model. Let's see how it looks. Yes, something like this. Then I'll render the car price using our format currency function that we created earlier in /lib/helper like this. And then some quick stats about our car, right? Like how many miles it has ran, fuel type, the car transmission, etc. So let's import all of these icons, gauge, fuel, and the car. Let's see. Yep, like this. Then below it, so I want to render a EMI calculator, not EMI calculator, a button which will show some estimated EMI, and when I click on it, it will show me a pop-up where I can calculate the EMI for this car, right? So let me show you. So below this div, I'm gonna take a card component from Shadcn UI. So card component over here, let's copy it up and paste it right here. Not gonna be needing the footer, not gonna be needing the header over here. Let's import all of these things. Inside of this p tag, I will render a div which will have a currency icon. It will say EMI calculator. It will show estimated monthly payment, and obviously it will show our car price divided by 60. And obviously this is based on $0 down payment, right? So that's why we have added the message based on $0 down payment and 4.5% interest rate. See, it will look something like this. Now this is very impromptu component that I just included. But what I want you to do, I want you to go to over here on Shadcn UI. We have this dialog component, right? When we click on certain thing, it will show me a dialog. So what do you need to do? You need to have this dialog trigger where you will include this code. So let me show you actually. If I just copy it up and paste it right here, right? If I copy this whole card component and paste it inside of this dialog trigger, let's just import this dialog trigger, dialog content, header, title, and the description. So let's see. If I click on this now, you can see a dialog popping up over here. So inside this dialog, I want to display a full-fledged EMI calculator. Let me remove the description and let's just say EMI calculator. And this is something that we can easily generate using Create. So again, click the link in description down below for Create and you will land on this page. Like not this page, I've already showed you how you can, create an account and everything on Create. But we will be creating a EMI calculator for our app. And you'll see how easy it is to do that. So let's just say create an EMI calculator for a car marketplace app called vehicle. Keep the currency in USD. Let's see what it gives us. I'm gonna press send over here, and there we go. It has started building it. And last time we embedded the whole thing inside of our app. This time, if possible, I'm gonna get the code for it, and I will just add it inside of our app from here, so that you can also understand how easy it is to just export the code. So you can see the code is being written right here. There we go. It has created it. It's pretty simple. Let's just ask it to add some sliders over here. Add sliders as well, and the ability to add down payment. And there we go. We got something over here. Now this is more comprehensive. Let's say if our vehicle price is, I don't know, 40,000. I'm gonna keep it as 40,000. Let's say down payment can be around 7,000. And by the way, we can manually change this value as well. Interest, let's keep it 10%. I don't know. And year, let's say for 3 years. And there we go. It gives us the monthly payment and everything, right? So we can add this to our pop-up. Let's just take the code from over here. So I'll copy this code. Let's create a new component over here for EMI-Calculator.jsx. Again, you can use Create to build full-fledged apps as well, but I'm using it according to my use case currently. So I'll say EMI Calculator. Let's just take the initial car price. So I'll say price, and initial car price can be provided right here, right? Let's just keep the default price as 1,000. If there's no car price provided, I'm gonna copy this up, and inside of this, let's just render it. I'll say price to be car.price. Save it. Let's go back to our app. Make sure to import it. If I click on it, our use state is not defined. Okay, let's import use state. Anything else? Does it have any use effect or anything? Yes. Let's import use effect. All right, let's see if I click on it. Awesome. You can see the vehicle price right here. We can, adjust our down payment, our interest rate, and this EMI calculator will be updated in real time. Let's change the term. Great. Everything is working absolutely fine. Obviously, we can change the car price from over here as well. But yeah, this is super easy using Create, right? So again, you can build full-fledged apps using it, or you can also build something small like probably a waitlist page or a component like this. I use it all the time, and I would recommend you guys to check it out as well from the link in description down below. Okay, so moving forward, below this dialog, I'm gonna be adding a card where user can reach out to us, right? So I'm gonna say a card component, simple card component that we've been using, and I'll have a message square icon, and I'm gonna say have questions, and in the paragraph, I'll say our representatives are available to answer your queries about this vehicle. And I'll simply add an A tag over here with the href mail to whatever the email ID over here is. This is a, obviously imaginary email ID that I've added. But yeah, you can see we have a component like this, and let's just add a margin Y of 6 so that there's some gap. Yes, something like this. If we click on it, it will obviously take us to the mailing app. Cool. Let's just provide this trigger. I'll actually say class name to be width full and text to be start. And now if we see, yes, now it looks much better with the full width and everything. Great then. And I think we don't need this EMI calculator heading right here. So I believe we can probably get rid of this dialog title over here. And yeah, now it looks much better. All right, so below this, I'm going to be rendering the status of our car. So if it is sold or unavailable. So let's see, below this card, I'm going to say if car.status is sold or car.status is unavailable, only then we will render an alert component over here from Shadcn UI, alert title, alert description. And I'll say this car is whatever, like if it's sold or unavailable, only then we'll show it. Obviously, you won't see it right now. But if I were to, let's say remove it for now, and you will see this car is available, please check again later, something like that. Like currently it's available, obviously, so it won't show. But if it is not sold or unavailable, then we can show a button over here so that user can book a test drive with us, right? So right below it, inside of curly braces, I'm going to say if car is not sold or not unavailable, then I'm going to render a button over here, which will say book test drive. This will be class name width full, padding Y to be 6, and text to be large. Now we will keep this button disabled if user has already booked a test drive. So I'll say disabled equals test drive info that we are getting from over here, right? So test drive info dot user test drive. If you remember, we were sending this object from our server action, right? So if this has anything, then user obviously won't be able to book a test drive. Inside of this, let's render a calendar icon for this button, import from Lucid React. Let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. And if user has already booked a test drive with us, let's just show him or her that, yeah, you have booked it for this date, right? So I'll say if test drive info dot user test drive is present, I'll say booked for, and let's import this format from date dash fns. I'll show new date and the booking date of that user in this format right here. So there are different formats of date in the date dash fns library. This is a great library for rendering the date, so you can check it out. And obviously it won't show right now because we have not booked any test drive, right? Now let's add a function over here. So I'll say on click handle book test drive. So let's create this function upon over here. I'll say const handle test like book test drive. And first of all, we will check here if user is logged in or not. So I'll say if user is not signed in, I'll say please sign in to book a test drive, and we will push them to the sign in page. Else we can send them to the test drive booking page. So I'll say router.push /test drive /car.id, right? That is all we need to do over here. Okay, so now after this, let's render more information about this car. So if I show you in my deployed app, we can render the description, features, specifications, their location, all of this data that is coming from the backend. And again, I'm going to show you how you can do that as well, but you should, put your own style on this, right? So it doesn't feel like that you have copied this project from somewhere. So, I'll just quickly go on and build this. So below this div, I'm going to have this first div for details and features section. So this div, we will have another div, and first div will be for the description. So I'll say h3 description and some paragraph tag. And below this, I'll have another div, inside of which I'm going to render the ul and li tag, which will render all of our features, right? Again, you can style this according to your style, so that it feels a little bit unique, right? So I'll say car.transmission, car fuel type, body type, seats, color, etc. Let's see how this looks. So inside of our app, you have something like this. Let's just style this div a little bit. So this div actually, I'm going to say class name, grid column 1. In the medium screens, grid columns are going to be 2 and gap to be 8. And for this parent div, let's provide it a little bit shadow of small, margin top to be 12, some padding, and some background white with rounded large corners, right? So something like this. Okay, now below this div, I'm going to be rendering the specifications. And again, I'm going to be going a little bit fast over here because this is just the simple rendering. I don't want to waste your time, writing every single classes over here, because again, this should be unique to you. So I have copied this div over here where we have a heading called specifications. And inside of this, we are just rendering these things like make, model, year, body type, fuel type, transmission, mileage, right? All of these things, color about the app, how many seats car has, like this is optional, right? So that's why I've added a condition over here. And again, if you just simply want to copy my code, you can just go to GitHub and copy it. But I don't want you guys to copy it. So that's why I'm encouraging you again to give it your own little twist of the style, right? So below this div, we're gonna now render the information about the dealer. So let's have our div, and let's first see how this looks. Yes, specification like this. Then inside this div, I'll have an h2 for dealership location, and we will divide it into 2 parts. So you might have seen, yep, the address and the working hours, right? So over here in this div, I'll say class name to be margin top 8, some padding to be 6, background white, rounded large, shadows small, just like I've done previously for the previous cards. I'll have a div over here which will say class name of background gray to be 50, rounded to be large, and some padding to be 6. Then inside this, we will render both of them. So I'll have a div with the class name of display flex column. In the medium screens, flex row, some gap to be 6, and justify between. Now inside of this, let's just first render the dealership name and address. So I'm going to have this div. I'll say locate fixed icon over here. And inside this div, I'll say test drive info.dealership.address, dealership.phone, and dealership.email, right? Below this div right here, we will render all of the working hours. We'll have a div which will say h2 working hours. Let's just first see so far what we have. yes, this is rendering properly. So now we'll render the working hours. So I'll actually say here in the screens, more than medium screens, I'll say width is going to be half. And the larger screens, width is going to be 1/3. So yes, something like this. Below this H4, I'll have our div. Inside of this, we will, loop through our working hours. So first of all, I'll say test drive info.dealership.working hours. If it's there, then I'll say test drive info.dealership.working hours dot sort, and I'll take a comma p. So if you don't know how sort works in JavaScript, it basically takes two variables, and you can just search on YouTube sort roadside coder, and you will find my explanation, or probably a short where I'm explaining how sort function works in JavaScript. We will sort and map it over here, else we will do something else. Right, so first of all, for this sort, I'm going to taking all of the days of the week, and then I'll say return days.index of a.day of the week minus days.index of b.day of the week. We will sort them accordingly. And then after this, we will say dot map. We'll change the map over here, and I will render all of them one by one. So I'll say d.day of the week as a key, and for each and every day, I will render the day and the time, right? So over here, let's see, yes, something like this. Now there can be a condition where these working hours were not added inside of our DB from the backend. Then we can just take the generic data and we can render it right here. Right, so let's remove this. Yeah, so we can take all of these days and we can just map, and we can just render the generic 9 to 6 time over here. On the weekends, we can render 10 to 4. On Sunday, we can render closed. Okay, we don't need it because we already have the working hours added inside of our DB. And I guess, let's see if there's any styling or anything remaining. I guess that is it. We have completed our car listing page. You can see we have multiple images over here as well. Obviously, if you want, you can use a better carousel, but I've implemented it natively so that it's very lightweight using Next.js image component, right? Okay, so we have some issue over here. It's saying that dialog title should be present. So, okay, no worries. Let's just go to our EMI calculator, and I'll just render the dialog title. And we will just take this title from over here, vehicle car loan calculator. I'll just remove it from here and I'll put it right here. Now it should not give us this error. Okay, cool then. Great then. So we have successfully created our car details page with the EMI calculator and everything. Right now, let's go to our book test drive page. Let's click on this button and it will take us to /test drive /this ID. Let's first work on this server action so that we can book our car, and then we can go on and work on the UI. Right, so let's just first create the folder, right? So here in the main folder, I'm going to create a new file. Sorry, no, not new file, new folder for test-drive. And inside of this, we will have a certain ID, right? So in the square brackets, I'll say ID, and then I'll create a new file for page.jsx, RAFCE, test drive page. Let's have the metadata. So I'll say generate metadata and simply book test drive, schedule a test drive in few seconds. We will obviously be taking the ID, so params over here, and we will render according to this params, right? Okay, let's close all of these useless tabs. Okay, and now let's go to the actions, and I'll create a new file for test-drive.js. So we'll create multiple server actions over here. First one will be for booking our test drive. Second one for getting all of the user test drive. And third one for canceling a particular test drive from the user's end. So let's go. Now, to book a particular test drive, what do we need? We would need a car ID, the booking date, start time, end time, and if there's any additional notes, right? So I'm going to create an action over here, book test drive, and make sure to include use server over here so that it does not cry later. And we'll take all of these params, car ID, booking date, start, and time, notes. Inside of this, first of all, in the try catch block, again, we will check if the user is authenticated or not. So I'll add the same code over here. Make sure to import auth, remove this from here, import db, same code that we've written a lot of times up until now. Now, first of all, we need to check if the car exists inside of our database. So I'll say db.car.findUnique, where ID is this. Status should be available. If car does not exist, car not available for test drive. All right. Now, this is the crucial part here. So when it comes to working hours, there can be a certain slot that a user can be provided, right, for a dealership. So if a slot is already booked for the dealership, and we are assuming over here this is a small business as in if only few people are operating this, right? So if the test drive, only one person or two person are, there for test drive. If a person has already booked a slot, that slot is gone. Now you cannot book that slot, so we have to make sure that slot does not overlaps, right? So I'll check to see if a slot is already booked in the working hours. So I'm gonna say const existing booking equals await db.testDriveBooking. So inside this table, I'll say find first where the car ID is this, booking date is this, start time is this, right? These two should match. If these two match, then already obviously that booking date and that start time is gone, right? You cannot book it. And it should be in pending and confirmed, right? It should not be finished or whatever. So if this is the case, then obviously that slot is gone, and then we can throw the error over here. If existing booking is there, this slot is already booked, please select another time. Okay, and also in our UI as well, we will not show that slot. Now finally, let's create our booking. So I'll say await db.testDriveBooking.create. Inside the data, I'll provide the car ID, user ID, booking ID, start time and time, the notes if the user has added any notes, and the status for that test drive. Then after this, we will revalidate two pages. First, our cars page. If we are on the cars page, we will refresh the data and the test drive page as well. And then we'll return success true data booking. In the catch, we can return error booking test drive, success false, and the error message. All right. Now after this, let's fetch the user's test drive for our /reservations page where we will be displaying all of these test drive. So inside this server action, get user test drive, I'll have the try catch block. Inside this, we can just first do this. We will just check if user exists. If user exists, we're gonna get the user's test drive, and simply we can say db.testDriveBooking.findMany for this user ID. Include the car details as well and order by the booking date in the descending order. Then let's format our booking. So I'll say const format bookings equals, and I'll take this bookings array and I'll say bookings.map, and I'll say ID, booking ID, car ID, and for the car, obviously we will import this serialized car data so that we can serialize the price of the car. Booking date, start time, and time, like booking date will be to ISO string, status, notes, created at, and updated at as well, right? Okay, we have all of the details related to our booking. Now we can simply return it to our UI. Inside the catch, I'll say console.error and return success false error to be error.message. Let's create our last server action for canceling the test drive. And again, first of all, let's just wait. Over here, I think it should be formatted bookings. Okay, so first of all, we'll take this to see if user is authorized or not. So in the try catch block, we'll render this. Then let's get the particular booking that we are trying to cancel. So we are sending the booking ID over here in the params, right? So I'll say const booking equals await db.testDriveBooking.findUnique where ID is this booking ID. Then after this, if the booking does not exist, I'll return booking not found with success false. And also, by the way, we need to check if user actually owns this booking or not, right? The user who is trying to cancel this booking. So I'm gonna say if booking.userID is not equal to the user who is signed in, and if user.role is not equals to admin, so only two people can cancel. The admin can cancel and the one who owns this booking, right? Then I'll say unauthorized to cancel this booking. We need to check if booking is already cancelled. So I'll say if booking.status is equal to cancel, then booking is already cancelled, right? So these are the things that you have to keep in mind, right? You have to check all of the edge cases. Now, booking can also be completed. So if booking.status is already completed, cannot cancel a completed booking. Again, success will be false. If all of this passes, then simply we can update the booking status. db.testDriveBooking.update, where ID is this booking ID and data status cancelled, right? Then we have successfully cancelled our bookings, and then we can revalidate the reservations page. We can fetch all the data over here and the admin/test drive page as well. Let's make sure this is imported. Then after this, we'll return success to be true. Test drive cancelled successfully. And in the catch, I'm going to render success to be false, and error to be error.message. And yeah, these are all three server actions that we will be creating inside of this testdrive.js. Let's go back to our page.jsx over here, and let's actually get the details about our car. So from the params, we need to get the ID, right? So I'll say const ID equals params and make sure this is an asynchronous component. And then I'll say const result equals await get car by ID, import it from the car listing page so that we have the details about our car. I'm going to say if this is result.success is not true, I'm going to throw not found page. Oops, from next/navigation. Okay. Then inside this div, I'm going to enter the h1 with book a test drive with our gradient title, just like always. And this div will also have the same class names like container, margin horizontal auto, padding horizontal 4 and padding vertical to be 12. Below this, we will render the test drive form. So let's create the component for it. I'll create a new folder here, underscore components. I'll create a new file called test drive form.jsx, RAFCE, test drive form. And this will take two things, just like our car details page, the car and the test drive info. So let's take this and I'm going to render it right here, test drive form. Let's import it like that and let's see. Yes, we can see book a test drive over here and the test drive form as well. All right. So first of all, in this component right here, let's just take a few things like the router used for obviously routing us to a separate page, and a few states over here. Like first of all, the available time slots that user can book. We'll have a show confirmation after the booking is done, and also the booking details after the booking is done. Now, since this is a form, we will have to use React hook form with Zod. So let's create the schema for it first. So I'll say const test drive schema equals z from Zod, and also this should be a client component, so use client. So z dot object, and inside this we're gonna have three things: date, time slots, and notes. Right, so date will be z.date. If not provided, please select a date from your test, like for your test drive. Test time slot, please select a time slot, and notes can be optional, right? So now let's take the use form hook from React hook form, and inside of this, we'll obviously be adding the resolver, that is the Zod resolver from hook form /resolver/Zod, and we'll provide it with this schema. Let's provide it with the default values as well, like date will be undefined, time slot undefined, notes will be empty. And this will provide us a few things like we have already seen. This provides us things like control, handle submit, watch for monitoring any field, set value, reset the form. Inside of the form state, we will have the errors and if it is valid or not, right? Let's take out all of the information first of all. So I'll take out the dealership info. So dealership equals test drive info.dealership. And if there's any existing bookings on this car, so I'll say existing bookings equal test drive info.existing bookings. So if you remember, we are providing this inside of our test drive info, right? Then for our date field, I'm going to monitor our date field. So I'll say watch date field, because when the date field is selected, only then we'll show the time slot for that particular date, right? So, okay, use state is not defined. All right, so apart from this, let's just first go on and build our form, right? So inside this div, I'm gonna have another div, and this will display us some car details like the image of the car model and all those things, right? So first of all, I'll take the card component from Shadcn UI. Let's copy this up and paste it right here. Not gonna be needing the card footer or the card header. Let's import this card and the card content. Inside of here, I'm gonna say h2 to be car details, and then we can render the very first image of the car, right? So I'll have a div and I'll say car.images and car.images.length is more than 0. Then in the image tag, I'm gonna render src car.images, alt tag, and the class name of object cover, right? Again, we have done this multiple times, so I'm not gonna explain it again and again. Let's import this icon from Lucid React, and again, you can modify this UI according to you. Below this, we can render the h3, that is the car details of car year, car make, and car model. Let's see how this looks currently. So over here, yes, this will be on the right side, left side. So for this div, for the parent div, actually, I'm gonna give this the class name of grid, and grid column 1 is smaller screens. In the bigger screens, grid columns 3. But this section right here, this left section will only have one column. So I'll say in the medium screens, column span to be 1. So yes, only this side. So below this H3 now, we can render the car price. And below this, we can render additional details about the car. This which is like optional, like mileage, fuel type, transmission, body type, color, right? Again, what we have already done in the past in the car details page or car listing page as well, right? So something like this. Let's give this card content of padding to be 6. Okay. Now below this card, this is where we will render all of the dealership info, right? So let's have another card over here from Shadcn UI just like before. And here simply we will have the H2 dealership info, and then we will render a dealership name, address, phone, and email. All of these things, right? Again, similar to what we did in car details page, something like this. Okay. Now below this div, I'm going to be rendering my right column of the booking form. So I'll have a div right here. Let's just say class name of, in the media screens, this will span 2 columns, right? So column span 2. Now inside this div, again, we will have the card component from Shadcn UI. So let's just take the card component. Not going to be needing the footer and the header. And inside this is where we will be creating our form. First of all, let's have the H2 of schedule your test drive. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Then below it, let's have a form component, form tag. I'll say on submit to be handle submit from use form, React hook form, and this will have on submit. So this on submit obviously does not exist, so I'll create it right here. So const on submit. This will be an asynchronous function, and this will get the form data right here. This form will also have the class name of space y to be 6 so that there's some gap between the elements inside of it. Then let's see. First thing is we have to select a date over here, right? So for that, we will be using a popover component from Shadcn UI. So this thing, popover component, if you click on it, you can see it shows us a popover. Let's copy it up and paste it inside of it. Let's import it from /components, popover trigger and popover content as child. Okay. So one thing, since these are third-party components right here, third-party input components, we will be using something called as controller from React hook form. So import controller so that it is properly compatible with it. So controller, it will be a self-closing tag. It will be having a name. So what field does this belong to? So it belongs to the date field. And then apart from that, it will take something called as control. So we took this control variable from right here from the use form, right? So this will be used to get the control of our form. Then we will say render equals, and this is where this will be rendered. So this will be taking a field over here, and then inside of it, we will have like return our div. And then inside of this div, we can render this pop over just like this. Now, first of all, for the trigger, I'm going to be rendering a button inside of it. Right, let's make sure the button is imported from Shadcn UI. Variant is going to be outline, and we will also have this CN. If you remember, I showed you this is for conditionally rendering the classes. So I'll say width full, justify start, text left, and font normal. Now, if there's no field value over here, then I'll show text muted foreground, right? Inside this, we will render the calendar icon from Lucid React, and I'll say field values there. Then I'll render the date over here using this format from date-fns. So if I show you, see something like this, if I click on it, it will show us the popover and we can select it. And by the way, this PPP over here will render the date in this format, right? So let's remove it. Inside of the popover content, we will be rendering the calendar component from Shadcn UI. So if I go to Shadcn UI, we have this calendar component, which we will be rendering. So let's see. Yeah, this is the calendar component. I'm going to take it and I'm going to paste it right here. So mode will be single. On selected, I'm going to say field.value that we are selecting. And on select, we're going to say field.onChange. This will be provided to us from right here from this field, right? So field.onChange, and I'll say initial focus. And also, by the way, we need to disable all of the past dates as well, right? So if I show you, okay, calendar is not defined. Let's import calendar from Shadcn UI. If I click on it, see all of this is active, but I want to disable all of these past dates, right? So what I'll do, I'll say I'm going to say disabled. And let's call a function called isDayDisabled. Let's create this function over here on the top. Const isDayDisabled. So this will decide which day will be disabled. So notice, I'm going to be simply taking a day over here. And I'll say if day is less than the new date, then obviously we will return true and all of those dates will be disabled. So say this will be for disabling the past date. Now, we also need to disable days like Sunday or when the dealership is closed, right? So we will get the days of the week. So I'll say format, day, and so this format will return us the day of the week, like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, etc. Right? I'm going to say to uppercase. Now we have the day of the week. Then over here, I'm going to go to my dealership working hours. I'll say dealership.working hours and I'll find if this exists inside of it, right? If it does exist inside of it, then we'll keep it enabled. Else we will disable if the dealership is closed on that particular day, right? So I'll say not day schedule and not day schedule is open, right? We'll check if it's closed, then it will not show it. So let me show you. Notice it was closed on Monday and Sunday. So these both are disabled over here and the past dates as well. Awesome. Obviously, after this, we need to display any error if the date is not selected. So I'll say errors.date, just like earlier we have seen this while creating the forms, right? So errors.date and errors.date.message. Now below it, and actually let's just wrap this inside of our div. I'm gonna wrap this whole thing up inside of a div, and let's have a label over here on the top, which will say select a date. And let's have the class name of space_y to be 2. Let's see how this looks. Yes, select a date. This looks much better. Now below this div, we will be rendering our time slots. Now over here, we will render our time slot. So I'll have a div with a label called select a time slot. For this class name, I'm going to give space_y to be 2. And below it, again, very similar to this, we will have a controller component. So I'm just going to copy it up and paste it right here. And instead of popover, we will have a select component this time. So I'm just going to remove this and let's get a select component from Shadcn UI. So this select, let's copy it up and paste it right here. Instead of date, this will be time slot. And inside this select, I'm going to say value will be field.value, on value change, field.onChange, and it will be disabled when the date is selected, right? Date needs to be selected first. And if the available time slot for that particular date is 0. So obviously we need to set these available time slots as well. So let's create a use effect over here, use effect. And this will only run when the selected date changes, dealership object changes, existing booking changes, or the set value changes. We can remove the set value actually. And now inside of this, first of all, we'll check if the date is not selected or there's no working hours, then simply return it. Then let's get the selected day of the week. So the select day of the week will be format the selected date into this format so that we'll get the like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, etc. of the week, right? Now we need to find the working hours for the selected day. So also const day schedule equals dealership.working_hours.find, and we can get all of the working hours for that day. I'll check. If there is no day schedule or it is not open, then I'll set available time slots to 0, obviously. Else, otherwise, later on, we can parse the open and closing hours. So we can say open hour will be parse int day schedule.open_time.split with this colon right here, right? And same for the close hours as well, so that we can generate the time slot between both of these open hour and close hour. So let's take an empty array called slots. Then after this, I'll run a for loop over here. I'll say let hour equals open hour, and hour should be less than close hours, and hour plus plus. That is, it will go from open hour to close hour. And we can generate the start time and end time for each and every hour, right? So I'll say const start time equals hour.toString.pad start. So basically pad start is to, truncate the string if it is too long. So in this case, only till 2 digits, :00. Same with the end time as well, by hour plus 1. So this will generate the first slot, and accordingly, we can generate more slots over here. But we need to check if this slot is already booked by any other user, right? So I'm going to say const is booked equals existing booking dot sum, and we will find it for each and every booking. We will take the booking date, we will compare the booking date, and we will compare the start time and the end time to see if it's already been booked or not. Then after this, I'll say if it is not booked, then we can finally add the slots to our array right here. So I'll say slots.push ID, label, start time, and end time. Then in the end, I can say set available time slots to the slots and set the value, that is clear the time slot selection if we happen to change the date later on, to empty, right? This should populate all of our time slots. Let's go back down there, over here. And first of all, for this select value over here, I'll render the placeholder as follows. If there is no selected date, I'm going to say please select the date first. Else, if there are no time slots, I'm going to say no available time slots. Otherwise, I'm going to say simply select a time slot. Let's just remove this class name from over here. Then here, let's render all of our slots. So let's take the array that we created, available time slots, and I'm going to map through it. For each and every slot, display it inside of our selected select item. Key will be slot.id, value will be slot.id. Let's check it out. Select is not defined. Okay, we have not imported all of this. Select trigger, select value, select content, and select item. Let's see. Okay, let's choose a date over here. Maximum update depth reached. Okay, what's going on? I think probably inside of use effect or something we have included any function, I guess. Let's check. So I looked into this error and looks like because of these two dependencies over here, this error is happening. When I've removed these two dependencies, notice I've refreshed my page now and let's select the date and now it's properly working. Okay, great, that's fine. We can select our time slot as well. Okay, fine. Let's continue. Instead of this errors right here, I'm gonna be selecting the time slot, like adding the time slot. Okay. Now in the end, after this div, let's have for our nodes as well, right? So I'm gonna have a div, simply label controller for our text area. Placeholder will be any specific questions or request for your test drive, and user can add the details right here. Let's see. Okay, text area is not defined. Let's import text area I mean. Yes, something like this. We can pick a date, we can select a time slot, and then simply we can add some nodes over here. Now let's add the button below it. And actually before that, let's just, import our server action. So I'll just say use fetch hook and book test drive server action with loading, function, data, and error. So this loading will be helpful for us while making our, rendering our button basically. So below this nodes, I'm going to say button with type submit, class name width full, disabled when booking is in progress, right? So this booking in progress loading. If booking is in progress, we can show the loader too. Let's import it from Lucid React and show booking your test drive, else we will show book test drive. So let's see. Yes, something like this. Now below it, this is optional, but you can show some instructions like what to expect. Bring your driver's license. Test drive typically starts, typically lasts 30 to 60 minutes. A dealership representative will accompany you, blah, blah, blah. You can import, this icon right here and something like this, right? This is optional if you want. This makes it look more realistic, right? And that is it. After the booking is done, we can show a dialog over here. So let's see, actually, let's just first make this, where is it? On submit function. Yes, this function right here. First of all, we need to check a few things. So inside this on submit, let's first console log the data just to see if everything is working fine. I'm going to go to inspect, go to console. Let's select a random date, a random time slot, write anything inside of it, click on book test drive. Yes, we are getting these things inside of it. All right, great. So now first thing that I'll do is I'm going to check const selected slot and check to see if the slot that has been selected is inside of the available slots, right? If it is not, then I'll say selected time slot is not available. Then after this, we will make our API call using this book test drive function, right? So this will take the car ID, booking date using the format function from date-fns, start time, and obviously the notes. All right. After this is done, we can show the, error and the success use effect as well. So first of all, for the error, so you can see, this booking error. So I'm going to say booking error. If booking error is there, then I'm going to show the toast. Make sure to import it from Sonar. Booking error.message or failed to book test drive. Please try again later. And after this, if booking succeeds, we can show the booking succeeded message, right? So I'm going to say not message, I mean toast. I'm going to say use effect over here. if booking result dot success, and by the way, this will be triggered if booking result is triggered. Let's remove this reset from here. And I'm going to say set booking details and date, whatever our booking date was from this booking result, time slot from this to this, and obviously the notes. And I'll say set show confirmation to be. So all of this will actually be useful when we render our dialog box from Lucid React. And also in the end, we will reset the form, right? So, okay, let's go on and render our dialog box. So right below over here, right below this div is where we'll be rendering our dialog box. So let's see, let's go to Shadcn UI and select this dialog component over here. I'm going to copy it up, go back to my code and paste it right here. Let's import all of these things. Dialog trigger, dialog, again imported from /components, dialog content, description, title, and yeah, for the title and the description, I'm going to say test drive booked successfully, and the description will be your test drive has been confirmed with the following details. And then we can display the details below our header. And also, by the way, this will only be opened when our show confirmation state is true, this thing, right? So we are setting show confirmation true over here. And I don't think we need a trigger over here, so I'm going to remove it. And below this header, we can show the booking details. So simply, let me just render it quickly. I'm going to say if booking details are there, and I'll have a div. I'll render, about the car, booking date, booking time slot, dealership name, and also please arrive 10 minutes early with your driving license. And then in the end, I'm going to say I'm going to have a button which will say done, right? And will trigger this handle close confirmation. So this handle close confirmation will basically push us to our cars page now. So let me show you. I'm just going to create it right here quickly. So set show confirmation will be false and router.push /cars to car.id. Let's try to book a test drive now. All right, let's choose a date. I'm going to choose a time slot and let's say I like this car. Let's click on book test drive. It is booking my test drive. And let's see. Looks like nothing happened. We didn't see any dialog box. Let's see if it has added it inside of our DB or not. So test drive booking. It has added it, but it did not show me the dialog. Why was that? Did anything go wrong? Let's check. Oh, looks like we have not imported this parse ISO from date-fns. I think because of this, it was not giving the pop-up, I believe. Let's see. Let's try it out again. Okay, so this time I did try it out and it properly gave me this dialog box. And if I click on done, it should route me now to the cars page. Amazing. So our complete flow is working flawlessly. And you can see over here, booked for Wednesday, since this belongs to us, right? This is our booking. So now, awesome. Let's go on and book, create our /reservations page. Now, since we are admin, we don't have the button over here, but obviously we can book the cars and we can go to the /reservations page. Obviously, we have not created it yet, so it won't show up. So I'm going to click on over here, create a new folder, reservations, and I'm going to create a new file called page.jsx. I'll say RAFCE, reservations page. Let's provide it some metadata. So I'll say export const metadata equals my reservations and description can be manage your test drive reservations. And here, first of all, let's check if user is signed in or not, right? Because we need to fetch their reservations. So I'm going to say const user ID and let's make this an asynchronous component. Let's import this auth, remove these from between. Yes, if the user is not signed in, then we will redirect them, right? Let's import redirect from next/navigation. All right. After this, let's fetch all of our user reservations. So I'm going to be using this server action that we have created right over here in our test drive. Let me just minimize it. Yeah, so over here. And we will be using this data and we'll send it to our reservations list component. So first of all, let's just give it the same class name just like we do. And the H1 with the gradient title class, right? And below it, we will say reservation list component. So let's just create a new components over here, reservations list.jsx, RAFCE, reservations list. And this will just take the initial data that we'll be providing it from outside. So let's do that. Right below it, I'm going to say reservations list and import it. Okay, let's go and check it out. There we go. Your reservations along with this reservations list right here. All right, let's go on and render all of our reservations over here. So inside of this component, there are going to be two types of reservations, right? One that are upcoming and one that are past bookings, right? So we will structure this data accordingly. First of all, for our upcoming bookings, I'm going to say const upcoming bookings equals initial data filter, and we will filter each and every booking if the booking status is equals to pending and confirmed, right? Similarly, for the past bookings as well, I'm going to check if it's completed, cancelled, or no show, right? So we got both types of data over here. Now, first of all, if user does not have any types of reservations, I'm going to say if initial data.length, if it's equals to 0, and again, you can structure this according to you. I'm going to be saying no reservations found, and the description that you don't have any test drive reservations yet, and you can go and browse our cars from over here. So I'll provide it with the link tag. Let's import it from next/link, the button from Shadcn UI, the calendar from Lucid React, and yeah, we won't see it because we have already got some reservations, right? But if I, let's say, not equals to 0, then you'll see, yep, no reservations found, just like this, right? So let's revert it. And also, by the way, we should have the ability to cancel a reservation as well, right? So we have already created this server action. So if I show you inside of our test drive, this thing, cancel test drive server action, right? So we will import it using our use fetch hook. So I'm going to say use fetch and cancel test drive. So again, loading function and error. No need for data over here. Let's just also create a function called handle cancel booking, which will take the booking ID and call this cancel booking function with this booking ID. All right, I think all of this setup is done. Let's go on and work on our UI right here. Now, first of all, we will render all of our upcoming bookings, right? So inside this div, I'm going to say h2 to be upcoming test drive. And below this, I'm going to say upcoming bookings dot length. If it's equals to 0, then we can just say no upcoming test drive. Else, we're going to render our div with all of our upcoming test drive. Now, this component right here, this will be used in a lot of places like here and inside of our admin panel as well. So let's just create a completely separate component for this. So over here inside of our components, I'm going to create a common component called test drive card.jsx, RAFCE test drive card. Now I'm going to be designing this in a scalable fashion, like if it's the admin who needs it or if it's the user who needs it, right? So over here in the props, we will have the following props, right? First of all, obviously it will take the booking. On cancel, what will happen? If you want to show the actions or not, if it is past booking, if it is admin, right? If it is admin, then we can show more things over here. Is canceling true or false, so that we can show the loading indicator and the render status selector. So basically this will be a render prop. So if you don't know what render prop is, basically we are supplying a component through props over here. So don't worry, it will not be useful right now. It will be useful later on when we create it in the admin panel, right? So I will show you what this is all about. So yep, let's just take this and render it right here. So inside this div, I'm gonna say upcoming bookings dot map. We will take each and every booking over here, and then we will render that test drive card right here. Right now, what are the things that it will take? Obviously, the key booking.id, the actual booking. On cancel is handle cancel booking. This function that we just created is canceling. So it will be this canceling, and show actions, which will basically show us actions like if you want to cancel our booking or not. Let's style this a little bit. I'm going to say space y to be 3 for this div. I'll say space y to be 6. And below this div, we will be rendering our past bookings. So let's just do that as well. So again, the same thing that just like we did over here, past booking dot length is more than 0. Only then we'll render it. So with the h2 and a div, which will render all of our past booking with key, booking, show actions, and is past is going to be true. Right, so let's see. We won't obviously see anything over here. What's wrong? Okay, it shows that I think this needs to be a client component. So use client, and let's see. All right, there we go. We can see the test drive card being rendered once. That means we have one test drive, like one upcoming test drive. All right, cool. Let's go and build this test drive card now. All right, so first of all, there's going to be different statuses for a test drive, right? Like pending, confirm, completed. And with respect to that, we would need a badge. So I'm going to say get status badge. You might remember that we did over here inside of our car list as well, right? For unavailable, sold, available, get status badge for a particular car. Similarly, we will do it for our test drive as well, right? So if it's pending, confirmed, completed, let's import the badge from ./UI. If you feel there's some other color that you want to add, again, you can change these values according to you. Apart from that, we will also render our booking time, right? So we would need to format that. So for that, I'm going to have this format time function, which will take a time string, and it will use this format function from date-fns and this parse ISO function from date-fns, and it will parse our string. So we are providing it with our time string, and I'm saying format it in this manner. All right, let's go in here instead of this. Now instead of this div, I'll have an empty fragment over here, and I'll have a card component from Shadcn UI. So let's just take the card component, copy it and paste it right here. And let's just remove everything. We're just gonna be needing this card just like this. Inside this, in the first div, I'm gonna render the car details, like the image of the car. So inside this div, I'll first check if booking.car.images and booking.car.images.length is more than 0. Then I'll use the Next.js image component. In the src, I'll say booking.car.images and I'll take the first image. In the alt tag, I'll just add the make and model, fill, and class name to be object cover. If there's no car image present, then I'll simply display this car icon from Lucid React. And below it, we're going to show the status of the car. So we create this getStatus batch function above, and we will say booking.status. Let's style this a little bit. For this div, I'm going to say class name. In the smaller screens, like screens bigger than small screens, it will be 1/4. Display relative, height 40, and in the screens bigger than small screens, the height will be auto. Then for this div right here, I'll say class name display flex column, and in the bigger screens, flex row. Now for this card component right here, I'm going to say overflow hidden, and if it is past is true, that is the past booking, I'll say opacity to be 80, that is this will be kind of light color, right? On hover, opacity will be 100, transition opacity. Also, by the way, make sure that this is a client component, so I'll say use client. All right, now below this div, I'm gonna be rendering my booking details. So let's have a div which will say padding 4. In the bigger screens, width is going to be half and flex is going to be 1, so that it takes the most of the space, right? And let's have a status badge right here. Then we will show the details about the car, like car year, make, and model. Then below it is where we will be rendering ability to change the status of the car, right? But right now it's not needed. It will be needed in the admin portal. So I'll just render this render status selector as I showed you here in the props, right? Again, you can ignore it for now. I'll show you how this will be useful later on when we go on to build our admin panel, test drive part in the admin panel. Then below it, we will have a div. Inside of this, we will first render the booking time, start time, and end time. So let's import this calendar along with this format. And we already have created this format time function right here. So this will format our date as follows and our time from start time to end time. Let's import this clock icon as well. For this div, I'm going to say class name to be spaceY to be 2 and margin vertical to be 2. And now below this div, I'm going to say if the user is admin who is trying to access this card and booking.user is present, then I'll display the name of that particular user along with the email, right? So this detail only admin can see. Also, by the way, this whole div needs to be inside of over here. So paste it right here. And now we can see the photo along with the description of the car. Awesome. All right, now below this div right here is where we will be showing our actions, like the ability to cancel a booking and also the notes if user has provided any notes. So I'll say if show actions is true, and in the past booking case, it won't be true. We won't show any actions there. Then we'll have our div over here. After this, we can show if user has any, included any notes. So booking.notes, and we'll say notes and booking.notes, something like this, right? I like this car. Let's just style this. So I'm going to say padding to be 4, some border top. In the bigger screens, border top is going to be 0, and there will be border left, right? Because we'll be rendering from left to right. Width is going to be 1/4. Display flex, and flex is going to be column, because we'll be rendering more things below this notes, right? Like our actions button, cancel and all, right? Justify center, item center, and the space Y to be 2. So let's see. Yes, something like this. We have this border left. So let's render the actions button between below it. So first thing is to be able to see our car. So below it, I'm going to say view car button with this link tag from next/link and button component. So it will simply be a link tag to /car/booking.car ID. So view car. Let's import this arrow right and see. Yes, view car. And then below this button, I'm going to say if booking status is equals to pending or confirmed, then we'll show a button where we can cancel it. And we'll also show if it is canceling, then we will show the loader. Let's import this loader from Lucid React. And also on click, we will open a cancel dialog where we will ask the user if they want to confirm the cancel or not. So obviously we'll have to create this state. So let's go on the top over here. And I'm going to be creating this state cancel dialog open and set cancel dialog open. Let's import use state over here. And after that, we will be having like on the dialog, we will be having a yes or no button, right? So if user presses yes, we will trigger this handle cancel where we will trigger this on cancel, right? So I'll first check if on cancel is not present, then obviously return it. But if it is present, then we'll provide the booking ID and set cancel dialog to false, right? We will close the dialog. Okay, and yeah, I think this looks good. Let's see. Let's have some gap between these. So I'll just say actually margin y to be 2. This is fine. This should have worked. I think let's remove this. Yes, now it looks much better. Okay, so below this card right here, let's render our dialog, which will allow us to cancel our booking. So let's go to Shadcn UI and dialog component. Let's copy this dialog and paste it right here. Let's import the dialog trigger. I don't think we need trigger, right? So let's remove the trigger. We're gonna need the content, the header, the title, the description. Title and description will be simple. Cancel test drive, and description will say, are you sure want to cancel your test drive for the, we display the car year, make, model. This action cannot be undone. And obviously we'll only be showing this dialog if user has supplied us with the on cancel function. And also in the dialog, I'm going to say open to cancel dialog open and on open change, set cancel dialog, this state right here. And now below this header is where we can show additional details. Like in this div, I'm going to be saying the booking date, the start time and end time, just like we have rendered above, right? The same thing is what we are doing over here. So let me show you. So if I click on cancel, yep, something like this. Are you sure you want to cancel his test drive? We are showing the additional details. And below this, let's have a footer component as well. So I'll say dialog footer. Inside this, we're going to show 2 buttons. First button will be for keeping the reservation, that is to not cancel it, right? So I'll just simply say set cancel dialog open to false. And the other button will show the cancel reservation where user will confirm and will trigger this handle cancel that we just created, right? So let's see, let's try to cancel it. If I click on cancel, if I click on keep reservation, it will be closed. But if I click on cancel and click on cancel reservation, you can see it is canceling. And let's wait. It should refresh the data over here as well, since we wrote this in our server action. There we go. It was cancelled, and instead of upcoming test drive, it is now showing in the past test drive. See, it is like with the less opacity and everything. Awesome. So we have successfully created our your reservations page. Now inside the admin portal, we need to create the test drive page for the admin. But let's just first go on and let's have a few bookings over here so that we have some data to work with. All right, so I've booked a couple of cars over here. They're in the pending state. Let's go to our admin portal and let's go to our test drives tab. And obviously it will show page not found right now because it does not exist. Right, okay, so let's go back and let's see, inside of app in the admin, let's create a new folder, test drives. And I'm going to create a new file, page.jsx, RAFCE, test drive page. Let's put the metadata over here. I'll say class name to be padding 6. And inside of this, I'm going to have a h1 tag, which will say test drive management. Let's see. Let's refresh this. There we go, test drive management. And this is where we will be reusing that test drive component that we created earlier to render all of these. But before that, we need to work on our server actions for this, right? So over here in the admin.js is where we will be creating a few server actions like get admin test drive. So get admin test drives, and also a server action with the admin privileges to update the test drive status. All right, so first for getting the admin test drive, we will take the search in the params and the status as well, right? We can filter it out with respect to the status. So obviously, first of all, we'll check for the authorization. I'm going to say if user is logged in, I mean, if they are not logged in, unauthorized, and then we'll check if it's actually the admin who is trying to access this data, right? So we'll get the user from the DB and check their role. After it, let's build our where condition for our query. So first of all, if there is a status filter, then we will add it, right? If the status is present, then we're going to say where.status equals this status. Okay. Now let's add for the search as well. So for the search, I'm going to say if search is there, where or. So we're going to check in either of this condition. First of all, for the car or for the user. And inside of the car, we will check the make and model. And inside the user, we will check the name and the email, right? So it can be either of these four things. The search can be either of these four things. And below it, we will get our booking. So I'm going to say const bookings equals await db dot test drive booking dot find many. Inside this, we will provide our where and what all the things that we will be needing. I'm going to say include car to be true, car's information to be true. And inside the user, I want to select, so basically it's going inside of the user table and it's selecting the ID, name, email, image URL, and the phone, all of the details related to the user. Then I'm going to say order it by booking date in the descending order and start time in the ascending order. All right. Then after this, let's format all of the booking that we got. Right. So I'm going to say formatted bookings equals bookings.map, just like we have done this before already, right? So ID, car ID, we're going to use the serialized car data for each and every car, user ID, user booking date, to ISO string, start time and time status notes created at and updated at in the ISO string as well. Then in the end, I'm going to return success to be true and in the data, formatted bookings. In the catch, I'll say console.error, error fetching test drive and return success false with error to be error.message. Now, to update our test drive status, we're going to be needing the booking ID obviously and the new status, right? Like it can be cancelled, completed, no show, etc, etc. So let's have a try catch block here. And let's first check if the user is admin. So I'm gonna again take this condition right here and paste it right here. Now let's get the booking for this booking ID. So I'm gonna say const booking equals await db.testdrivebooking.find unique where ID is this. Okay. Now obviously if booking does not exist, I'm gonna say if not booking, throw new error, booking not found. Let's have the array of all of the status that we can have, right? Pending, confirmed, completed, cancelled, no show. And I'll check if the status that user is sending us, if it's not amongst these, then we'll throw the error. So I'll say if valid status dot includes this, if not valid status dot includes this, then we'll return success to be false and error to be invalid status. If all of this is fine, then simply we can go on and update it. So I'll say db.testdrivebooking.update where ID is this booking ID, data will be status equals new status. Then we can finally refresh the data, right? In both our /admin/test drives and our reservations page as well. Then let's return success to be true and test drive status updated successfully. In the catch, I'm gonna throw the error updating test drive status and error.message. All right, so let's make use of both of these. Let's go back to this page right here and let's create a component. So underscore components called test drive list.jsx. RAFCE test drive list. So it's not going to be taking any props over here. We're going to simply render it just like this. Okay, let's see. There we go. This component is being rendered. All right. So as we discussed, we're going to be having two filters over here for the search filter and the status filter. So I'm going to be taking the state for each and every, like each one of them. And let's just make it a client component as well. And after this, let's take all of our server actions as well, right? So I'm going to use the use fetch hook and get admin test drives for fetching all the test drives, update test drive status, and also the ability to cancel a test drive. Okay. Now let's just fetch all the test drive as soon as the component is loaded. So after this, I'm going to have a use effect hook. Make sure to import use effect. And we're going to take this fetch test drives function and provide this search state and the status filter. Obviously by default they will be empty, right? So it will give us all of the cars, not all the cars, all the test drives. So if any of these changes, it will be triggered. Now inside this div, let's first create our filters. So I'll have our div, and first thing that we'll have over here is a select tag from Shadcn UI. So I'll get it from Shadcn UI. It will basically will have a value status filter, this thing, And on value change, set status filter, right? On select trigger, select value will be all statuses. And over here in the select items, we'll have pending, confirmed, completed, cancelled, and no show. For this div, let's just say display flex, flex column. In the bigger screens, flex row, gap to be 4, width to be full, and items to be start. In the bigger screens, items gonna be in the center. In smaller screens, justify between. Let's see. Select is not defined. Okay, we have not imported all of these. Yep, something like this. Let's have the input tag for our search. So right below the select, I'm gonna have a form tag which will say on submit, handle search submit. So obviously we will have to create this function. I'll come back to this. And after this, inside this, we're gonna have a div which will have a search icon and the input component, just like we have created like search component multiple times in this video. This will be class relative, this will be absolute so that we can overlap it inside of our input, and this will change the set search state, right? And then we will have the search button so that it can trigger this handle search submit. Okay, let's see. There we go, something like this. Looks good. Let's go on over here, handle search submit. Here, let's take the event and we'll just say e.prevent default, and we'll again fetch the test drives with the search and status of whatever the current status is. All right, so now below this div right here is where we will be rendering all of our test drives. So let's have a card component again from Shadcn UI. Copy it up. Oh, sorry, this, copy it up, paste it. Let's import all of them one by one. We're not going to be needing the card footer. For the title and the description, I'm going to say calendar range icon with the test drive bookings, and manage all the test drive reservations and update their status. So let's see. Yes, something like this. And over here, we can render all of them. Let's just give this the class name of margin top to be 4. Yes, something like this. Or actually, instead of this, I'm just gonna provide the class name over here, space y to be 4, so that it properly provides spaces between these. So yeah, that's better. All right, now inside of this card content, first of all, we'll check if it's fetching our test drives currently. So I'm gonna say if fetching test drives is true, that is this, and if there is no test drive data inside of it, question mark, then we will show the loader over here, else we will show something else. First of all, let's show the loader. So again, we're gonna have the div with the loader2 icon and with the animate spin class of Tailwind CSS. Let's see, if I refresh this page, you're gonna notice this loader right here. In the else, I'm gonna render our div, which will render all of our test drives data. So I'll say test drives data dot map. Let's just add optional chaining to each of these. And over here, I'll take each and every booking, and inside of this, I'll have a div that I'll render, and also our test drive card component. So test drive card. Let's just give this div key equals booking.id, and class name is going to be relative. And actually, this is optional. If you want, you can remove this as well. For this div, I'm going to say space y to be 4 so that we can see some gaps between these test drive cards. Now, for this test drive card, what will it need? First of all, it will take the booking, then on cancel, it will be just cancel test drive function from right here. Then it will have show actions. So we'll only show actions if the test drive is pending or confirmed, right? We won't show it for the past test drive like the ones that are over already. Also, I'll say this is admin and is canceling. We'll show the canceling loader. And now finally, I mentioned it, right? We're gonna be showing render props over here. So render status selector. Now, what the hell is this? So basically, this will allow us to change the status. So to use render props, and render props is a very important concept in React, we are basically supplying the component through the props. So over here, we can render a select tag. So something like this, right? So let me just import this select. I think it's already imported, right? We have already done it above. So the select tag value is going to be booking.status. On value change, we're going to be triggering this handle update status, which I'll make in just a moment. And it'll be disabled when the status is being updated by this, right? And simply inside this, we will have the select content with pending, confirmed, completed, cancelled, and no show. Okay. So let's handle updates, create this function handle update status, which will take the booking ID and the value. So right here, I'm going to say const handle update status with the booking ID and new status, and this will be asynchronous. And inside of it, I'll say if new status has something inside of it, then I'll trigger this handle status function from right here with booking ID and new status. All right, and let's handle the success conditions for both canceling and updating the status. So I'll have a use effect over here. And if the update result changes or the cancel result changes, I'll say if update result.success is true, then I'll show the toast. Make sure to import it, toast.success, test drive status update successfully, and same for the cancel result as well. And we'll fetch them again. Let's handle the errors for all of these server actions. So inside the use effect again, if any of these error changes, I'm going to check if there's anything inside of these errors. I'll just simply throw the toast for each and every one of these. And yeah, I think this should be it. Let's see. User is not defined. Okay, so I think user icon I have not imported. Okay, so inside this test drive card.jsx, I have not imported this user icon. So now you'll see that we have this additional drop down right here because we are admin, right? So we can change the status of this. Like for example, if a user has booked this, so let's say if I want to change the status to confirmed, right? The test drive has been confirmed and now user can safely visit our dealership for doing the test drive. Okay, so error updating test drive, revalidate path is not defined. Okay, so we have not imported this in here. So make sure to import revalidate path from next/cache. Let's try to do it again. Confirmed. And there we go. It is confirmed now. Awesome. If we try to go to our reservations page for the user now, we should see this confirmed. Yes, just like this. Amazing. So we have successfully done almost all the work. I think the main thing for an admin is the dashboard page where they can see their sales and everything, right? Related to their dealership. So let's go on and build this dashboard page where we can display different stats related to our app. So I'll go back to this admin.js file. And right here, we just need to create one more server action. And that will be to get dashboard data. I'm going to say try catch block. Let's check if the user is admin or not. So I'll say const user ID, await auth, unauthorized. We have done this multiple times, right? Now, let's get all of the car statistics. First of all, how many total cars are there? So total cars, db.car.count. How many available cars are there amongst them? So db.car.count, status to be available. Then how many of these cars are sold? So db.car.count. And by the way, we can change this status over here in the cars section. After the user has done the test drive successfully, obviously we can come on over here and mark a car as sold, right? This will help us determine our sales for the month or whatever, right? Total sales. So, and we'll also get the featured cars over here, how many cars are featured so that admin can get an idea how many cars we are featuring inside of our app. Okay, let's get the test drive statistics. So let me just write over here, car statistics. Then we're gonna have test drive statistics like total test drives, pending test drives, confirmed, completed, cancelled, and how many were no-show test drives. Okay, so all of these are the count, right? We just need the number. And these are very low effort API calls. All right, now we're going to be calculating the conversion rate. So here we are getting all of our test drive with just the car ID. And then after this, I'm going to say sold cars after test drive. We're going to get all of these IDs. And I'm going to say db.car.count. I'm going to query all of these IDs. And I'm going to say how many of these were sold. Now, there can be some cars which are sold offline, right? So we only want the numbers of the cars which were sold after the test drive is done. So it will just send me the status of those sold cars. And then we can simply calculate the conversion rate using completed test drive is more than 0. Then sold cars after test drive divided by completed test drive in 200. This will give us the conversion percentage. And in the end, finally, we can return the data of different things. So success to be true. Data, cars will be total available, sold, unavailable, featured. Same for the test drive as well. Total, pending, confirmed, completed, cancelled, no-show, and the conversion rate. For our catch, I'm going to say console error and return success false and error.message. Now, you might have noticed this function is very messy, right? Like you can see I'm making so many calls to my database and this will make my server action slow and ultimately my app slow, right? So let me just optimize it a little bit. Let's just get the data and I would say calculate more stuff in front end. So notice what I'll do. First of all, let me just remove all of this stuff from here up until this point, until return, right? And now I'm just going to make these many calls. First one will be with promise.all, fetch all of the necessary data in a single parallel operation. So over here, so I'm doing db.car.findMany, selecting these things. And here I'm getting db.testdrive.booking and selecting all the test drives and getting the cars in a test drive, all of them right here. Now with just this information, I can do my job, right? So notice, first of all, I can calculate the car statistics. So I can do something like this. Total cars will be cars.length. Available cars, I can do filter for all of the types of cars that we want, right? Then after that, let's calculate the test drive statistics. So again, instead of making separate API calls to our DB, I'm doing total test drives equals test drive.length, and then again filtering out all of the types of different statuses for the test drives. Then in the end, we can calculate the test drive conversion rate. So I'm taking the completed test drives, using filter, completed, and then mapping it to create an array. Then all the sold cars after test drive, just like before, right? But we have shifted most of the operation to our front end now. And then we're calculating the conversion rate. And then in the end, we are returning the whole thing, right? Nothing changes over here. So we are returning all of them just like this, right? So this will reduce the pressure on our backend. All right, let's take this and go to our, where is it? Yeah, this admin page.jsx, sorry, page dot, let's make this JSX. Here, first of all, I'm gonna write the metadata. So I'll say dashboard vehicle admin, and let's get the dashboard data over here. So I'll say const dashboard data equals await. Let's make this an asynchronous component. Get dashboard data, let's import it. Here, let's have the h1 of dashboard and the class name of padding to be 6, just like the other like admin pages. And here we're gonna have a component. So inside of the components, I'll create a new file called dashboard.jsx, RAFCE dashboard. And this will just, take the initial data for our dashboard. Okay, and let's call this component over here. So just like this, let's import it over here. Let's see. All right, there we go. We can see it right here. Let's go on and work on our dashboard component now. All right. Now when it comes to our dashboard component, let's just see how it will look like. So inside of my deployed app, we will have two tabs over here. First one will be for displaying the overview, that is total cars, test drives, conversion rate, cars sold, car inventory, and test drive success, right? And second one will be specific for the test drive. So I'll show you how you can make this. I will build this myself, and this will be the homework for you guys. And don't worry, again, you can find all of the code right here in my GitHub repository in this dashboard.jsx component. So no worries. Let's just first go on and implement this overview over here so that you can get a good idea of how you can do this. All right. So let's just take a state for, setting the active tab. And obviously we would need this from Shadcn UI as well, the tabs component. So first of all, I'm going to say use client, and then let's go to Shadcn UI and get the tabs component. I'll copy it and paste it right here. I'm going to say default value is going to be overview, and value is going to be this. And on value change, we're going to set active tab. Now, what are all the tabs over here? I'm going to say overview and the test drive. First tab content is going to be for the overview, and second one over here is going to be for the test drive. Now you have to implement this yourself. So I'm going to say homework over here, #homework. So you guys will implement this, and I'll implement this thing right over here. All right. So first of all, I'm going to check if initial data is not there, and initial data.success is false. So I'm going to show this alert right here. Let's import this alert info from Lucid React, alert title, alert description. And yeah, this should display us the error if something happens. So let's see first of all if we can see our tabs and everything. Let's refresh our page. All right, there we go. We have both of these tabs right here. Now inside of this first tab, overview. First of all, we need two data, right? Over here, we're going to be needing our cars data and the test drive data. So I'm going to destructure it out of this initial data.data. Then I'm going to show some summary over here. So inside of this div, let's just say class name to be grid, gap to be 4. In the medium screens, grid columns are going to be 2. And in the larger screens, grid columns are going to be 4. Then inside of this, we're gonna have different cards, right? First card will be for total cars. Simply, I'm saying car title will be total cars. Let's have this car icon from Lucid React. Then in the card content, I'm gonna say cars available, and these many cars available, and these many cars have been sold, along with their total cars as well. Let's see, card is not defined. Yep, something like this, and you can see the car icon as well. So I'm going to add more cards like this. Like the next one will be for like test drives. So I'll say test drives dot total and test drives dot pending. These many pendings and these many confirmed. Right after it, and also let's just import this calendar icon from Lucid React. After this, I'm gonna have the conversion rate. So all of these things we are sending from the backend, right? So test drive conversion rate, we're just gonna add the percentage over here from test drive to sale. Then after this, we're gonna show how many cars were sold, right? So cars sold, I'll say cars sold divided by cars dot total into 100. So to calculate the percentage out of the total cars of this inventory, right? So also let's just have this $sign icon and this trending up icon. Okay, let's see. There we go. Just like this. Now below it, we need to display a summary like this, like dealership summary. How much do we have inside of our inventory? And the test drive success rate as well. Okay, so I'll go back and below this div right here, I'm gonna have the card component. So let's just take the card component again from Shadcn UI and paste it right here. Not gonna be needing the card footer and the description as well, right? So the card title will be dealership summary. And now inside of this card content, I'm gonna first have a div. Inside this, like this div will say class name to be space y to be 4. Then we will have things like car inventory, car test drive success. So this will be a div, this will be a div, and this whole thing will be a separate div. Okay, let's see. So I'll have a div right here, which will say class name of grid columns 2, gap to be 4. So this will contain both of those divs. And then inside of this, we will have another div each for both of them. So for the first div, I'm going to be saying H3 car inventory. And inside of this, we're just going to be showing a empty div with the class name of background green, height to be 2.5 and rounded full. And so basically this will act like as a progress bar, right? So now you can use this progress bar, or you can also, use progress bar from Shadcn UI as well, right? I just wanted to show you how you can implement it custom right here. So you can just say width and cars available divided by total cars into 100. And this will provide the percentage of the width that it needs to add over here, right? And also we can manually provide the number over here as well, that this much cars are available inside of our inventory and available inventory capacity. So let's see. Let's go to our app. Yes, something like this. Similarly, below this div right here, I'm gonna have one more div, and this will be for the test drive success. And inside of this, again, same thing. We just have to say test drive completed divided by test drive total, right? This is just calculating the percentage for all of these multiplied by 100. Same thing over here for the numeric format, just like this. If there are no, test drive over here, we're just gonna divide it by 1. Completed test drive text. Again, you can modify it according to you. Now, below this, we are going to have another div where we will render the other stats like as follows. Cars sold, how many test drives are upcoming for the dealership. So test drives pending plus test drive confirm included. And when it comes to our inventory, how many cars are inside this inventory? I mean, the percentage of the inventory utilizations inside of our inventory, right? So it will look something like this. Yep, so you see this is straightforward. Just we're displaying the data over here. I guess the main thing was to create the server actions. And yes, this is the homework for you. If you get stuck somewhere, I would recommend this is the test drives tab over here in my GitHub repo. Just go and explore this code right here. It's very straightforward, just like what we have done over here. You just have to render this data as follows, right? Cool then. And yeah, with this, I guess our whole app is built. Amazing. Pat yourself on the back. You have built one of the best projects that you will ever add inside of your resume, right? But one thing is also remaining, and that is protecting our app from the external attacks using Arcjet. So what I'll do, I'll go back to my middleware.js file, middleware.js right here. And over here, I'm going to say const aj equals arcjet, imported from at arcjet/next inside of this. Now, first of all, we have to provide the arcjet key. So as follows, and then we can provide rules over here, what we want to do. Right, first of all, we want to add an active shield for content and security. So I'm going to say shield and make sure to import it from arcjet/next. So you can see it's like this. And I'm going to say mode live. Then after this, we want to add the bot protection inside of our app as well, right? So I'll say detect bot and again import it from arcjet/next. Inside of this, I'll say mode will be live and allow what types of search, like what types of bots do we want to allow? We want to allow search engines, right? So I'll say category and search engine. So it will allow search engines like Google, Bing, etc. And you can see the full list of all of the bots that you want to allow, or if you want to add some other bot right here in this link. So I've added this over here. Right, so now how do we add this along with this Clerk middleware? So instead of exporting this Clerk middleware now, I'm going to say const Clerk equals Clerk middleware. And then in the end, by the way, after this, I'm going to say return next response dot next and make sure to import next response from this next/server. And after this, simply, I'm going to say export default create middleware and we'll provide this AJ and this Clerk object, right? So both of them will work together. Let me show you. So if I open Arcjet now, all right, I've opened it right here and you can see it has started monitoring our requests. So now if let's say go to our home page, right? Create middleware is not defined. So we have not imported this from Arcjet. Now it should work properly. So notice I opened this /cars page and it should show yes, /cars page has been opened and it will provide us more details right here along with headers and bot. If there's any bot that is crawling our website, will provide the details about that. And you can see shield is live and bot as well, right? Okay, cool then. Everything is working absolutely fine. Now, finally, it's time to deploy our app to Vercel. So let's open vercel.com and also let's just push our project to GitHub. So I'm going to open our GitHub repository and I'm going to be creating a new repository over here. Let's say vehicle and click on create repository. Let's just push our code to GitHub. So I'll just go to my VS Code. And first of all, so one thing that we need to do before that is go into the package.json and right here in the scripts, we need to add a post install script for Prisma. So I'll say Prisma generate. So it can generate all of our schemas over there. And now we can say git init and initialize a new git repository. Then I'll say git add dot. So it adds all of these, stages all of these changes. And I'll say git commit -m preparing for deployment. And then we need to add the origin. So I'll copy this up and paste it right here. And I'll say git push origin master and press enter. And this should push all of our code inside of this GitHub repository right here. There we go. All of our code is right here. Awesome. Let's go to Vercel now. And I'm going to say add new project. And let's deploy this vehicle repo that we just now pushed. So I click on import. And right here, let's see. In the install command, make sure that you say npm install --legacy -peer -deps. So that it is compatible with everything, right? And in the environment variables, we need to add everything. So let's go to our .env file and let's start adding our environment variables one by one. So I'll take this, add it over here, then the value, then click on add more and so on. I'm going to add all of these, right? So you can do this as well. And I'm going to come back. There we go. I've added all of my environment variables right here. And now the only thing remaining is to click on deploy and let's see if it deploys without any errors. So you can see it has started a deployment. Here in the build logs, you can see if it fails, it will show you the exact error right here. So let's see. Okay, it's creating an optimized production build. And now you can see it has generated all of these routes and everything. Okay. And looks like our deployment is completed. Amazing. Let's click on over here. And by the way, you can see this forbidden message. It's because the Arcjet is probably blocking the Vercel's bot. So you know it is working absolutely fine. So let's see. It has given us a random URL over here, vehicle.theta. And there we go. Our app is working fine. Let's click on view all. And we are on our browse cars page. Amazing, guys. So make sure that you hit the like button. It took a lot of efforts to make this video. And now the next step for you guys is to prepare for your front-end interviews and apply for that dream job. So make sure to check out my front-end interview preparation course. Make sure to enter this coupon code that you see on the screen to get the maximum discount.